can win the Champions League first? As Dad and I both start this mission unemployed. So we are going to use Football Manager 26 to fix us up to make us look like managers. The trouble is we have no experience of playing football at any professional level. All we have done is study hard to earn ourselves a Continental Pro license. So starting off with nothing, who will give us our first chance in our management career? Well, after multiple interviews and rejections, Dad was offered 2 jobs in November at Tranmere Rovers and Santa Clara, eventually taking the role at Santa Clara in Portugal. This was quite surprising, seeing as they were also in the top flight of Portugal, but Dad had his work cut out in a relegation battle. And although they had conceded the most amount of goals in the league, they did have some quality in their squad that could help Dad in his first job. Sidney Lima is a Brazilian that had a bit of intelligence and quality at the back, and going forward from the left-hand side is Gabriel Silva, another Brazilian who is easily Santa Clara's key man. And for now, Dad was setting them up in a 4-2-3-1 and trying to make them as hard to beat. Meanwhile, I was accepting my first job offer just days after Dad and heading to France with second-tier side Boulogne, who like Dad Santa Clara is struggling and actually dead last. I set them up at a 4-3-3 with my midfield dropping into deep defensive midfielders, but you'll notice one thing about my team. 4 of my players, and to be fairer, 4 of my best players were all on loan and 21 or younger. If we were to survive, we would have a big rebuild on our hands to replace them in the summer. But the first task was actually surviving, which we were really struggling with, failing to win in a single game in the first month and currently sitting 9 points from safety. Dad was struggling too, but it was much closer down the bottom in Portugal. We were already quite concerned because it was step 1 of our managerial careers and it could be over before it even begins. I even switched things up in the new year to a 4-2-2 formation to try and claw in some wins and points. And we did pick up a few, but was it too little, too late? Well, maybe. Dad, on the other hand, found some form in the new year and went on quite a bit of a nice run, picking up some all-important wins himself. And throughout January and February, he only lost 2 games and even drew away to Benfica while winning 5 league fixtures. Helping himself open up a 6-point gap and jumping up into 13th place. Back in France, and the switch to a 4-2-2 did indeed help my form. After the first 3 wins, we had a mini blip again, but went on a lovely run of 5 games, only dropping 2 points. All of our wins came in the last few months, and it means we go into the final 2 games of the season with a chance of surviving, in very dramatic fashion. Dad Santa Clara was in a much better situation, and he even turned things around to leave a big hope of optimism for the next season. With 3 games to go, he was left in mid-table, and their safety was secure. My Boulogne side couldn't have asked for a better penultimate game. A home match where we dominated, finishing 5-0 winners, meaning it goes down to the final game of the season. However, this game did not go well for us as we fall behind to a very clever set piece in the first half, and the advantage was soon doubled after. We even went down to 10 men and could only pull back a late consolation goal when we counter-attacked well in the 86th minute, meaning we were in serious trouble. Boulogne fell at the final hurdle and we were relegated down a division, which also meant we were fired from our role as manager. Not a good start. Well, it's not a great start in the race to win the Champions League first for me, getting myself sacked.
Yeah.
I mean, second division in...
Making it harder for you now, innit? Your reputation's just gone right down again now.
Especially because I was in the second division of France. I mean, you're in the top flight of Portugal.
I was fortunate. They must have been really desperate and desperate needs. I'll just take it.
Yeah, but what a little turnaround you had, though. The trouble is you put expectations a little bit too high now.
Yes.
Because you took them over when they were in the relegation zone. But they've done exceptionally well.
They're going to be really happy with what I've done for them. So I've kept them up, got them mid-table.
You put them roughly where they were predicted to be. Santa Clara down in 9th place.
So they're opening for a bit of a push. It's probably 2 or 3 positions higher now than for next season. That's what they'd be open for.
Yeah, I mean, you look at all these names here. It seems that if you recruit well, you should be able to get past. Braga's the first hurdle you're going to look at and go, maybe not.
Yeah, I'm looking at those 4 teams there that I'm not going to try and beat them at all, really. I just sort of build a squad to try and take them on 2 or 3 seasons time, really. Yeah,
I mean, speaking of your squad, we highlighted your star men already. Gabriel Silva, the 14 assists, 8 goals. He's been class for you this year, but he's been supplying Vinicius Lopez quite nicely with your top scorer. 16 from the right wing. He's really good. I don't think you'll be moving. I doubt you decide to
I'm
move
quite
right
happy with
now.
that. I mean, all right, they've only given me
£2
a
million
£2 million budget, but in this league, that's not that bad, I don't think.
Yeah, a couple of free transfers. You
Yeah,
never
that's
know.
all I need.
I just need to find somebody. I mean, there's not a lot of options in terms of clubs that are kind of at my level, but unfortunately, my level at the minute, you're looking at like Sky Bet League One and further down, and I'm kind of bored of managing in England. I like the experience of going abroad. It's just finding my level abroad, because clearly the French League 2 was too high for me. So I'll start looking for a new job. Dad can start looking for some new players, and we'll see what happens.
I spent the first part of the summer getting rejected by multiple jobs that I was being rather optimistic applying for. Dad brought in 2 players before the start of the season, with one being Joe Aribo, who will be a great attacking midfield option for Santa Clara on a free transfer. He also brought in Fabiano Souza for 500k, who Dad identified as having great physical attributes and could be a great for his side. Still rocking the same tactic that did really well for Dad last season, his season began while I was still sat unemployed with no jobs available now to apply for. Dad's start of the season did not turn out to be very good at all after he failed to win a single game in the first 2 months of the season. And midway through the season, just 1 win was chalked up alongside 6 draws, as Santa Clara found themselves in 16th place. And that was when the decision was made by the board to sack Dad as well.
I mean, it's getting from bad to worse. I'm getting rejections out of my ears from clubs like Bromley in League 1 and Ingolstadt in the Bundesliga 2. And you've just been fired from Santa Clara.
Yes, they didn't like being in the relegation zone again. They sacked the manager, the last manager, and when I took over, they're going to sack this manager, so bye-bye, I'm gone.
Yeah, cheekily applying for jobs as well, I see.
Yeah, so I'm just trying my luck, really. I know they're in the...
You've seen a sinking ship.
They're not in too good position, so I'll try West Brom, see what happens, you never know.
Well, you do know. They said no.
Yeah.
You were 16th place. Freddie Youngberg's out to take over your job right now. 16th place. We knew that they were mid-table for this league. So when you're looking at
Just
the
didn't get
season
going.
preview, they actually put you down in 12th this season. So I think it might be a little bit too harsh. Maybe applying for jobs didn't help your
No, it probably
case,
didn't.
really.
You know, they might have given me about 3 or 4 more games, I don't know, but yeah, they weren't happy with it. So.
Now that there's 2 sackings, 1 on each of our CVs,
Yeah.
again, the race to the Champions League seems
a long way.
a bit of a stretch, if I'm honest. It's a race to sort of actually be successful within a season, really. But there's lots of jobs available. Right now, we're in the middle of, the end of the year, in fact, coming into the January period now. So there's lots of jobs available for us to apply for. I mean, maybe I can go back to France. Maybe you can have a look at Scotland, etc. So that there is options for
There's
us
definitely
to go.
options there. Is whether the national sort of club rating is might be just a bit too high for me at the moment. They won't take me on. So, but fingers crossed, I'll try.
All right, well, let's see what happens then.
Interviews began coming through again, but for nothing overly promising or appealing for each of us. That's when I called a lucky break, as Red Star FC in the French second tier decided to take a chance on me in mid-January. After assessing the team, I noticed they were underperforming and their best players were at the back. Hence the decision to go 3 at the back, and the goals would have to come from Cabral out on the left wing. Who was good for this league, however, he had already agreed to leave at the end of the season when his contract runs out. 4 games in and I could see why we were struggling. We won just 1 game, and that was because of a Cabral penalty, which was also our only goal that we had scored. Dad wasn't sitting around too long unemployed though. He was applying for different jobs, getting rejected by some, and occasionally getting offered it for interviews too, with one of them finally being successful in late March, as Moreirense in Portugal decided to give Dad an opportunity, as they were also sitting in the relegation zone in Portugal's top flight, a place where Dad had a lot of experience getting Santa Clara out of last season. While that was happening though, in France, my Red Star team started to really kick on and put together a fantastic run, somehow winning 6 on the bounce and taking this Red Star team up into the second tier in France into a comfy 11th place, with a lovely 13-point buffer from the drop. So while my side was safe, Dad had the task of saving another Portuguese side in the unforgiving League of Portugal, and like me, it started off slow and not very well. Setting them up in a deep 4-2-3-1 and trying to be hard to beat was, however, being rather effective. And with just 1 win in his first 3 games, he needed to pick up crucial points in his remaining 4 fixtures to secure safety from the relegation playoff that he was currently tied on points with. And it eventually clicked into place just at the right time, following the loss to Sporting 1-0, as Dad's side went on to win his final 3 fixtures. In including a 94th minute winner against Braga to win 2-1 on the final day, which then took Dad's side into a respectable 13th place finish, and well from any danger.
Well, Dad, finishing above Santa Clara's got to feel quite nice.
Oh, yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Staying in the same league, I'm quite happy with that as well. I can stay in the same house that I was living in. So
Yeah, recognisable.
Yeah.
Might be on the other side of Portugal.
Yeah, it might do, yeah.
Long old commute. A couple of good... Again, you've got a couple of good players that you can build upon, especially attacking-wise. I mean, Alan's quite good as well. And this guy's not too bad either. So going forward, you're all right. They give you a little bit of money again. I mean, actually, no, they haven't.
They haven't got a lot. They ain't got much money.
Although you might not have had your budgets yet because it's May. But you do have bad finances.
I don't look like they've got to too good, really, is it?
No.
I might be looking at sort of free signings here, I feel, and loanees and things like that to help me out. But I've just got to stay in this league. That's all I've got to try and do is be a bit more defensive, I feel. So, yeah.
Yeah. I am staying in that league as well because, well, the league that I was in, because I took over Red Star FC. Now, relegated Boulogne, so they are very brave to take me on as a manager because, you know, but we've turned things around ever so slightly from when I took them over in January. We're in 10th place now, 48 points. We're doing all right. Again, very similar scenario to Dad. I got a couple of decent players. Kevin Cabral has scored quite a few goals up front for me there. He's more of a winger though, really. So I think that might be something that I look to do. Bring in a couple of lone players this season because I think the three at the back is definitely suited this team, and we've got some successful results out of it. So we'll see. I think it could be a promising year for next season. The run since I took over, especially towards the end of the season, was solid.
Yeah.
It's just now building back up that reputation after losing the job that we had last season. Red Star City, I've even got a football kit of them. So I've done a save of them in the past, the surprise shirts. They gave me a shirt for them. Lots of jobs available. Don't think I'll be going for any. Will you be chancing your luck in the...
No, I think
market?
I might just stay as I am, really. And you know, I was lucky that a team in the same league took me on, so it's a good league. So I'll just try my luck and just carry on.
Yeah, I think that the thing is with this, there's loads of teams there that I'll go, oh, I'd like to do that. But the trouble is, I'm not at the stage to apply.
No.
And that's it. If I was another year in, I'd be going, Genk, look at that, let's go for Genk. Or be Union Saint-Gilloise. That's another club. Again, because it's a league that I like as well, the Belgian league. I like managing in the Belgian league. It's fun. I think there's definitely options in there. So, not quite yet. Maybe at the end of next season. So, looking for a solid summer instead.
My summer window with a Cabral exit needed a lot of new faces to help secure some goals, starting with Kamara from the wing, who replaces Cabral for 1-for-1 quite nicely. Majeta Alami is another that could notch my Red Star side some goals up front, but he won't be my starting striker for now. Michael Obafemi is another option that I got on a free transfer that isn't as gifted technically as the former two, but has a lot more pace and agility. He gets a nod up front to begin with, but either way, we are keeping the same 3-4-3 system going into Season 3. Meanwhile, Dad's finances were so bad he failed to sign a single player this summer. His bank balance was minus £4 million and he was already over £28,000 in his wage budget. However, he started the season in the same form as he finished last season, winning 3 of his first 4 games. Sitting quite nicely in the top 4 too, looking really strong, which was similar to me in France. I started the season really well with 4 wins, a draw and a loss in my first 6 fixtures, with my Red Star side currently sat in 4th place. Season 3 was in fact a great season for both of us, as the beginning was a sign of great things to come. A vast improvement from the struggles we have found ourselves in the last couple of seasons, at the very least. With Dad's side going through a tough period in between December and February to once again finish real strong, to the point he pushed them into a European spot contention with a 6th place finish. Whereas I had fairly consistent season all around with Red Star, just a couple of losses here and there and a win on the final day secured our position to not only get ourselves promoted, but winning the league as well to get ourselves promoted as champions into the top flight of French football next season.
Well, we're starting to turn things around.
Yes.
After both getting sacked quite early on in our managerial careers, you've managed to take relegation-threatened Montpellier up into European
with not
football.
a lot of money, so that's definitely going to help us out getting the money into European football type of thing, yeah?
Yeah, so that's really good, solid for them. And if you're looking at, obviously, club-wise, turning their finances around, hopefully is going to be something with that European football, because they're in
100%.
trouble right now.
Yes.
even the Europa Conference League will be good enough to give them a nice little bump.
Yeah.
And maybe save the club from any financial repercussions. But similar in France and at Paris with Red Star, top of the league, beating Saint-Etienne, a massive club by a point to that top. Really happy with that. I mean, the French league I struggled with it last year with Boulogne, who they've just been promoted as next season they'll be in that league again.
Yeah.
So, but I mean, we're not doing too bad. We're all right. We've managed to get ourselves promoted, finishing as champions as well. The tactic definitely helped, but I mean, Michael Obafemi is a name I didn't expect to be the hero, no. Scoring all those goals, a Plymouth Argyle player.
That, you?
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I'm happy with that. Lots of goal scorers. Money going into the league above is almost non-existent. They're not really backing me, but no. I'm thinking I didn't necessarily use a lot of loan deals there. We're using the same type of players. Few free transfers. They've given us a decent wage budget. 75 grand, I could probably get like 4 or 5 players out of that.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's my
the road
aim
you've
anyway.
got to go.
Yeah,
I mean that's so good for your reputation, getting a promotion as well. So
yes, and getting European football will help
100%.
across the season with yours.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
playing in Europe. So yeah, that's something that we've got to take into consideration. Things like that is really going to help. Right now, I'd say Dad has the slight advantage. He's already in European football. So let's see what happens as we go through season number 4. I thought I'd be cheeky this summer and try my luck applying for some jobs such as Club Brugge in Belgium. With finances not great in Portugal, Dad also did the same, applying for 4 jobs with Wolves, Dortmund, Stuttgart and Rennes being the ones. However, he was put in a tight spot because of his contract running out and decided it's probably best to sign a new deal and stay where he is for now. I was offered an interview at Eintracht Braunschweig, which would be a bit of a step down technically, going back to a second tier side, but I was unsuccessful either way. The reason Dad wanted to leave was no money again, and his top striker Shettin leaving on a free transfer. Dad could only bring in 2 free transfers again because of the lack of a budget, and in came a centre-back as well as Engelhardt, who is a very versatile midfielder from Germany. I had a bit more of a budget, but I still focused on bringing in better players to begin with free transfers, as we were making a big jump in quality for our opposition. My main signing though was Luka Hiralainen, who was an excellent centre midfielder from Finland on a free transfer, as well as 2 loan players who could play centre-back from Porto and Rennes to strengthen our defence. And after 3 horrible fixtures to begin with, we finally got ourselves a win away to Strasbourg, thanks to a brace scored by a star signing this season, a man you may recognise, Mbappe. Well, you may recognise his brother anyway, as Ethan Mbappe has signed for us on loan from Lille. Dad's European pursuit started off great, getting past Hearts in the Europa Conference qualifiers to begin with, across 2 legs and looking strong. They still failed to make the league phase though, losing in the final qualifying round to Danish side Midtjylland 4-2 on aggregate though. By the time December rolled around, we were both keeping a watchful eye on the manager market and jobs available. And for Dad, it was because he was in deep trouble again, flirting with the relegation zone, while I was trying to capitalise on my side's great form and possibly try to jump ship while my stock was high. Because we found ourselves flying in 5th place in the league by Christmas period after some lucky results punching above our weight. I thought I'd chance my luck a second time at Club Brugge, who clearly made the wrong choice in the summer and already sacked their manager. Nothing came of it though, and while Dad was trying multiple clubs to apply for trying to move away from Portugal once again too. However, we were both unsuccessful in our pursuit, and I was happy to just stay put for now. Dad was unsuccessful because of the compensation payout of his contract was too high for some clubs after just signing a new deal. If Dad was to keep his job, he needed a massive result in the 2 fixtures coming up between Porto and Benfica, as he faced the 2 sides below him in the league. The Porto and Benfica games were always a free hit, but to survive, you need to be beating the teams around you to give you the best opportunity of survival. And that's exactly what he did, winning both of those fixtures to give him a nice gap between the 3 sides going into the second half of the season. With results after those 2 matches continuing to go Dad's way, with 3 wins and 2 draws within the next 2 months, helping him pull away from any danger, and even climbing all the way up into the 12th spot in the league. Meanwhile, quite the opposite was happening in France, as I had some bad results and dropped down out of the European spots for now. The last few games of the season went a lot better for me, as I picked up a good run of wins, while Dad stayed consistently inconsistent, but stayed far away from any trouble and remained in 12th place at the end of the league table. Unfortunately, a loss on the final
final day of the season to PSG meant that I dropped out of the top 4 though and finished in 6th place.
All right, all things considered, you saved yourself from a bit of a relegation scrap there. Got a little bit testy down the Christmas period.
I just got to thank the board for having the patience with me and not sacking me, because we were always in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, this period around here, you were playing all the clubs around you. I mean, the draw to Santa Clara, but the win against Alverca with Porto and Benfica to come and Maritimo in the middle.
Those two games there probably saved my job, because they were both teams that were below me in the league, already in the relegation, and if I'd lost them two, I'd have been right in with it then. So
and then momentum started to carry you, really. You picked up, and that's when obviously at the end you managed to finish in a respectable league finish. I mean, it doesn't help. You were hoping anyway for that European football for the money,
right,
and you were eliminated in the playoffs bit to even qualify. Didn't even manage to get into it.
Such a shame, really. But I mean, you say respectable position. When I finished like that the last season where I finished, you expect to be up there again, but to be in a relegation battle, I shouldn't have been down there. So it was a bit of a struggle. Not going to keep my job.
Yeah,
but I'm still here, so I'll keep going.
Right, a little bit of money, not a lot. A little bit. Now, you might be able to get a couple of free transfers out of this summer, the same as last season.
Yeah.
I somehow finished in Europa League spots as it is right now. I mean, I'll probably have to qualify. I'm unfortunate to have to play PSG on the final game of the season. I mean, they weren't even going for the league. Like, Marseille won the league because at that point, I might have finished in 4th. I could have been in the Champions League spots.
God blimey, if you'd won that game.
Yeah.
Unlucky, mate. I mean, you've done really well. You were there all season, weren't you?
Yeah.
In the top sort of 5 or 6 all season, so you've done really well.
Yeah, I go into that final game off the back of absolutely annihilating Brest. 4-0.
They got a big support down there, haven't they?
Massive, huge support. and I like that. I like a good hands-on fan support.
That's
you know, they
can't be a good bit of Brest, can you?
4-0 against them. No. Unfortunate to come up against PSG and drop down into potentially the Europa League spots, but that's fine. Still quite proud of how they've done. Unfortunately, though, we might have to replace a lot of our key men because they were only on loan. The likes of David Torres that I got from Porto was my key defender, and then of course Ethan Mbappe. And if you look,
it does a bit, doesn't it?
It's exactly the same with different hair, isn't it? Even Mbappe on loan from Lille was a cracking player for us this season. Was so good, 13 goals, 9 assists. One of the star men with our good average rating. We're going to have to replace him. But they have given us 4 million. So it's a little bit of money.
Yeah.
Again, I don't think I'm going to be moving this summer. There are some big jobs, though. There are some big ones. It's going to be one of them where it's like, I'm not going to actively apply, but if a job comes in for an interview...
That's the thing, isn't it?
You don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. I mean, you put yourself in a position where you might just get someone sort of thinking, it's worth a gamble.
Yeah.
I'm nowhere near that. I'll just stay around because I don't think anybody's going to be looking at me.
Yeah,
I'm just keeping teams above water really at the moment. Yeah. So, yeah.
You were 2 steps forward, 3 steps back.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
That whole part, yeah. From relegation all the way up into, European football to scrapping relegation again. Yeah. So, I think another season at Red Star for me. I can't see Dad moving from Morientes either, so we'll see how the next season plays out.
After thinking about it, I decided to take a gamble, and I would indeed resign from Red Star after seeing that there wasn't much budget for next season. I started off by applying for 2 jobs, with Crystal Palace and Dortmund being available to begin with, as well as Vitória in Portugal, where I got myself an interview, which I would be very keen to get, looking at their star player. However, we were getting rejected quite a lot, and unfortunately, I ended up starting the season still unemployed while Dad continued his journey in Portugal, where he brought in a good number of new faces, but again, nobody of any value as finances are still tight. Cabral starts up front as a new signing, seeing as Dad never got to replace the striker who left last season properly. And another main player to note is the goalkeeper who Dad brought in and is now becoming his new number 1. He did decide to switch the system around as well after the disappointment of last season to a 4-2-2. That season 5 did start rough, but he eventually got his team into a groove where they found some good form going into the colder months. I, however, was still waiting to find my next job as December came in, and there were a few clubs willing to give me an interview. And I was finally successful with Parma as we accept their offer to become the new boss in Italy.
I definitely think it was a bit of a mistake leaving Red Star because I struggled to get a job. Finally got one, Parma. but they're in the relegation zone in the Serie A. So I've kind of took a bit of a backward step, if I'm honest, in my career, but considering how well we were doing at Red Star. But I mean, they're in the Champions League, so good for them. But bottom of the league.
Yeah.
So without me, they are really, really struggling. Whilst in the
I'd like to say you've seen that coming.
Yeah, or Europa League. They're in the Europa League. So
yeah.
How are they doing in the Europa League if we're taking a look at... I mean, 34th. They ain't gonna... Maybe it was a good decision.
Yeah, probably could be. I mean, I think the Italian league is a better league, but you've got to survive it.
Yeah, that's the
you
trouble.
Got to stay in it.
I've got to... And speaking of which, Dad, you're doing okay.
Yeah,
still.
I'm going up.
Holding your own.
Yeah, I'm not too bad.
In the Portuguese league. But, we're... season 5 now, and we're really nowhere near. I mean, I was close, got into Europe, but we'll have to pick things up. I'm doing a bit of a rebuild again.
It's about building your reputation as a manager, though, isn't it? Really, so it's the work that goes beyond the scenes doing this and keeping teams like this up that sort of gets recognised, and then you get a chance with the big leagues.
You hope.
You hope, yeah.
The early days in Italy were fantastic, and the 4-3-3 formation we set up with seemed to be working well, as we then went on to defeat both Roma and Inter Milan throughout January, managing to drag ourselves out of trouble right away and already climbing the league table, and only 5 points off the top half. Dad was also pottering on well and even got himself a win over Sporting in January too. Either way, we both ended up having good second halves of the season, as Dad made things safe in Portugal, where I was making Parma very grateful they had chosen me as their new manager. A comfortable 10th place finish for Dad as he continues to weigh up his options for next season. Meanwhile, we climbed from 19th place all the way to 8th place, which I am absolutely buzzing about. Although it seems financially we could still be in a lot of trouble here still, and have no budget whilst being wildly over our wage budget too. With the finances being so bad at Parma, I made the decision to just sell players and bring no new faces into the club. I was already fairly happy with what we had, and if the form from last year was anything to go by, we should be fine. Dad also didn't spend a single penny in transfers but made great use of the free market to bring in 5 new players to improve his side going into season 6. And he was also switching things up again, this time into a 4-2-3-1. Dad's season did start really well with the new signings coming in, as they even began flirting with the European spots. Sitting in 6th place at the turn of the new year. Considering how well my Parma side ended last season, however, I was a little disappointed with how we were doing. Not that we were struggling, but I expected slightly better than an 11th place after 17 games. But outside of a couple of results that upset the big clubs, including Dad's team defeating Porto and my Parma side beating Napoli 4-1, nothing remarkable happened as we both finished the season in mid-table.
Well, after such a great end of the season from where I took over Parma last year, I am a little bit disappointed with the 10th place finish.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm only 5 points behind some kind of European football, but just missing out last year, and then obviously we had such a great end of the season last year, to then having like a bit of an underwhelming finish to this season. I mean, getting battered in the quarterfinal of the Europa Conference League.
Yeah, that's a shame, really.
Yeah, with Bournemouth. But, I mean, they've given us £11 million. It isn't too bad, the transfers that we can bring in.
That's not bad for a mid-table team in the Italian league.
Yeah, especially because I didn't bring anybody in the summer. We had exactly the same team. They were doing very well, and the 4-3-3 was working, so we didn't have no money. But Matteo Pellegrino, 26 goals. He's been a star for us. Adrian Liso also doing quite well with goals and assists. So, yeah, I can't complain with those two lads from Spain, but it's just the rest of the team now. We need to build around those two. Dad, with Morientes,
yeah,
it was hit a bit of a wall.
Yeah, they just want. I mean, 7th place. I'm still keeping them around there, but they're just not giving me no money.
14 points behind Braga.
I'm really struggling to get players in to come, because obviously I can't afford anybody. So I'm looking at the free market all the time, and you can't improve players improve the team all the time. But what I was getting, no money at all. Nothing. So that was just the icing on the cake. Nothing again. How can I build on that, really? So I'm thinking, jump ship before they decide to get rid of the captain, I think.
Yeah, okay. So let's have a look then. If you were to do that, the jobs that were available right now, you've got Union, we mentioned them earlier.
Yeah, I'm looking at
as
that
an option.
Norwich,
Norwich, Leipzig as well.
Whether they, Leipzig definitely. Yeah, Wolfsburg not too bad. I mean, Leipzig I would like to get, really. The rich clubs.
Might be a little bit too
but
high.
Yeah, it could be a bit too high for me. I think sort of there's a few teams in there, so you definitely got to look at teams that sort of like from I reckon 14th place upwards in certain leagues type of thing. You don't want to be sort of like a team that's sort of going down. Sort of Shakhtar, it might be Schalke might be a good sort of like choice as well because they finished 5th in their league.
Yeah, but it's the second tier.
Yeah,
that's the only thing. You'd have to go down a tier.
Yeah.
And it's very much like the Red Star to Parma for me. It did feel like a backward step.
Yeah, I know that's. Yeah.
Whereas at the time it was like, if I leave right now, I could find a better option. I'm not getting any money. I very much doubt I can get them to finish in the European football spots again with Red Star.
No.
And now, I don't know. It's a hard call, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
But I mean, I think you might be doing the right decision, resigning. It's just where you end up. That's the big question.
That's right, yeah. I mean, you just got to apply for these jobs, really, and you see where you're going. I'm going West Ham job. Oh God, brilliant! It's worth just trying my luck with West Ham.
Yeah, you've applied for 2, West Ham and Union so far.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But are you thinking to resign at the same time to make it easier?
Yes. I think that would make it easier for any team that sort of are imminent and aiming whether to take a new manager. If I ain't got a job, I'll probably be better off not having a job at the moment. So
yeah,
that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to resign. I'm not getting anywhere now with this team. So yeah, jump ship. Sorry, I'm gone.
All right. Well, let's see if you get any feedback from those 2 clubs. Dad did indeed resign from his job as he looks to force something to happen applying for jobs at Union Saint-Gilloise and West Ham. His first response back was an interview for Werder Bremen though in Germany. Speaking of which, I had applied for the Leipzig job and they invited me in for an interview. Dad was unsuccessful at Werder Bremen and Leipzig after applying too, but did still have interviews flooding in from Belgium. However, a big step was being made as RB Leipzig did indeed offer me the job to become their new manager. Dad wasn't unemployed for long though as Union Saint-Gilloise finally invited him in for an interview and quite soon after was offering him the job of a manager. Now the obvious step up for myself, I've adopted a 4-2-3-1 with this very good Leipzig side, while Dad also went with a similar system as he looked to make a name for himself in Belgium. No doubt about it though, I had him worried as this Leipzig job is definitely a step closer to the Champions League and we've already hit the ground running. Well Dad, we both jumped ship.
Yes.
Didn't expect that. But I thought I'll put a cheeky little application in for Leipzig. Hello.
Yeah, and you got it. Yeah.
I'll take it.
Yeah, definitely. Yes, good.
Union, though.
Yes, I'm quite happy with that, really. Good league.
Yeah.
Sort of, not a bad side in that league, neither. So,
I love the Belgian league.
Yeah.
I must admit, I'm jealous for how much excitement you're going to have in the Belgian league. But I think you might actually stand a chance looking at this. You've started off unbelievably well.
Yes.
And the predicted table puts you in 4th. So we all know that that's done by the current ability or reputation of the players that you've got.
Yeah.
So in theory, you technically had the 4th best team.
Yeah.
Which, I mean,
I'm going to be happy with that in that league. Sort of,
yeah. Setting them up in a 4-2-3-1 as well, which has been very favourable for you recently.
Yes, it's working, this tactic for me at the moment. So yeah, keep it going.
And if we're looking at the signings that you've made, we brought in one player here, Andreev. So that's the guy that you've brought in, goalkeeper.
Yeah, very important position for me. I think that was.
Yeah. So if we're looking at that then, 4-2-3-1, setting up. All right, we'll see how it goes. You started off very well. Only Anderlecht has had a better start than you, and that's because you lost to them at the start of the season.
Yeah.
So, and it's away from home. Can't deny it's going to be a tough game anyway. But a draw against Club Brugge.
The first 2 games, 4-1 and 5-1. I thought, hello, this is a good start.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like you said, I lost the 2 games there, but then I carried it on them without conceding a goal after those 2.
Yeah. No European football to distract you at this point as well. So a free reign at the league. Whereas I have some kind of European football here. I'm going into the Europa League. So we've got the Europa League to play, which is great. There's some big clubs in there though. Man United, of course, Benfica, AC Milan. So there is some big clubs in there that can cause me some trouble. But I mean, just going to a club with a budget.
Yes,
is absolutely
it's
remarkable.
Nice,
yeah, I actually bought a player from Anderlecht. So Suamaro, £21 million, was a player that I brought in, the left wing back there, so thought he looked quite good. Mark Bernal was another one, and Dees Jans for £50 million, bringing him in. So a lot of options for players now that I've got money, and those are the three that I decided to bring in. And we're going for a 4-2-3-1 as well, but out of possession, dropping into a 4-4-2, which is kind of what I like to do. So yeah, we started off okay. I'm not too worried about that. An away draw 5-5 against Bayern Munich.
That was.
And then we then play Dortmund right after and beat them 3-0. So the toughest 2 games in the league is how we started off. And actually, I'll take a 5-5 when I get battered 4-0 in the Super Cup. We'll take that.
Definitely, yeah.
So, Europa League football, let's see if we can crack on and win a trophy potentially. It'll be the first trophy outside of me winning the second tier in France. For any of us, and we're in season 7?
Something like it's a struggle, isn't it?
Good start, and we're trying to win the Champions League. So, let's see what happens.
Things at Union Saint-Gilloise were going way better than Dad could ever imagine, considering this team was just a top 4 club in Belgium. They have been underperforming recently, and Dad seems to have been really getting the best out of them, as they currently sit top of the Belgian league by 4 points in his first season by the end of December. Meanwhile, I was struggling to get anywhere close to Bayern Munich at the top of the league in the Bundesliga. However, it was in fact the Europa League where my guys really started to shine, blitzing through the league phase in first place, winning 7 games and only losing 1 away to Fiorentina. And we continued the good form in the competition, sailing past Trabzonspor of Turkey in the round of 16, 7-1 winners across 2 legs. Our main aim this season was to qualify for the UEFA Champions League next year, so we have 2 options of doing that through either the league or the Europa League. No doubt about it though, Dad would be there next year as he is destroying the rest of Belgium with his Union side. They are comfortably the best team in the league and look to be nailed on to win the league with a 10-point advantage at the top already. Nothing seemed to be able to stop Dad's side in the league as they went on to clinch the title with ease. He may be kicking himself, however, after he lost the Crocky Cup final 2-0, missing out on the domestic double. A late push in the Bundesliga and a 3rd place finish for my Leipzig side, who had something to look forward to. Because after a win against Standard in the quarters and Brighton in the semi-finals, it's a Europa League final against Manchester United. Although we've already qualified for the Champions League next season through the Bundesliga, it's certainly a way to boost our reputation as a manager, and who knows, we might be needing that soon. The final didn't start the way we had hoped, however, as within the first 10 minutes we found ourselves behind when Manchester United executed the perfect counter-attack with Matheus Cunha. But once we found our feet again, we came back stronger and leveled things up just before half-time thanks to some great play in the pockets by Conrad Harder. The third and arguably most important goal came in the second half, and through some magic and wizardry, Johan Bakayoko scored potentially the goal of the season. And finally, capping off a man-of-the-match performance, it was that man again who bent in the perfect third to seal a massive win for Leipzig. A season where both Dad and I are picking up major trophies in our managerial careers, and with the challenge of lifting the Champions League looking closer season by season, it's starting to get real interesting, and it's probably the right time to subscribe.
Well, what a season that was.
Oh, well done, mate.
A Europa League, which means European Football Champions League next year. I would have got it anyway through the league, but hey, I'm happy to win a trophy. That helps our reputation massively.
That's a big win for you, for your reputation. That is really. Yeah. Just prove that you're doing it in Europe.
But good reputation boost for you for winning
this. I'm going to take that as well. Yeah, 13 points clear. I've just walked the league, really.
Underdogs.
So, yeah, I'm happy with that.
Picking
definitely.
That up, the 4th best team in there, up to a national reputation now. So yeah, very good. Very good season for the both of us. So next year, I mean, you've just lost your striker, I think, but 20 goals from Madsen who's stepping in, done quite well. And I'm the same. I've got Conrad Harder, who's done really well this season. For goals, he's got 37, but we played quite a lot of games, obviously, with the European football and some good sort of return here. I think my best player is definitely David Martinez. I need to lock him down on a bigger contract because £56 million release clause for the Venezuelan who can play across the front three. I don't necessarily want to lose him.
No, not really, no.
Champions League football, we got £36 million for next year. Dad, with yourself, you'll also have Champions League football.
Yeah.
At the minute, no budget. But we have only just finished your season. I don't know whether you've been given a budget yet.
I'm hoping I do.
You got -6 million.
Going into Europe with no budget at all, that ain't good news, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not happy with that.
Technically, you owe them money. You have to sell players so you can get anything.
Yeah, that's not going to happen, is it? Really?
No.
So, no.
So for now, yeah, that's what you're going to have to look into. But you do have some options should you wish to jump ship. If the time is right, Borussia Dortmund there, that would be quite funny.
You know me with Dortmund, I would take a job there any day of the week. So, but their continental license really, and I haven't got that at the moment. So it'd be a gamble for them to take me. But Celtic's an idea. I could look down there really.
Yeah.
You know, sort of. That's all the only one that's sort of jumping out at me really. Dortmund and Celtic, but. I think I'll probably stay where I am.
Yeah, Dortmund had a wild season, finishing down in 12th place.
You can understand why they want a new manager. So,
yeah.
I mean, it'd be good to go there because obviously I've been in the same league as you, taking you on as well as trying to win the Champions League together. It'd be good.
That would be quite fun. Well, let's see. If you go for it, if you manage to pick it up, and I might see you in the Bundesliga. With some big clubs looking for a new manager this summer, Dad was over the moon to be invited for an interview for the role of Borussia Dortmund's new gaffer. With their 12th place finish, they were looking for new ideas, and clearly Dad's influence in Belgium has helped them come to the decision that he's the right man for the job. So with us now, both in the Bundesliga, the race between us is going to get even more interesting. And this Dortmund side certainly underperformed with players like Schmidt as his attacking threat, as well as Luka Vuskovic at the back. However, Dad's transfers also have me worried, because he smartly sold Dortmund's current striker to Saudi Arabia for a good price, considering he only scored 7 league goals last season, and replaced him with Junior Krupi, who you all know I'm a big fan of, as well as Callum Doyle to strengthen options in his defence too, dropping in his favoured 4-2-3-1 in hopes of getting UEFA Champions League football this season for Dortmund again. Shockingly, I sold Europa League hero Bakayoko this summer as he refused to sign another new deal and had 1 year left, and I got £25 million for him. I have replaced him though with Adriano Gama, who I think is an excellent replacement for 40 million from Rio Ave. My star signing this season is Gabriel Busi, a 22-year-old Italian striker from Brighton for just 37 million. And finally, Naja being my last signing from Atletico Madrid at right back, who could be excellent with a bit of game time. And I'm all set for another season too, with the UEFA Champions League dreams ahead, as it might be my one shot in the competition before Dad qualifies. The first match between us was a crazy one in the Bundesliga, as I welcomed Dad to the league at his stadium by taking the lead quite early on, and then scoring 2 more goals to go 3-0 up within just 17 minutes. Dortmund then scored a penalty on the 76th minute to make it 3-1. A second just before stoppage time though through Nicholas Jackson to make it 3-2. And a third then came, and the equalising goal from Nicholas Jackson again in the 93rd minute. Dad was also doing better in the Bundesliga and could even go top of the league with his game in hand over Bayern Munich. And with Junior Krupi leading the goal scoring charts too with 13 goals so far. It was in the Champions League, however, where I felt ashamed as the Leipzig manager, as we somehow failed to even qualify in the top 24 and were eliminated in the league phase. Dad's Dortmund were still on a roll, only losing 1 game all season going into April and sitting top of the Bundesliga. Yet again, when we clashed this time at Leipzig, I thought history wouldn't repeat itself, but an Ernest Poku strike once again cost me 2 points as we drew our second fixture. And even with me nowhere near challenging for the title and Dad 6 points clear at the top and out of the Champions League, my board was still delighted to offer me a new contract, which I gratefully accepted. From that point on though, 2 things changed. Both were the form of our clubs, and something seemed to click for my Leipzig side and we strung together some fantastic wins. Whereas my dad's side started dropping a lot of points and even lost 2 more games, including a 1-0 loss to Bayern Munich, which made the final day of the season very interesting. It was still a 6-2 win against Schalke though, which confirmed Borussia Dortmund as Bundesliga champions, only by a point above Bayern Munich and only 3 points above my Leipzig side. You all thought when I jumped to Leipzig and won Europa League, Luke's got this in the bag. Dad somehow goes to Dortmund, who, remember, finish in 12th place. I'm knocked out in the league phase of the Champions League in our first season in it, and Dad somehow comes into Dortmund and wins the Bundesliga with them.
That's what you do. It's what type of manager I am. I win leagues.
12th place to top.
Mate, I mean, I'm glad they took a chance on me because, like I said just now, that they were desperate for a manager, and I didn't think they would sort of like take me on. But I won the league in Belgium, so yeah, thank you very much. And that's
paid off.
It paid off big style.
Yeah,
took the league by 1 point. I'm happy with that.
Bundesliga champions. That does a wonder for your career. But at this point now, it's like, well, what can you do with this Dortmund side? Because they've got some cracking players.
I mean, when you inherit a side,
looks great.
When you inherit a side like this, it's just sort of like you just got to just try some of the youngsters into their positions, don't you? And help. But I mean, Krupe up front as well. What a striker this guy can be.
And you got this guy who.
Yeah, you got to put him in the side, haven't you?
Yeah, he looks fantastic.
Yeah, you got to put him in the side.
Okay, well, I thought this was sort of in the bag for me as well, I'll be honest, and now I've got something to really compete with because you've just come in and smashed that league.
Well, I'm looking at that now and I'm thinking, well, I've won the league with this, so I'm definitely in the Champions League. They're going to give me money, so it's 34 million I can add to that. I've got some good youngsters coming through. This team could win the Champions League. I'm not saying they will in this next season, but this team are good enough to win the Champions League, and I could take them all the way. I may not have to move again.
No, you might not.
That's what I'm thinking, really.
Yeah.
Why don't I just sort of find the right tactic and hopefully sell a couple of players, get some real big names in, and just take the Champions League on.
Yeah, there's no clubs right now that's jumping out.
There's nothing there. It's going to be better
and
than what I am.
even the insecure, like Newcastle is insecure with Company as their manager. They finished in 5th place. If they sacked their manager, maybe one of us would look at Newcastle.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those, but the Premier League's a very hard league, and you've got to be. I mean, I'm looking at the top 4 there. You've got to be in one of those top 4. I mean, Newcastle are in 5th, so they're very, very close.
Europa.
Yeah, so,
they just got to the Europa League final actually and lost to Spurs, so that's an option. But they've got the likes of Ahmad and Tino Livramento and Lewis Hall. So I don't know if that popped up, maybe we'd be tempted. But right now, I think we're both in good positions here.
Well, we've got 2 good teams,
both in the Champions League,
and it is a good league.
Yeah.
So that's the thing to look at as well, isn't it? So
both in the Champions League. I mean, Adriano Gama, what a player. What a signing that was this summer. He is next level.
That's like looking at Erling Haaland, isn't it, really?
Yeah,
he's just
world-class
as good, really.
player.
Yeah.
So, I kind of like the team that I've got now already with £40 million to spend this summer too. So
you just got to feed him.
I don't think
that's all you got to do. You just got to feed him, haven't you?
Yeah, I don't think I'll be moving either.
You'd be mad too. You got to build on that what you've got. When you got a striker like that, you're always going to score goals. Scoring goals wins games, mate.
It does. Can it win the Champions League though? This summer, I made the bold choice of selling both Saar and Conrad Harder to raise enough money to bring in a player that I just had to sign when I seen how good he was in Nahuel Fernandez from Brighton, who had an £87 million release clause. Changing my 4-2-3-1 around slightly to hopefully get the best out of him, Gamma and Boosie up front. Dad brought in 4 players to his Borussia Dortmund side that he decided just needed more depth this season, with European football to be played, and a big part of the best potential being Spiridon from Barcelona for just 9 million, who actually scored the opening goal of the Bundesliga campaign for Dortmund just 12 minutes into his debut. Of course, both of our main focus was the Champions League, but the matches against each other were just for bragging rights, which this season, Dad got the first win 1-0. And then he knocked me out of the DFB Pokal, scoring late to equalise and again in extra time. At least this season, I had a much better time in the UEFA Champions League and didn't just scrape through in the knockout playoffs either. We finished comfortably in 12th place while Dad just got through in 23rd position. The Bundesliga though was Dad's to lose at this point, as he was already 11 points clear of being 2nd place, while Bayern Munich had fell to 11th place after just 20 games. Dad's knockout playoff round in the Champions League was against Atletico Madrid, for which he overcame with ease across 2 legs 6-2. I had a bit more of a complicated fixture against Benfica, but we got through as 3-2 winners.
goals. My Leipzig side then cruised through the round of 16 thanks to a massive first leg win against Juventus to win 6-3 on aggregate. Dad, however, wasn't as lucky against Real Madrid, as across 2 legs in a very entertaining tie, they couldn't stop the onslaught that the most successful team in the competition brought, as the tie finished 11-6 in favour of Real Madrid. He is still comfortably winning the league by the looks of it though, with just 7 games remaining, which was closer thanks to the 3-0 win my Leipzig team managed to accomplish in Dortmund's own backyard. My run in the UEFA Champions League continued too, as we smashed Manchester City in the quarterfinals first leg 4-0. They teased a comeback in the second leg, going 2 goals up, but we eventually shut that out and progressed 7-3 as winners. So despite us heading to the semi-final of the Champions League, Dad had to just hope that we couldn't go all the way, while his Dortmund side completed back-to-back league titles in the Bundesliga, as their win over St. Pauli secured the title with 2 games remaining. A KG 0-0 at home left me apprehensive of a result in the second leg against Real Madrid, however, in the Champions League. And the second leg itself was an all-time classic Champions League semi-final, as Real took the early lead through Pedro Neto, only for us to respond at the start of the second half thanks to a beautiful team goal finished by Onyeka. Real Madrid took the lead a second time thanks to us not clearing our lines properly, and Endrick capitalised. But we were back in it again, drawing the tie level 2-2 through Martin. But there was time for one more goal, and unfortunately it wasn't for us. Despite us being on the attack, Real Madrid caught us on the counter, punishing us with their pace, as Endrick's clinical finish ended our final hopes.
I mean, it's a cracking season for you again, the domestic double. But I was one step away from getting to that Champions League final.
Real Madrid knocked me out as well, so it's unfortunate they knocked you. Real Madrid do what Real Madrid do in the Champions League, didn't they?
Yeah, no classical final to come up as well.
Blimey.
Newcastle were there.
Yeah, we
Funny
said
that.
about Newcastle.
Still company. He's
Yeah.
still in charge. They did end up sacking him. Probably a good thing. They won the Carabao Cup as well that season. So they got to the semi-final of the Champions League. But so
We're getting close. We're getting there.
We're getting close.
You know, top 2 in our league. You got to the semi-final of the Champions League. I'm right behind you with that as well. So it's a good season, I think.
We're pulling it. Well, you are definitely 84 points, but Bayern Munich are having an absolute stinker.
And that's the thing, when Bayern Munich have stinkers, you've got to be jumping in
Yeah.
and taking advantage of it.
59.
Fortunately,
Thomas
I have
Tuchel's
the
their
last 2.
manager.
Yeah.
They've got some good players still. Still got Elise.
He ain't that good of a manager, is he?
Yeah. Lenny Yoro, world-class centre-back at this point. And then you've got Tillman, who's a decent player overall. But yeah, they are
Good
really
side.
struggling. They do have £288 million. I feel like we can't write them off just yet.
Oh, I don't know.
They've got £300 million just knocking around.
I mean, look at their wage
with
bill.
£2.4 million in wages as well.
Is that going to be enough for them? You just don't know, do you?
Pull it back.
I don't know.
Because you've only got £44 million. I mean, you've recruited well this season. You've got some cracking players being brought in. But, I mean, Junior Krupi, everybody knows how much I love him.
Yeah.
What a player you've got up front there.
I was lucky to inherit him in the team already.
Yeah.
And he knows where the back of the net is.
Schmidt's doing brilliant for you as well.
He's just feeding them as well, yeah.
He's doing brilliant.
He's that type of player, you know. I've played him in that attacking midfield role, but he can be just as good further back as well.
Yeah.
You know, it's like one of those. I think I need another midfielder that sort of like either fits behind him, a world class midfielder fits behind him, or in the same position as what he's playing, and I've dropped him back in.
Yeah.
You know, so.
He's young as well. He's only 24. German.
What a player, yeah.
Solid set up for that. But again, we're going to look at him again. Adriano Gama. Oh my God, I'm so happy I picked him up. He's absolutely superb. Didn't get as many goals this season, I must admit, compared to last season. Boosie obviously joined and recently and got 24 goals. I mean, up front now we're set. We've got Gama playing from the right. And then Noel Fernandez, who we brought in this season. Very good attacking midfielder. So we've both got great attacking threats. It's just getting that luck throughout the season. But
that's right, yeah.
£66 million. I've got a good wage budget too. And I've got a massive squad that I can get rid of. So next season, I'm coming for that league title at the very least. But the Champions League semi-final, only losing to Real Madrid by a goal as well.
Hotting up now.
All right, well, let's see what happens this summer in season number 10.
Season 10, I start the summer by selling Osbo to Liverpool for £25 million to give me just enough funds for 2 targets. As we brought Luka Klotz back from Barcelona to Germany for £60 million as an excellent new option for us at left back, as well as Carlos Marquez, who will now be our danger man from the left-hand side, costing us £75 million from Leverkusen, but I think we can get a lot out of him. Going with the same system, just allowing Klotz to have more freedom to push forward and attack instead of acting as a third centre-back as an inside fullback role. Dad had a much busier window with a few players leaving the club totaling £87 million and bringing in £174 million worth of players covering many different positions on the pitch, including a goalkeeper in Restes from Frankfurt. And just like my Leipzig side, he's sticking with his version of the 4-2-3-1 that's done so well in the Bundesliga since he arrived. And he certainly meant business this season in the Champions League as Dortmund sailed through the league phase, qualifying in the top 8 after just 7 games played. Well, I was just short of having to go through in the knockout playoff round, which we did, defeating Sporting 4-3 on aggregate, while Dad's Dortmund side was able to rest through that period, in which he took full advantage and claimed the top spot back in the Bundesliga in what was a very good title race between the two clubs. A stumble in the first leg of the UEFA Champions League round of 16 though, as Dad loses 3-2 to Lille. But after a 6-5 win in the second leg on the night, the match went to a penalty shootout where Restes was the hero and Dortmund went through. I had a much more comfortable tie against Napoli as we defeated them in the first leg 6-1 at home, before beating them 4-2 away and winning 10-3 on aggregate to progress. This is where it gets really interesting, however, as the second league fixture between us, my Leipzig side defeated Dad's Dortmund 2-1. And that levels us up on points at the top of the Bundesliga with just 3 games to go. And it doesn't stop there because as I'm overcoming Liverpool in the UEFA Champions League 6-2 on aggregate, Dad is defeating Barcelona in his own quarter-final 3-2. So we both head to the semi-finals, where fate has drawn us together, meaning one of us will be heading to the final of the Champions League this season. We also have to play each other again in the DFB Pokal final too. But the first leg of the UEFA Champions League semi-final was an incredibly back-and-forth contest and might be the most entertaining game we've had all season. As Dad took the lead, we went 2-1 up and then 3-2 down to 4-3 up, only to concede a late equaliser. It was the second leg, however, that was a lot more reserved, as Dortmund took the lead once again, but we managed to pull it back evens, taking the game to extra time, and that's where it all went wrong for my Leipzig boys. Dad scored from the spot and secured the win and a trip to the final with a third and final goal on the night, winning 7-5 on aggregate. What I did manage to do though is lift the Bundesliga title for the first time and on goal difference, as both Dad and I won our last 3 fixtures. I just won them by more goals. But it's the DFB Pokal final time and both sides have fully strengthened lineups and ready to try and win the cup. Again, what a game for football between Leipzig and Dortmund. So much back and forth, with the match going either way and Dad at one point being 3-1 up, only to concede 3 more goals and lose 4-3. So at the very least, we made sure Dad went into the Champions League final on a massive downer after losing both the league title and the cup, thanks to very fine margins. But this was the UEFA Champions League and his team have been solid in the last 3 seasons since he joined, and with a very good Manchester United team in front of him, who knows what's going to happen. Of course, going back to when Dad first joined the club, his first signing was striker Junior Krupi, and within just 16 minutes of the UEFA Champions League final, that's the man that's finding the back of the net to give Dad a 1-0 lead. But only just 2 minutes later, Schmidt, the best player at Dortmund before Dad joined, then doubled the lead to make it 2-0. After a break in the action for 15 minutes, Manchester United finally got themselves back into the game through Benjamin Sesko on the 35th minute mark. And the next goal would be hugely important, and it didn't arrive until the 62nd minute, and it was scored by a Dortmund player, as De Silva confirms a win for Dad. And just like that, 10 seasons after we began this journey, Unemployed, through a sacking at his first role to clubs with 0 money and one very fortunate move to Belgium, Dad is lifting the Champions League trophy as manager of Borussia Dortmund.
Oh, there you have it.
To beat Man United as well. Even better. Get it in.
Great final.
Oh, yes.
But to get there, I mean, you had to beat me.
Yes.
And you did it. So it did feel like at that point, whoever won that tie, it was destined for it to be us.
Yeah.
But normally we put a 10-season time limit on this. And this year we were like, well, because we're just starting off against each other, we'll just do it until we win the Champions League.
I thought it
And
was
you
going
did
to
it
be.
the 10th year.
I thought it was going to be about 15, didn't you? Really?
Oh, when we were about 3 seasons ago, when you were in, when I went to Parma,
Yeah.
and I was like, uh-oh.
I was struggling with that team with no money.
Yeah, and you're at Lorient. Yeah, we looked like we were in trouble there. The only bit of consolation I got is I beat you in the cup final.
Yeah, you did, yeah.
And I won the Bundesliga this year.
Yeah.
That's the only consolation I've got. But the aim was to win the Champions League. I beat you on goal difference as well.
Oh, that's unbelievable.
So we had the exact same win-draw-loss ratio as well.
Two
It was
goals,
so
didn't it?
close.
Two goals.
But yeah, the challenge was win the Champions League. Be the first one to do it from starting off unemployed. Congrats, Dad, you've done it.
Thank you very much. I'll take that.
Borussia Dortmund as well.
I had a little bit of luck on the way, and that was Dortmund giving me that job.
Yeah.
With them finishing that low in the league when they did, they took a chance on me when I won the Belgium league. That's the bit of luck you need.
Yeah, that was the good step, the Belgian.
Yeah.
The step to the Belgian league.
Yeah, when I resigned from that other team because I was getting no money and I just took that Belgium job. A little bit of luck there again as well. I won the league with it. And bang, before I know it, I've took over a team, won the German league twice, and then won the Champions League within 3 seasons. So
well done.
Get in.
I hope you enjoyed it. If you got to this far, let us know. You're part of the season 10 crew. We didn't anticipate. Well, we anticipated to go way further than that, but there we go. Make sure you're subscribed if you haven't done so already. If you like challenges like this, make sure you do, because we might pop up with another one. And if you're looking for something else to watch as well, have a look at this video, because I did a youth to gold in Italy with a club that I'm now kind of quite fond of in Lecce. I have just 10 seasons to win as many trophies as possible on FM26. But what makes this even more interesting is my dad is trying to win more than me, and we are both starting unemployed with almost no reputation or coaching badges. And so just trying to find our first job is going to be a bit of a challenge, which is why we are applying for roles all over the United Kingdom and Ireland, trying to find that one club each who we can persuade to give us our first chance. Because right now, our trophy cabinets are empty. After some early sackings in October, non-lead side Woking wouldn't even give me an interview. Dad tried his luck at Eastleigh, but it was the same situation. And so we looked outside of England, and that's when Dad was given his first interview in Wales. Kaiasus were underperforming in the second tier, but were asking Dad to just avoid relegation, to which he agreed would be a suitable target. However, Dad wasn't the only candidate they were interviewing. They asked me if I intended to stay for a long time, which would be their preference. Which, of course, truthfully, is a no. I want to go on to other clubs and win loads of trophies. But I'm desperately needing to get my foot in the door somewhere, so I lied. And unfortunately for Dad, these tactics worked, and they offered me £320 a week to stay for the next 11 months. This team's best player currently is Sam Phillips, a winger that has a decent first touch and enjoys showcasing a bit of flair. But we desperately needed a striker, so I obtained the signature of Liam Finnegan, an 18-year-old Englishman who, compared to the rest of my team, is the most talented player at the club. And he wasted no time making himself a fan favourite here, as we quickly turned the bad start around and began picking up win after win in a classic 4-2-2-2 formation, climbing the table up into the top 4. And while this was happening, Dad was still being rejected for interviews, while I was improving my midfield with another new player on a pay-by-appearance contract. Dad was receiving rejection after rejection. No matter how big or small the clubs were, they weren't even interviewing him. Until finally, an interview with Curzon Ashton in the National League North, who, after losing their last 5 games, sat bottom of the league table. But Dad has to start somewhere, and promised the club that he would help them survive the drop this season. And it was enough to persuade the board at Curzon Ashton that he was the right man for the job, offering him an 8-month contract worth £330 a week. Right, Dad, I took it till the middle of November, but you finally got yourself a job here at Curzon Ashton.
I was getting a bit worried.
Yeah, Vanarama, or Enterprise, National League North. They are down in 23rd.
Well, they got me in to keep them up, haven't they? That's basically it, really, isn't it? So,
you're not too far off anyway. It's not like there's a huge gap, so...
Nope, still early days in the season. I feel I've got plenty of time to do it.
Absolutely. Now, you're rocking a classic 4-2-3-1, dropping into like a deeper position. But you got some decent players for the league. They got a good goalkeeper for this division, Noah Cooper, who's 19 on loan from Stoke, and I think they got the striker as well, Tony Weston, 22 years of age, for this level is very
It's not
good.
bad. Yeah, not bad. So I've got a bit of a chance, really. Got someone who can score goals, and I've got someone who can save goals. So it's halfway there.
That's it. Now, I am currently in Wales, so we're not in the same leagues, but I'm in the second tier of Wales, as you've seen, in the north section of it. So we're both kind of looking for two different things right now. I'm on the precipice of promotion, but I don't want to go up unless I'm going to win the league, ideally, because what's the point now?
No trophy,
No trophy there. While you're looking just to gain that reputation, survive this first season.
That's all I can do, really. Just sort of get my reputation a little bit better.
Yeah.
And go from there, really.
Right, well, let's see how this season number 1 plays out. Well, after a rocky November where I was also eliminated from both cups, we picked things up going into December for just 2 fixtures before the break, but actually managed to carry this form through to January and into Feb, with Liam Finnegan leading our goal-scoring charts with 14 goals so far in just 23 games, and actually putting us in a title race just 2 points behind Buckley Town after both theirs and Newton's poor performance recently. Dad had made an instant impact at Curzon Ashton though, and made it seem like the board had made the right decision bringing him in as manager, as once he was settled, his December consisted of just 1 loss that was only to Cambridge in the FA Cup. January and February was a lot worse, however, but the run in December alone was enough to transform their fortunes this season, sitting in 17th place by middle of February and on the up. Although Hereford in 21st had 7 games in hand over Dad's side, who currently sat in the 4th relegation spot. This is where Dad's run in the league started to decline though. Just 1 win against Marine in February, followed 2 wins in March against Macclesfield and a 3-1 win against Chester. Meaning the last month of fixtures in April meant Dad would have to pick up some results or he could face the drop. He started the month drawing 1-1 to Ratcliffe, before picking up a massive 1-0 victory at home to fellow relegation strugglers Southport. Another 1-1 draw away to Chorley, and safety was all but secured, as other teams around him failed to pick up the points needed to take things to the final day. Dad's team ended the season with a 0-0 draw to Alfrington after losing to Buxton, and finished the first season in charge just 1 place out of the danger zone. However, things in Wales went very differently, as Liam Finnegan and co remained the informed team in the league going into the final third of the season, defeating fellow title chasers Buckley Town 2-0 and flying through March, winning 4 games and losing only once to Holywell Town. We did pick up another loss to Gresford Athletic, but a final day win against Denbigh Town, and we were claiming the first trophy of our career, winning the league by 3 points. Oh, season 1! And I've got a trophy already.
I don't know how you've done that. God almighty.
Pulled it off. Managed to pull it off. We had to win the final game of the season. Newton, if they did manage to win, would have won on goal difference if we had lost. But yeah, we're going up into the top division here in Wales. It's not going to be easy at all. And I don't think really I'm at a point where I can apply for other jobs with my reputation being so obscure. I don't think any clubs here are really going to entertain me whatsoever yet.
No, not really.
I think I'm better off just staying where I am.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
And building for next season. As are maybe you, Dad. You survived.
Yeah.
But only just.
It's a little point on my shoulder really that I've kept them up, so they're going to be happy with that. So, but it's not going to be easy from here on. There's a few good teams in there. You can see really that it's going to be a hard season for me next season.
Yeah, and only 1 automatic promotion spot to get up there. But to be honest, that's kind of good because it's 1 automatic or playoffs, and we're counting playoffs as a trophy.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
So actually, there's like a little advantage with these leagues, although, you know, you only get 2 promotion spots. Either way, it's a trophy.
Yeah.
In regards
I'll
to
take that.
So season number 2 is going to be a big summer. With the first trophy in the cabinet, I took the early advantage over Dad. This didn't stop either of us though from being rejected once again at other clubs across the United Kingdom. And so Dad reluctantly accepted a new contract to stay at Curzon Ashton, while I was signing new players for the league above and keeping promises of strengthening the side overall. The player himself was a new arrival too in Taylor Bowen, another good striker to add to our lineup. And he was buzzing when I brought in Josh McGlone, an Irish winger who is faster than most in this league, with a decent cross on him. Those two signings along with a few others, and I'm ready to take on the top clubs in Wales. The predicted table anticipates a very tough season ahead for us, however, but Dad was also preparing to shock the odds, as his new striker signing had been lighting up the pre-season friendlies with goals. Joey Dawson joined in the summer on a free transfer after not finding a club for the whole of last season, but improvements all over the pitch such as Anson joined the club too, as Dad looked for bigger heights in season 2. Also adopting a new system of going through at the back as well in his quest of being hard to beat this year. And he had a lot of confidence in seeing where the media had predicted he would finish in the league table. For me, my season by the end of October was solely focused on the league campaign, after we were once again eliminated early in both of the cup competitions. We got some fantastic wins though, such as a 5-0 victory against Haverford West County. But we also failed to make an impact against the current champions, the New Saints, who defeated us 3 times this season, twice in the league and 1 in the cup. And after a disappointing December and in January, I was fearing the worst. However, another win against Haverford West County, thanks to Academy star Willamot's only goal, and this season started to turn around, as we followed that with 4 games unbeaten with 3 victories in that to go into the final game of the season sitting comfortably in mid-table. Dad's season was much more enjoyable than last season. Tony Weston and Joey Dawson decided to try and race each other to the most goals this season in a Curzon Ashton shirt. Weston scored the opening goal in a draw against the early league leaders Macclesfield Town, as well as a newly relegated side in Morecambe in a 2-1 victory. As Dad's side looked great going into the new year, but with only 1 automatic promotion spot, a spot in the playoffs looked more viable in the end. And with a very inconsistent March and April, that is exactly where his side ended the season, as he now faces Worksop in the first round, where it took an extra time goal after a 1-1 score after 90 minutes for Curzon Ashton to score and progress, thanks to Curran's finish at the edge of the area. This took Dad's side through to face Kidderminster Harriers, who were top of the league table until they lost on the final day, but after finding themselves 2-1 down to Dad's side, with Weston already on the scoreline, they'd be kicking themselves even more as Joey Dawson sent them home while sending Dad to the playoff final. So it was down to the final game of the season against Buxton to see if Dad could lift a playoff trophy. This time, neither Tony Weston or Joey Dawson managed to get on the score sheet, but Dawson did assist the opening goal of the match. Just 6 minutes later though, and Stobbs, the right midfielder, is putting Dad 2-0 up. It wasn't over yet, however, and Buxton's persistent pulled a goal back to make it 2-1. But the comeback was soon squashed just 10 minutes later as midfielder Davenport banged home the third and sent Curzon Ashton through the playoffs. Ooh, first trophy on the board for your dad. A playoff trophy.
That was a big surprise. I didn't expect that, to be honest with you.
No, defeating Buxton, who finished 2 places above you. Only 3 points though, so it was very close.
Yeah,
they
good.
Lost 5 games less than you though. You just drew a lot less.
Yeah.
But a nice 3-1 win there.
I'm going to take that.
In that final
Thank you very
game.
much for my first trophy, yeah.
First trophy. Now you're going to go into the Enterprise National League. Are you looking maybe to ditch Curzon Ashton now that you got first trophy, or
I'll
stick
tell you what,
around?
if something comes up, I'll have a look at it.
Local
is
reputation.
a little bit better than what I was, so
Yeah.
You never know.
Only really local clubs though are the ones in the same division that you're in right now. So
Yeah.
right now probably jobs aren't going to be
They're
begging
not.
for you to join them.
I might try my luck with something like Forest Green or something like that. You never know. So it's worth a try, I reckon.
All right. Well, let's see if the season number 3, if we're still at the same job or not. I dropped the bombshell first thing this summer as I handed in my resignation, believing I would need to leave to win more trophies. But it was Dad who was receiving the attention and getting interviews. And clubs were worried about his lack of experience or the fact that he was actually in contention for many other jobs too. That was because he had applied for other roles such as the manager's job at Stenhouse Muir, who were much more concerned that this would be more of a risk for Dad than themselves. And while I was unsuccessful at multiple jobs in the English leagues, Dad was offered the job to take over in Scotland as he now moves to a team in the 4th tier. Ross Taylor was the standard of star player in his side, as Dad looks to build a 4-3-3 around his abilities on the wing, with Michael Anderson as the holding midfielder and general of the engine room. The trouble was, Dad had 2 strikers to choose from and neither were any good, and that showed in his early fixtures. Because although Dad's side started the season really well, they were scraping through games winning by just 1 goal and sometimes winning 1-0. Either way, after just being relegated last season, they should have one of the strongest teams in the league. Meanwhile, I received another interview in September once the season got underway at Derry City, who were concerned that this would be a big step up for me, and asked whether I would be able to meet their expectations, unlike their last manager, which of course I backed myself to come in and make an immediate impact. And so while I waited with huge optimism over a potential move to Ireland, Dar was enjoying his new club in Scotland. Yet despite feeling confident, I was still rejected from the role. Frustrating as we were now in September, although I was pleased to see Dad drop down in the league table after another 2 1-1 draws in the league. The first job that appeared once the season settled down was Barnsley, so of course I applied, only to be shocked that they'd actually entertain me for an interview just minutes later. They had started the season terribly and find themselves 23rd in the championship. And rightfully so, they were concerned about the lack of experience that I had only managing in Wales. But after telling them all the things that I think they would want to hear, I didn't expect a call back. However, to my shock, I heard back a week later that they actually offered me the job, putting a £2,400 a week contract on the table in front of me. And I have myself a new home to try and win trophies at. Their star player, Reyes Cleary, is the key to getting this team ticking, as well as the Irishman, Luke O'Connell, who is a man that I need to dig in and pull us out of the danger zone. So I picked a very attacking 4-2-3-1 with a target forward to try and do just that. And although we started losing 1-0 to Birmingham and 2-0 to Sunderland, in our third game we finally got a win against Derby County and followed that up with a 2-0 victory over Preston. This showed me enough confidence for the team to be able to pull themselves out of the relegation battle so we can build upon something over the next summer. Meanwhile in Scotland, Dad and his Stenhousemuir side went through a very strong October and November, only losing 1 league game and winning 5 as Mark Stowe and Dale Carrick spread out the still very limited amount of goals. Surprisingly, his side still scored the most goals in the league, but as the months became colder, the results and the form started to drop, to the point where, coming off the back of 2 wins in December over FC Edinburgh and Spartans, they then went on a 5-game winless streak, exiting the Scottish Cup during this period and dropping off the top spot in the league table. Back in Barnsley though, and I'm having pints bought for me at every bar that I walk into, because we have got these lads playing some good football and climbing the league table. Sitting in 14th place and 8 points clear of the drop going into the final third of the games. The closer we got towards the end of the season, the worse the form at Barnsley got though, to the point that a win against Wrexham at the end of March was the last win until the very last game of the season, which was a 3-2 victory over Cardiff, and that was either side of 6 losses in a row. And as it turned out, that victory on the final day of the season was so important because another loss on that day and Barnsley would be playing in Sky Bet League One next season, and I would probably be sacked. A 19th place finish and just 2 points ahead of relegation side Portsmouth, who also won on the final day of the season. Dad's form in Scotland wasn't much better, just slightly, but his inconsistencies meant that a playoff finish in the Scottish League 2 positions. And in the semi-final, he had to face Spartans, who finished in 2nd place in the league, and after a 2-0 loss at home, things weren't looking great for Stenhousemuir. But in the second leg away from home, Dad won after 90 minutes, 3-1, taking the game to extra time, only to concede 4 goals and lose 5-3. Well, a season on and we're both at new jobs.
Yeah.
You find yourself in Scotland. Couldn't quite get promoted in the first year though with Stenhousemuir.
Oh, bit unlucky really. I mean, I did struggle at first with getting some of the players in. It's, quite hard getting the players, but I felt I had a good enough team to sort of do some damage there really. But yeah, just wasn't good enough at the end of the day.
Now, they're in the Scottish League 2, so there is a long way down. League 1, Championship and Premiership. They're a long way down. So
I took a chance going there, but it's, if I got promotion, you're getting closer then, aren't you?
Yeah, there's trophies. I've took a big step. I'm very surprised a Championship club offered me a role, considering some of the jobs that were rejecting me.
Yeah. I was surprised when you got that job. I couldn't believe how did you manage that. So
no idea.
I don't want to say it, but they must have been desperate.
You're probably right. But they were the right to do so.
Yeah.
You kept them up. 51 points. Only just 2 points in it. But yeah, I mean, 2 points there. That was very vital. They don't necessarily have a big transfer budget right now. We're still in the middle. We're still at the very start of May, so I don't know whether that's going to obviously change at all. But to be honest, I'm just hoping this boosts my reputation a little bit. I've gone up to a regional reputation just off the back of that. So
yeah, it's bounded. I mean, you've only got to have a good season, really, sort of like get close to the playoffs or get in the playoffs, and your reputation goes up again, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that's a massive bonus for you, really getting there.
Helps me get in a bigger job, which is hopefully closer to obviously some trophies. While you're obviously chasing sort of a promotion at Stenhousemuir in Scotland, that would obviously be good for you to. I mean, unlucky you played the League One side Spartans.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know whether that is
Losing
League One
2-0 at
Spartans.
home, that's where I lost that game, really. I mean, 5-3 away. I mean, I've scored 3 goals away, but losing 2-0 at home, it should have been the other way around, really.
Yeah, they play Edinburgh City from the league above.
Yeah.
That's how that works. So it's weird how it plays out in these Scottish playoffs, but there we go. Unfortunate for you, Dad, this season. Haven't got a lot of money, but you're never going to have money in the 4th tier of
they're
Scotland.
part-time team, so
Yeah.
I even asked if it would go professional, and the board said no.
Yeah, there you go. So a lot to come, and we're still only 1 trophy each as we go into season number 4. Despite only moving last summer, Dad was still trying his luck, but failing at bigger clubs in England. But when he realised he's still staying put, he started to make some good signings for the club in a hope to win the league this year. Lewis Gibson being the main one, a free transfer for a young winger who can operate on both flanks. Meanwhile in Barnsley, I was doing the same thing, especially in the attacking positions, as Hannibal and Rodriguinho adds a lot to my side. Potentially the best move for me this summer might be the loan signing of Mayenda from Sunderland, who brings pace and power to my strike force that I didn't have last season. However, after beating Wolves in the opening fixture, we then lost 6 in a row, not winning a game until QPR in September, followed by a 3rd against Middlesbrough. In fact, neither of us were having the starts that we desired, as Dad also found himself in mid-table after the first couple of months. And things stayed bleak for both of us, as none of our 2 teams clicked this year or could get a significant run going for the challenge for a trophy. By February, Dad was even 9 points off of a playoff spot, and I was languishing 10 points out of one myself too. Attacking wise, Mayenda was a great addition to the side, scoring 23 goals this season, but it was defensively that really let us down. We were horrible in the back end of the season too, only winning 1 game per month against Sheffield United in February, West Brom in March, and Stockport County in April. And if it wasn't for the win against Stockport in the second to last game of the season, we would have been in deep trouble again, because we dropped so far down the table we got dragged into a relegation scrap and just survived by 3 points with a much worse goal difference than relegated Coventry City. Dad, on the other hand, simply didn't score enough goals, only bagging 2 in 4 games throughout March, leaving with just 2 draws and ending the season in April with 1 win to Dumbarton. Again, only 1-0, a 1-1 draw, and a 3-1 loss to Kelty Hearts, meaning a 6th place finish and a very poor season for a team that was tipped for promotion this year. I did try applying for a new role at the end of the season, but didn't even get an interview, which Dad also experienced as he was setting his expectations high, going for one of the biggest clubs in Denmark. So once again, my focus was on bringing in new players to the club, including some very talented loan signings. Yalkuye is a fantastic defensive midfielder for this league that I've loaned from Brighton. And after Mayenda left us in the summer, Jacob Moore was loaned from Liverpool to try and score us the important goals this season, adopting a change of style, going into a 4-3-3 formation. However, if the first 4 league games of the campaign was anything to go by, it wasn't exactly paying off considering we only have 2 points. Dad was excited though because he signed Kyle O'Keefe, who at just 19 had been a revelation for Stenhousemuir so far this season, scoring 6 goals in 9 games already and helping Dad's side to what looked like could be a title race year. And Athletic were the other side. He took an early lead at the top of the table with Stenhousemuir chasing them, and it was Dad's side who got a 2-0 away win at Annan Athletic at the beginning of November, only to lose the game after against Dumbarton 1-0. O'Keefe is still on form as he has 18 goals just before the last game of the year, which is the second match against Annan Athletic, which will be a very important fixture considering they are within overtaking distance if Dad's team wins, and he would have another game in hand over them. And once again, it was a great game for Stenhousemuir as Maguire scored an opening goal from a free kick, and Kyle O'Keefe was there to score his 19th of the season and seal a 2-0 victory to take top spot. In fact, Annan Athletics' form fell off a cliff in January after Dad's win too, and it opened up a 9-point gap already. By the looks of things, back in Barnsley, it was another very average season. Despite Jacob Moore's goals, we were struggling for form and were currently sat in mid-table. We were the top scorers of the league, however, and February did give us some hope, as we put together a 5-game winning streak, defeating Sunderland 6-0 along the way, and even reaching the 5th round of the FA Cup. But all that hard work was undone in March, when we started off the month with 3 losses to Wolves, Ipswich Town and Burnley, with the last being in the 5th round of the FA Cup as well. And we didn't win a game until Reading, where at that point we were winless in our last 5 fixtures. There are still very small hopes if we can get a good run through April like we did in February again that we would be able to push for the playoffs. And so after our disastrous run, I decided to switch the system to a 4-4-1-1 to make us much harder to beat. And while Dad was beating Annan Athletic 3-1 to open up an even bigger gap of 18 points now at the top of his league, we began putting a run together of our own. First picking up a 2-1 victory over Hull City, followed by a fantastic 3-2 away win at Bristol City, where Reyes Cleary scored 2 fantastic goals. We then hosted Stoke in the pouring rain and beat them 4-0, and both sides had a man sent off, and we followed it with our only drop points in April, drawing 1-1 to Stockport County. A 6-0 hammering of Sheffield United, who were sat in second place, opened up some eyes of what we are now capable of. And a 2-0 away win to Luton meant we achieved something that we didn't think was possible just 6 weeks ago, because we were now sat in the playoffs with 1 game remaining, and a result against Wrexham would be enough. However, I wasn't the only one celebrating, as things in Scotland were finally going Dad's way. He was crowned champions of League 2, picking up yet another trophy, which means he currently has 1 more than me after his playoff win in the Enterprise National League North. All eyes on Barnsley then as we host Wrexham, but things were off to a rocky start because Wrexham took the lead. Thankfully, it didn't take too long for some Cleary magic to provide an assist for the equaliser, and Mengi soon after put us in front as well. The next goal was an important one, and it was also special too, as Hannibal pulled off a beauty to secure a playoff spot, where we would be playing Southampton next. And we pretty much booked our place at Wembley in the first leg. We played at home and won a massive 4-0 victory. A huge performance from Cleary again, who won man of the match, but it was Jacob Moore in the second leg, who scored 2 very vital goals after Southampton equalised to make it 4-4 on aggregate late on. That was a close one. Either way, it was off to Wembley to try and secure promotion against Bristol City, who had just knocked out Middlesbrough 7-4 on aggregate and were feeling confident. However, we couldn't have asked for a better start to the final when Hannibal scored within just 2 minutes, which was then doubled when Barnsley were awarded a penalty and Whitboy dispatched it home. And before Bristol City could even get themselves back into the tie, Jacob Moore scored a third on the half-hour mark. It did take only 6 minutes for Tyreek George to pull one back for Bristol City, and a second from Luke Skinner on the 70th minute left the last 20 minutes very nervy. But we saw the game out to win promotion, taking things to 2 trophies each in our cabinets and 1 each for a playoff.
I had to match your unbelievable season of winning the league.
I was disappointed
with promotion.
When I won the league, I thought, yeah, I've got you. And I'd seen that you didn't win the league. I thought, right, I'm in now.
Yeah.
But yeah, well done. That's you get to Wembley and you win. You get a trophy, so that's what you're there for.
2 trophies each now, going into season number 6. It's harder than what it looks, trust me. But I'm going into the Premier League with a team that probably shouldn't be in the Premier League, I'll be honest.
I can't see you winning the league, put it that way.
Definitely not.
I've got a free season coming up for me now, haven't I?
I've got 37 million though, which is the main reason why I'm like, I think I might stick around for a little bit. There's £36 million. I've been using absolute scraps for so long. And the jobs available right now, they're not exactly appealing.
No.
There's some jobs in there which obviously are like higher tier clubs than what we've been at before, but nothing that's higher tier than the Premier League that I'm looking at going, that's a good way of winning me trophies straight away.
That's the way you got to look at it, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm looking at it thinking championship with Wolves, but do I think Wolves are going to win the championship? No, they won't.
Yeah, they finished 19th.
Yeah, Falkirk in the Premiership again. I could stand a chance there of being in Scottish leagues anyway.
Yeah, they've just been relegated, so that's them going down into the Championship. So they're still like 2 leagues above you.
Yeah.
You're only a local reputation still, but it's going up a division with your team that you're aware of. It's stable right now. I think it might be silly if you made the move at this point.
I made a few good signings, so they're not a bad side at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you've had a great season. You actually
Yeah.
dominated the league, to be honest, and 28 goals from Kyle O'Keefe,
Yeah.
who's been an absolute lifesaver in this season. He's only 20 years age.
Yeah, it's a good signing.
If you manage to keep hold of him,
yeah, that's
it
the
could
thing.
be
innit?
back to back.
They're all on part-time contracts as well, so keeping hold of them is the hardest thing you got to do, really.
Yes, absolutely.
yeah.
Okay, well, I expect in season number 6 we'll still be at Stenhousemuir and Barnsley, but anything can happen and any jobs can arise mid-season, and I'm sure we'll take a look if they do.
First season in the Premier League, and I rated Sunderland for 3 of their best players after they failed to gain promotion out of the Championship, with Adingra, Dan Ballard and Diarra joining for £25 million in total. Other key signings included Francesco Kamada for just £5 million from AC Milan, as well as Saeed Al-Mala, who was a free transfer. And we kept the 4-4-1-1 that done us so well in the Championship last season for this upcoming season. Dad managed to secure O'Keefe for another year after his 18 league goals last year, and signed 2 new young wingers to go either side of him to hopefully help O'Keefe increase the amount of goals he scores this season in League One. For both of us though, our years were about survival, while also taking a close look at the job market just in case anything does pop up that we fancy. For now, however, Dad went through a very tough October, November and December, going completely winless in the league, just picking up vital points in draws against Kelty Hearts and Cove Rangers. And he was just about in the safe zone and opened up a big points gap to bottom of the league, Queen of the South. In the Premier League, I got my first win in the 3rd match against Brighton, beating them 2-0. But this hasn't been easy, as wins have been very hard to come by. We did, however, defeat Chelsea at Stamford Bridge in September and went on an unbeaten run of 5 games, winning 3 of them from October to November. December had been rough for Barnsley though, as we failed to win a single game, but did pick up 3 draws against Tottenham, Manchester City and Everton. And for now, we are surviving in the Premier League, doing much better than what I expected. Although there were some interesting jobs popping up, right now the focus was on building our reputation for an even bigger move later on. And we were doing this by taking this newly promoted Barnsley team and shocking the Premier League, picking up big wins over Liverpool, defeating them 1-0, and a massive 3-1 win over Manchester United throughout February. All but securing safety with 37 points and just 10 games remaining for this season. The new year did see Dad Stenhousemuir's side pick up a good run of form too, as 3 wins in January took him far away from the danger, but then a 4-0 win over Clyde in February, followed by a 3-0 win over Greenock Morton, and suddenly Dad was in for a late playoff push, sitting in 4th place with the last stretch of games remaining. I blasted through my last 10 games of the season, drawing 7 Premier League games in a row, which ultimately secured our safety, as well as being eliminated by Everton in the FA Cup quarter-finals. And to be honest, I was very happy with my 14th place finish for our first season in the top flight. March, on the other hand, wasn't as friendly for Dad though, who failed to win a single league match in 8 games throughout the end of February and into April, where he beat the last team that he got a victory against again, Greenock Morton. By then, it was too late and he was out of the playoffs and staying put in League One next season. Maybe, however, there would be a position in the 58 available jobs for us to venture into in the summer though. Big decisions were made this off-season as I applied for Basel in Switzerland. Dad then decided he had taken Stenhousemuir as far as he could go and resigned. Both of us weren't even given an interview for Basel though, so I cracked on with Barnsley and signed 4 new free transfers. Dad, however, applied for Craiova in Romania and was given an interview. He also tasted rejection again from Denmark, but was then offered the manager's job at Craiova, and it's off to a new league.
Dad, welcome to Romania.
Yes, I haven't been here before.
No, new club.
Lovely country, yeah.
Yeah, we opened up some new leagues. Romania was one of them, took advantage of the situation, and here you are.
Yeah.
Now, you took over Craiova, and they do have a decent side. They finished last season in 3rd place.
That's good enough for me. That means I've got the team that's there at this present moment and not a bad side then.
Yeah. Now, it's one of those leagues where near the end of the season it breaks away and you have like a championship group, because as you can see here, FCSB finished behind Dinamo Bucharest but still were crowned as champions. Yeah. So there's an opportunity for you to still win the league without even having...
Well, yeah, definitely.
I mean, 9th place got relegated.
Yes, that's a shame, isn't it? I mean, you're looking at that as well. I'm looking at it and thinking, I only lost 5 games
Yeah.
last season. Well, the team only lost 5 games last season, so they were better than the team that actually won the league.
Got a good side. I'm a little bit jealous. I'm at a point where I'm like, oh, I should have made a move. I'm at Barnsley still, and I feel like I should have moved.
I just thought I'm not getting anywhere now.
No.
I was in a league where I was starting to struggle. So
look at the quality of player compared to what you were
100%
working with in Scotland.
100% better in it.
So much better.
Yeah.
But there we go. I'm still at Barnsley. I've made some cracking signings. I mean, my team now at Barnsley, I think, is a phenomenal side. You got Kamada, El Mala, Echeverri, Adingra, just as my front four is very good. And the likes of Kislyak has come in this season and could make a big difference. But I'm in the Premier League. My only thinking is that it's a Carabao or an FA Cup that 100%. I could potentially get.
Yeah, I reckon you'd be looking at another 2, maybe 3 seasons before you could think I could win the league.
Yeah.
And have a transfer window as good as what you just had.
Yeah, but am I wasting my time? I might see how this season plays out, and I could be on the move as well. So this season number 7, could be very interesting indeed.
Knowing that I'm still looking to move didn't stop me from continuing signing better players, as Ahusu joined for £12 million, as well as the Russian defensive midfielder Kislyak for just £16 million, which I felt were my 2 weakest positions as I opt to switch to a 4-2-3-1 this year. Dad's new signing Chobani was an elite forward for this level, and he kicked off the league campaign with 12 goals and 6 assists within the first 20 games, as he was really making the most out of Dad's 3 at the back system that he adopted for Romania. And although it had been paying off, a loss to Constanta, despite taking the lead, has actually knocked his side off the top of the league table. The likes of Dinamo Bucharest and FCSB have fallen off from last season, and it's just a 2-horse race for the title this year. Although things are going really well for me again in Barnsley, we weren't exactly edging any closer to trophies. So when the young boy's job appeared while sat in second place, I had to apply. And on Boxing Day, I also made the big decision to resign from my role as Barnsley manager. However, it didn't help with the job search, as young boys didn't even entertain me for an interview, and I had to watch Dad reclaim the top spot in Romania. I stayed unemployed for 4 months until finally an interview at Servette in Switzerland, just as Dad was heading into the Championship group as firm favourites. According to the board at Servette, my managerial experience lacks variety, for which I told them I've always been loyal to the 2 jobs that I've managed at. And while they were concerned about the last manager departing much sooner than they expected, I told them I'm here for the short-term success, because I want to win things now. And that ballsy approach was enough for them to take a chance on me, and even offer me a $2,700 per week contract to move to Switzerland. They were currently sat in 4th place, and although just behind leaders Basel, they had 2 games remaining, and Basel had 2 more games in hand going into the Championship group. There were some exciting talents at the club to build with though, and I set them up in a 4-2-3-1 system, playing rather cautious. At first, we started well, and we even defeated Basel in our second match in charge, but we couldn't keep it going. And Basel were crowned champions of Switzerland. Back in Romania, and Dad was carrying on his fantastic run with a big 2-0 win over Dinamo Bucharest, last season's champions, and another 2-0 win over Constanta, who were challenging for the title this year. And across the 10 Championship group games, he won 8 of them and only lost 1, lifting the Romanian league title and adding another trophy. But it doesn't stop there. He also reached the semi-final of the Romanian Cup and managed to defeat Cernida 3-1 to go through to face Rapid Bucharest in the final. However, in what turned out to be a shock result given how the league campaign went, Dad's side were overrun and beaten 1-0. It is still a good season for Dad though, as he takes the lead in trophies.
Right, well, at the end of the season, congratulations Dad, you add a new trophy to your cabinet.
Yes.
You've won the Romanian league, you topped the group and still won it, which is great, and 9th place didn't get relegated this time.
No.
However, FCSB, who won it last year, did drop all the way down to 8th place.
Yeah,
they were in the relegation group.
Yeah.
At one point their job come up and I thought,
Just go visit.
shall I?
Yeah. That would have been so funny, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm not there, unfortunately. Now, you did also miss out
Yes.
on a second trophy.
I'm so disappointed with that one. I mean,
1-0 loss.
if I'd won that one as well, 2 trophies on you, that would have been a really
2-trophy
big one
advantage.
for me, yeah.
Yeah, especially what we're in now, year 7.
Yeah.
With only 3 seasons left, 2-trophy advantage. Given our track record of not getting the many trophies at this point, that could have been over for you.
Yeah.
However, I do have a new job. I left my job at Barnsley on Boxing Day, might I add. Merry Christmas. See you later. I'm off to the Swiss Alps. Technically,
So you
Switzerland.
didn't have a good Christmas, and then you wanted a bugger off.
Oh, I wanted to leave. Now, Switzerland also have a championship group. You can see it didn't end up very well for me. At one point, when it went into the championship group, I could have still won the league, but Basel remained as champions, as they usually do. Them and Young Boys are in there. There's a couple of jobs, including the Basel job, that came up throughout the season I applied for and got completely laughed off. So the fact that I'm here now is kind of like, right, well, I'll have revenge then. Servette's in third place. We've got an okay team, and they have given me a little bit of money. Hopefully I can make do with that. I mean, the squad is okay. We're rocking the 4-2-3-1. We got some okay players like Ouattara here. He's a very good player for the Swiss league. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. It's a year that I've got to really put a year into, I think. I don't really want to leave now. I've only just moved. If I start moving clubs already, that's when your reputation of you're moving clubs too often, you can't get a good job.
Yeah, 100%.
Will you be moving job, though? Just won the league in Romania. Should have won the cup.
It's one of those things, innit? I could stay and try and build on it and try and do it again. Or do I look around and have a look? I'm not 100% sure what I'm doing yet. I've got to see what teams come available. There's a couple that, I mean, Newcastle could be a good sort of move, really. They're going to have the money. Aberdeen could be a good side. They're always a strong side in the Spanish league.
Scottish
Scottish league.
They've just been relegated as well.
Yeah, so that could,
or they might be.
That could be an easy game to come back up again, really.
Yeah.
So, but I'm looking at. It looks like Bristol City's just been relegated.
Yeah, so they go into the Championship.
So they've got a Premiership side in the Championship. Middlesbrough, they're usually not bad. There's a lot of pluses there for me, but the biggest one you could be saying, I should stay really and do it again.
I think if I was in your situation, I would stay because you're in the driving seat.
Yeah.
You've won the league. You should have won the cup, really.
Yeah, should have done really.
You build upon that team and you're laughing with another 2 trophies next year. While that makes it 3 trophies if I don't win anything.
Yeah.
And I'm not the best team in my league at the minute.
No.
So, I mean, we all know what Dad usually does. It's the complete opposite of what everybody thinks he should do. So, let's find out.
What do you think I'm going to do?
In what could be a shocking move, Dad applied for 2 jobs at Bristol City and Newcastle United, where relegated Premier League side Bristol City actually invited him in for an interview, and then they offered him the job. Which was more of a relief for me because he could have easily stayed with the Romanian league next year and won it again. And although he has some quality players that he could still win the championship next season, I think this is a big mistake, especially because one of those players was then snapped up on a relegation release clause by Roma for 30 million. While that was taking place, I was transforming this Servette side by signing the most talented players that were already in the league, like Todorovic, as well as Dion Kokoli from Young Boys, who has started the season on fire.
Well, of course, at 3-2 in terms of the trophies and in the driving seat, you thought it'd be a good idea to leave.
Yeah.
And demote yourself into the Championship.
I looked at the Bristol City side and I thought, do you know what? They haven't got a bad side there. I could get them right back up again. So I took a big chance and I'm going for it. I was a bit unlucky because when I did finally go there,
You lost your best player.
I lost my best player. Yeah, the buyout clause came forward and then they jumped at it and then he went and I was absolutely gutted because he was never going to go anywhere in my mind. But
No.
yeah, I tried as much as I possibly could to keep him, but no. I've put in some really good players, mind you, and I feel like I've got a really good side that's got a good chance of going up. So
You are in the hardest league in the world to win, though.
I know, but
And only ranked the 7th best team according to the preview.
I just felt that I've got a good chance, to be honest with you. So I took a big gamble and I'm going for it.
All right, well, I think this is a lifeline for me because I think that was set in stone for you to easily win another 2 trophies there.
Yeah.
This opens it up. Now, I haven't made the best start in Servette. We are 4th after 5 games. It's not great, especially when Young Boys, who are technically the best team, I think, in this league, have been for a while, won 6 out of 6.
Only conceded 2 goals.
Yeah, I mean, Basel's dropped off massively considering they are predicted to finish top. We are the 4th best team. But what I do think I have done very well is I've bought 2 cracking strikers. And that's all I made sure I did this summer. We've got Kokoli, who's come in here. He came in for £5 million with some instalments from young boys already who got 13 last seasons. The fact that he left them to join me, I was like, fine, that's absolutely fine. He looks great. But I made a massive move for this guy here, again with instalments, basically trying to bankrupt the club if we don't win anything, with Anis Todorovic. And he looks fantastic.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
So from another Swiss team, Luzerne, £8 million. He's got 2 goals, 2 assists already. I'm just hoping that these two guys can fire off this season, bring a trophy home, level things up, because I can't see you winning that championship.
Well, the other thing that went against me as well, I've just remembered it actually, was the they bought in 3 players that they had on loan last season with an automatic
Loan to buy,
and I didn't see that.
Yeah.
So each time I sold a couple of players and I had the money, then all of a sudden it just kept disappearing, and I had this other player and I thought, where did he come from? I had 3 players that I probably won't even play this season.
Wow, there. And we've only got 3 years left.
Yeah.
With the scores in terms of trophies at 3-2 to Dad, can I make use of that massive opportunity that I think he's handed me?
With the season underway and with 3 trophies for me to aim for this year, I was confident that with Dad's decision to leave Romania, I could actually catch him and potentially overtake him in trophies. The Europa Conference League was an outside thought though, until we began winning 4 out of our first 5 fixtures and pretty much guaranteed our spot in the round of 16. It was the league title that I had the most anxiety for. We defeated Young Boys early on in October 2-1 with 2 goals from Todorovic to come from behind, and even beat Basel 3-2 thanks to another Todorovic winner in the 87th minute. But we were playing catch up after our bad start to the season, and Young Boys still have a game in hand on us, although we did have to play them next. Dad seemed to have bitten off a little bit more than he can chew going down to the championship. In September through December alone, his Bristol City side lost 6 times and he was already 8 points off the top spot. However, an interesting job at Brøndby appeared in December because they were already sat top of the league in Denmark. I seen it as a step above Servette too, so I applied for the role. Again though, I was immediately rejected even for an interview. So I went into the game against Young Boys with some uncertainty, and even after taking the lead to go top, Young Boys fought back to score 2 magical goals against us to pinch the win and open up their gap in the lead. After drawing the final Europa Conference League phase game against Monaco, we qualified in the top 8, where we then faced 2 legs against Levski Sofia in the round of 16, and after getting a 2-0 away win first, we trundled along to a 1-0 second leg victory at home to progress. Our trouble was our league form took a blow with 2 losses right after, against Basel and FC Zurich, and it cost us again in the league table as Young Boys sit pretty at the top. Speaking of Basel, both themselves and Celtic have sacked their manager, which again interested me. Meanwhile in Bristol, Dad had closed the gap on championship leaders Birmingham after his form throughout the new year had improved. He even got past Manchester United in the FA Cup 5th round with a 2-0 win at Old Trafford and stands a good chance of making the semi-final with his quarter-final tie against Burnley. Birmingham though were still favourites, and with Dad in second place, 4 points behind and a game more played, he certainly wasn't favourites to win a trophy this season. After a 2-2 draw at home against Frankfurt, my run in the Europa Conference League ended in the second leg, where we headed to Germany and lost 5-4 in aggregate. And Dad's run in the FA Cup also came to an end when his fellow championship side Burnley knocked him out 2-0. A huge opportunity was wasted the game after though, when Dad faced Birmingham, and again his Bristol City side failed to step up, as the league leaders defeated him 2-1. This led to his form spiralling, as he then lost the next 3 league games against Norwich, Southampton and Stockport County, handing the league winners Birmingham the trophy with 2 games remaining and dropping into the playoffs. Unfortunately for Dad, even though his eyes might be on a playoff trophy, I've got my eyes on 2 trophies as I defeated Winterthur 6-1 in the semi-final of the Swiss Cup. The final is against Young Boys however, who stand in our way for both trophies at the minute. Dad's side eventually finished in the playoffs and his semi-final was against Burnley once again. This time however, Dad did pinch a 1-0 lead in the away first leg and backed it up to make it to the final with a 4-1 second leg victory. A final against Sheffield United though stands in his way of the Premier League, and another trophy. Meanwhile in Switzerland, the league form of my Servette side continued to be strong, and with the last 2 games against Young Boys and Basel, we put ourselves in a position where if we beat them, we win the league. And against Young Boys, we finally overtook them with 1 game remaining against Basel after destroying them 6-3 just 10 days before we also play them in the cup final. But the crowning moment was the away match against Basel on the final day of the season. We took the lead only for Basel to come back to make it 2-2, but up steps Perron with the most historic league title win and another trophy. The playoff final against Sheffield United would have gone down as one of the best playoff finals of all time. 10 goals were scored, not one team took a 2-goal lead until the extra time, and a 4-4 finished after 90 minutes, but unfortunately for Dad, he won't be remembered as the victor, as Sheffield United scored 2 goals in extra time to win 6-4 and lift the playoff trophy. Which means if I can win the Swiss Cup, I can take the lead in trophies 4-3, and in my cup final, a single goal was scored by former Young Boy striker Kokoli, whose goal against his former club bought me yet another trophy to add to my cabinet in what turned out to be a perfect season for me.
Well, you went to a playoff final. Chance
Gutted.
of a trophy.
Absolutely gutted. I had a really good chance of winning the league. I was pushing Birmingham all the way. I had a real bad April, but I thought, well, I've got into the playoff final.
Yeah.
I'll do me. That's another trophy. I got and lost
United.
it. I got absolutely hammered. Yeah, really, really bad.
That is
Disappointed with
unfortunate.
that.
Look at that run. That is awful.
Yeah.
Birmingham themselves, but
Yeah,
then
I can handle that one.
3 losses and a draw.
Yeah,
Killed
that's the
you
games
off.
that killed me off.
And if you're looking at the league title, you think, well, that's like 9 points. 9 points extra puts you on 92. That is right behind Birmingham.
And I'd have gone up.
Just for those
I'd have
3
beat
wins.
Crystal Palace. I'd have gone up. So
Yeah.
I know that's not a trophy, but
If you win the game that you drew against Stoke as well, because Stoke finished in 11th place, a
Yeah.
team that maybe you should have won, gives you an extra 2 points, you would have been champions.
yeah,
So you chucked it away really in that April.
I did. Yeah,
It's a bad result. I tell you who didn't chuck it away though, was my boys in Switzerland. What a comeback that is. 2 massive wins over Young Boys in our final 3 games. One to secure the title against them, which was massive, 6-3.
100%.
But then beating them in the cup final 1-0.
Well, to be honest with you, I'm looking at your 3 results there. Your 3 final results.
Yeah.
And who they were against. Look.
Yeah, Basel. I mean, Zurich is decent as well.
Yeah.
Young Boys as well.
You beat Young Boys twice and Basel.
And the guy who scored in the cup final, Dion Kokoli, was the guy we paid £5 million from them the season before. Get it? It wrote itself. It was beautiful. And what a season those 2 guys had, because 30 goals from Kokoli, 34 goals from Kokoli, 30 goals from Todorov. Watara got 24. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's why we won
Good
the
season.
league. So massive, and we've now took over in terms of trophies 4-3 with just 2 seasons left.
A gamble didn't come off for me.
It didn't.
Nearly did.
Will there be more gambles? Right now, there's no jobs there that I'm looking at and thinking, oh yeah, that's perfect opportunity. And I must admit, I almost left 3 times this year. I applied for certain jobs, Bromby, Celtic, didn't get them. Didn't even get an interview. I bet they wish they gave me an interview now.
I was gutted. Absolutely gutted when the end of the season come up, knowing that you tried to leave 3 times and you still won the
Just had a
2
cracking
trophies.
run. Just a cracking run.
Way it goes.
But this is it now. 2 seasons remaining, and I have overtaken Dad in terms of the trophy race. What can he do in response?
Season 9 started off on the wrong foot for me, as Al Nassr paid just £9.5 million for Todorovic, my star striker. Luckily, I had my old pals Young Boys and their new star striker to steal for a 2nd season in a row, as we signed Boris Slongo, who might actually be better than Todorovic. With my now leading trophies, I was shocked to see that Dad decided to stay put at Bristol City, and he went and spent big money on the likes of Shea Lacey to hopefully win the championship this season, keeping his 3 at the back system and managing to secure all of his good players from last year too. However, I was also looking to improve my side, and I brought in a new centre-back from Romanian side Constanta, who looked fantastic for just $5 million. And we started the season off with a bang, defeating Basel 7-1 with Boris Slongo, our new striker, scoring 2 goals on his debut. This season it seemed Dad's side had cracked the championship system though, and although Dad's August was a little bit ropey, he went into September winning all 4 games. October, he continued that run with another 4 wins in a row and only lost to Southampton in the final game of the month. November started with a loss again, making it back-to-back with very little points dropped because of the sheer amount of wins though. His Bristol City side was racking up and continued throughout the new year too. And by the end of January, they had opened up a lovely 7-point gap at the top of the championship. However, what Dad doesn't want to see is that I'm also dominating my league too, as I put away Young Boys for a second time already this season, which helps me open up a 9-point gap already. We even defeated Manchester City 3-0 in one of our 6 wins in the Champions League phase, and qualified comfortably in the top 8. Unfortunately though, our run in the Champions League came to an end in the round of 16, where Bayer Leverkusen proved to be too much for us, winning over 2 legs 6-3. With a third win over Young Boys and Basel, however, my lead at the top of the Swiss Super League increased to 12 going into April. We were also favourites to win the Swiss Cup after reaching the semi-final with all the other big clubs eliminated. Dad was focused on the championship though, 6 games remaining and 3 points clear. He needed a good run of games to take it home, and that's exactly what he got. In his final 6 games, he picked up 5 wins, including a 6-0 victory against Wolves and 1 0-0 draw, which was the only points dropped to Coventry City. And this season, Dad made no mistake, claiming that championship trophy. However, despite dropping off and even losing to Young Boys towards my final few fixtures in Switzerland, we continued on and lifted the league title with ease by 20 points. Great preparation for our cup final. And it was business as usual as we dominated that game too. Got an early goal by Hamache from midfield and doubled it in the second half through Turan's second assist of the game to Slongo this time, and it's another domestic double.
End of season 9, and you've picked up another trophy.
Yeah.
But is it too late?
Oh. I mean, I knew I had a good squad. That's why I stayed at Bristol City, and I thought, and the players that I've signed on, especially the guy I got from Man United, Lacey, I knew it made my squad so good, and I knew I was in with a chance. But yeah, I won the league. I was just hoping that you might have slipped up.
Yeah, I didn't. No, I went on and won both the league and cup back to back, which means I now go 2 trophies ahead of you going into the final season.
Yeah.
Scores now on the trophies are 6-4. Picked up the Super League quite easy. The cup against Grasshopper Zurich, just the 2-0 win there, but it's all I needed. And to be honest, we kind of dominated the league again. We've got some of the best players, despite losing Todorovic, who was easily my best player. We have managed to sort of recover from that loss and bring in some fantastic players to sort of replace him, I guess. I mean, he went for £9.5 million at Al Nassr. We brought in Slongo from Young Boys, making them weaker again for roughly the same price, £8.75 million. He got 17 goals this year, so it definitely paid off. He's from Switzerland as well. Kokoli, though, the guy that we bought from them 2 seasons ago, got 26 goals. So we've done very well of just stealing their best players. I mean, we've got 4 players who've got 20 goals or more. It's very rare you see that.
And it is a good tactic of buying players off your opponents, really, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
So final season then, and some interesting jobs have come up, but I don't know whether we are at the stage that we could go for them yet. I do have a continental reputation now. I'm thinking though, I'm just going to stay put. That's 2 trophies that I can potentially easily. It's such a shame they ain't got a Super Cup, I must admit.
Yeah.
But it goes down to the final season where this could be a nice little easy 2 trophies win. However, I know what you're thinking already just by looking at the 2 jobs available.
Which is what?
Basel and Young Boys, both in the Super League.
I've got to stop you from winning that league and that cup. And I'm 2 trophies behind, so whoever I pick, they've got to win both. So I'm looking at Basel's rich, which is sort of like,
Yeah.
Young Boys ain't got a bad side though, and we know what the reputation of Young Boys in that league's like. So I might just buy for both of them and see what happens. But yeah, I'm definitely going to apply for one of them in that league.
Interesting.
I've got to
summer.
stop you. Got to stop you.
All right. Well, let's see if you get one of them.
With Miley doubling thanks to the league and cup win in Switzerland, Dad's bold statement of joining me at Young Boys would have been a move I would have done myself. So Dad took the biggest risk to save his chance of winning the challenge, and he quit at Bristol City. And he applied for both the jobs in Switzerland to join me, landing the role as the Young Boys manager. my biggest rivals. But I'm not going to be easy to take down as back-to-back champions and cup winners here in Switzerland, especially because I have another new striker that I have brought into the club, as well as a fantastic winger that I've purchased from Celtic.
With the trophy race being this close, you've managed to move to my biggest rivals in the final season.
I got the job. So, yeah, it's all about this last season. I needed to do you twice. Once in the league, once in the cup. I need both trophies. Can I do it?
Well, that's it. It makes it very interesting, I must admit, because I was storming this league quite comfortably. And here you are now, and you do have a very good team. I mean, your striker alone is very good. Some of the players that you've got on your side are fantastic. So it's going to be a fairly decent season, and I guess the games against each other is going to matter
It's
way
going to be
more.
all down to those games, really. I was looking at trying to do the same tactics that I've done all the way through, which has done me well, really. But I thought that tactic might not win the league and the cup, so I've gone attacking.
Yeah.
I've gone 2 up front. I've got another youngster. You looked at one youngster. The other youngster I've bought in, who's very, very good. So, yeah, I'm looking at this guy sort of helping me out as well to score the goals for me. I'm going very attacking. I'm going wingers, 2 strikers. The 2 midfield boys are pushing forward as well. And then just hopefully defend in numbers when I'm out of possession.
I mean, you've played two games already. St. Gallen and Lausanne Sport, 2 mid-table sides in the Swiss League, 6-0, 5-0.
So it's working.
Yeah, it's paying off already. I also had a bit of an interesting summer with the amount of transfers that came in and out. I was given a big budget though, £29 million, and I think I spent it quite well. With the last one coming in, this guy from Celtic, just to push the last sort of like bit of money out of my budget, and he's the only guy really that I want to be playing every single game there in my 4-2-2-2. But I've also won both my games, but nowhere near to the extent that you have.
I'm a lot of
1-0
goals in
and
front of you.
3-1.
I'm 9 goals in front of you already.
Yeah. But I'm more familiar with this league. Dad isn't. So how will it play out in this final season, season number 10, with the scores so close, 6-4? All that needs to happen is if you win both of them, we draw.
Whoa, look out.
If you win the Champions League, you win.
Oh, I never thought of the Champions League as well.
Yeah.
Course,
There's
I'm in it
3
as well.
competitions that we're
Yeah.
in. There's no Super Cup or anything like that. Just a straight out shootout between these 3 competitions. So you could potentially win.
Yeah.
I just need to get one of them. And the title is mine.
So for the first time in these 10 seasons, our paths have crossed here in Switzerland, and it could mean winning or losing the challenge. And in our first clash against each other, I was buzzing to take a 2-goal lead, only to give that up and allow my dad's young boys side back into the match and even equalise as we share the points. Which was the only point either of us have dropped so far this season, with dad only ahead because of 1 goal in the goal difference. It could not have been any closer, and this continued throughout the colder months, as just before our second match against each other, Dad had just regained top spot again on goal difference because of my loss to Basel 2-1. Dad also had bragging rights in the UEFA Champions League too, as he progressed in the top 8 of the league phase while I finished in 12th. But again, the match between us in the league was a stalemate, as this time Dad's young boys side took the lead, only for me to find an equaliser through an own goal as we share the points again. My run in the Champions League ended thanks to Manchester City in the knockout playoffs in February, and Dad's run lasted a little bit longer, but he was eliminated by Stuttgart in the round of 16. Right after, we played against each other again in the Swiss League, and this time Dad took the lead at my stadium. But we turned things around and turned things up a notch, not only equalising through Olvera, but then taking the lead soon after Hinnerstroza, our other new signing, scored again. And we finally put the cat amongst the pigeons by scoring a third and final goal of the game, winning 3 points, overtaking Dad in the league table. But then, a loss to Grasshopper Zurich in Zurich, and a draw to Lausanne Sport, and all of a sudden, Dad is reclaiming top spot with just 2 games remaining. While I was defeating St. Gallen 3-0 in my penultimate fixture, Dad was keeping up his end of the bargain by beating Lausanne 6-1 at home, meaning it goes down to the final day. This is where we let ourselves down, as we fell behind against Basel at home, and we were only able to pull 1 goal back, meaning Dad's young boys were crowned champions. And they did it in style too on the final day, defeating St. Gallen 3-0. 1 trophy down for Dad, But what about the Swiss Cup? Well, I'm glad you asked, because we somehow avoided each other all the way, and in the semi-final, Dad came from behind against Grasshopper Zurich to win 2-1, booking his place in the final. Whereas my semi-final against St. Gallen was a little more simpler, as we dominated the tie, and after Slongo gave us the lead, we sealed our place in the final to face Dad with a second when our two new signings combined perfectly.
You win the league, which means it's just one trophy in it.
Come on.
It's had to happen. We've somehow drawn each other in the final of the cup. We avoided each other all the way. It goes down to the very last game of the 10-year trophy race.
I can't believe it's gone this far. I'm excited, but I'm a little bit worried because I haven't actually beat you in the league.
Yeah.
You beat me in the league.
Yeah, it's been a weird season because I've dropped points elsewhere. I lost 3 games. Lausanne, Sport Basel and Grasshopper Zurich. I just drew too many games. Drew 3 against you.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you say, I beat you once, 3-1. Obviously, we played each other 4 times because of the size of the league.
That's what I'm worried about. I haven't managed to beat you. I wish I'd seen a couple of wins in there as well as winning the league. So, but hey,
if there's one game that you want to
last
win,
game of the season,
that's
do
it.
me.
It goes down to the final game then. If Dad wins, this ends as a draw. If I win overall 7 trophies to 5. Let's go to the cup final.
Cup final time, and with the 2 best teams in the league battling it out, does Dad have the advantage after winning the league, or will the fact that I've already beaten him recently play a big effect? Well, there's only one way to find out. An early chance from a corner and we smashed the post, but the rebound fell and another shot is blazed wide by Turan. Dad's first chance didn't really arrive until the second half, where Panzo done well to create some space for himself to get his shot off, but it was easily saved. With both sides so evenly matched, it was no wonder the goals were few and far between, and the game would rely on moments. One of them could have been Slongo, but his shot was weak after such a good run. But that's when the breakthrough finally came, in the 84th minute, as we caught Dad's young boys napping, and a beautiful ball over the top was put away perfectly by Slongo, who made an epic run to make it 1-0 Servette. There wasn't much time left and Dad's side kept pushing, but we defended well and tried to find a counter-attack for a second, but Dad's keeper done well to make the save. However, unfortunately for Dad, it was too late. My Servette side held on and we were crowned Swiss Cup champions. Fair play to Dad for taking it right to the very end, but after 10 seasons starting unemployed, he only managed to win 5 trophies, while I'm wheeling away with 7. Thank you so much for watching. Please make sure you subscribe for more challenges just like this one. And on screen, there's another one where we try to rebuild the 2 worst clubs in the Premier League after relegation. I have 10 seasons to win the Champions League, but I'm starting this mission unemployed. So to find a job, I'm going to use FM26 to fix me up and make me look like a manager. The trouble is, I have 0 credentials and I've only ever played football at an amateur level. I have the ambition to become the world famous manager, but I also have no past experience of doing so. I did, however, just complete my Continental Pro license to at least mean I am qualified. And so I am ready to begin this journey and find myself a club, but I have a feeling I'm going to have to start down the bottom. So here is my plan. First, my target is to look for a job in non-league football in England. Next, I need to overachieve with this club and find my way into the Football League. From there, the next step is to continue increasing my reputation and moving up into bigger clubs, with the eventual goal of cracking the top 5 leagues in Europe and hopefully finding a club that can challenge in the Champions League by season number 8. But step 1 is finding my first job, and that might be harder than I thought. The first club that was even willing to offer me an interview was Solihull Moors in the Enterprise National League, who were flirting with relegation. But it looks like I'm going to have to work on my interview skills as well, as this application turned out to be an unsuccessful one after I asked to have some movement within the wage budget. A second opportunity came when Boreham Wood sacked their manager and invited me in for an interview. They were also struggling in the National League, down in 20th place. But it was another rejection, just like Solihull Moors. A third interview came about when Woking, who were in 19th place in the National League, also sacked their manager. And finally, we have our first job in football management. And according to my mate Jay, I won't even need the full 10 seasons.
I took Woking from the Conference to the Champions League in 6 seasons.
I've certainly got my work cut out for me this season, however, as they sit just a point outside of relegation when I take over. Woking's best player is their goalkeeper, and also the son of former Premier League goalkeeper Jussi Jääskeläinen. And I'm keeping things simple with a 4-2-3-1 in possession and dropping into a 4-4-2 when we are without. The first match in charge came just days later, and it was a 1-0 loss away to Aldershot in the league thanks to a worldie of a finish. With a few tactical tweaks, we finally got our first win as a Football Manager 2 games later in our first home game in the league. A game we took the lead 3 times in against Brackley. Our form in December was a mixed bag with a big away win. However, January's form was fantastic and we pulled away from the relegation zone with 8 points from 5 games. The remainder of the season, once survival was inevitable, was just to learn what players I wanted to keep around and what positions I needed to bring in for the summer. And one thing became apparent right away, and that was that we really lacked a big presence up top. As loan signing, Ollie Sanderson was the only player to score double figures this season, and we couldn't afford to bring him in permanently from Fulham. We ended the season on a cracking run of form and a lovely 3-1 home win over Halifax, knowing that I would be sticking around for another year at least in the National League. A 14th place finish with the board overjoyed that we kept the club safe from any danger of relegation. A problem that I didn't expect though was that I would currently be losing a total of 20 players whose contracts or loans expire this season, meaning we may need a massive overhaul at the club, which for now we will have to do because our reputation hasn't exactly increased enough for us to find another job just yet. So it looks like we're in for a very busy window here at Woking, but don't worry, I've got a big, massive plan for us to hopefully get out of the Enterprise National League. This is Kyle Hoodlin, a 26-year-old striker that we have brought in to Woking on a free transfer. He's 6'9" and has 20 jumping reach. And Kyle was part of our big, massive plan for Season 2 here at Woking, as he is the perfect non-league giant that we need up front that can be the focal point of our attacks. And our system this year is built around Kyle. Using the same formations as we did last season, we have tweaked a few instructions to try and stretch the pitch out wide to get those beautiful floated crosses into the box for Kyle to get his head onto. Although he can also score goals with his feet too, which of course is a bonus. However, having Kyle Hoodlin in our team has transformed our side from a lower mid-table club to a promotion contender in the Enterprise National League. And after just 9 games, things are looking really promising for my Woking side as we sit in 2nd place in the league. The problem with this league is that there's only one automatic promotion spot, and then it goes down to 7th place in terms of playoff qualification. So to get promoted, it's one of the hardest divisions to get out of. And although we started the season really well, we hit a bit of a rough patch which soon dropped us down the table. December's league fixtures consisted of 3 heavy losses in a row, followed by a 1-0 win, which did keep us in the top 4 and only 2 points behind leaders Southend, although Fylde and Rochdale have a game in hand. January was then the polar opposite month as we went on a run winning all 4 fixtures, and this could be the turning point that we need, giving us a temporary spot at the top of the league table before Southend play their fixture. Kyle Hoodlin continued to be at the forefront of everything we did the next couple of months, and we extended our good run of form, but somehow, despite him scoring nearly 30 goals by April, he wasn't the league's top scorer, as Southend striker Josh Thomas currently led the way, which probably explains why they are doing so well this season as we go into the final 5 games, as both of us have secured a playoff spot. But of course, we don't want the drama of the playoffs, we want that one and only automatic spot. After drawing our first fixture 0-0 with Truro, we got our act together for the final 4 games, winning every single one without conceding a single goal, while Southend actually struggled in 2 away fixtures, losing both of them. meaning we have done it. We are crowned champions of the Enterprise National League and we gain promotion. And in doing so, we slightly increase our reputation as a manager. However, out of the 22 jobs available to us at the end of the season, we are still nowhere near where we need to be to climb further up the leagues with a new job. But still, I think we need to reflect on what's happening right now. And a big thank you goes out to the true hero of season number 2. That, of course, being Kyle Hoodland, whose 25 league goals this year was the main reason for our success. You can also be a hero as well, because 40% of the people watching these videos right now are not subscribed. And with challenges like this on the horizon, now's a better time to do so than ever. Summer of Season 3, I was interviewed by Reading in League 1 but was unsuccessful again. We even looked at travelling abroad as Spanish side Real Oviedo entertained us for an interview, but again, we were unsuccessful. And so we focused our attention back to Woking and bringing in some better players to keep momentum going into League 2, including signing Ashley Barnes, a former Premier League striker from Burnley who is in the twilight years of his career. And with a few tweaks to be slightly more suited to the players we've brought in and be more conservative, we were ready for life in League 2. And things started off well with 2 wins in our opening fixtures in the league and defeating Cardiff in the Carabao Cup. Surprisingly, despite being rather inconsistent, we were exactly where we would hope to be, safe from the drop and sitting around mid-table. Ashley Barnes was scoring goals alongside Finn Ashworth, who bagged 10 himself, with the two playing really well together. And by late October, we were sat in 11th place before an interesting job came about. At the time where the first sackings of the year came about, we also applied for Portsmouth in League 1 as well. But in the Championship, Oxford United were sat rock bottom and were really underachieving. And just a few days later, after a successful interview, we were accepting the offer to become their new manager, in a big risk jumping up 2 divisions and leaving a steady position in Woking sat in 13th. I decided I need to be bold in this move, and that's why from the off, we set up in a very attacking way, as these guys need wins to survive. And the reason why I took this risk in the first place is because I think they've got some quality players that we can survive in this league with. Midfielder Cameron Humphreys is a fantastic, well-rounded player who is almost too good for the Championship and not quite good enough for the Premier League. Stan Mills is a tricky, versatile winger who can bomb down the right-hand side, providing a good final ball. And the man to hopefully put them all away is Will Wright. He's on loan from Liverpool. He's 6'3" with great finishing ability. We just need to get him firing, as he's only scored 3 goals this season so far. And good news is, just before we took over, they defeated West Brom 2-1 and have pulled themselves off the bottom of the league. In our first 3 games in charge, we were superb, and we drew the first 2 and then defeated Cardiff 4-1 to be unbeaten. But that unfortunately is where things started to go wrong, as we then failed to win a single game in the rest of November and December, picking up only 3 points with draws, with the gap from safety opening up to 8 points going into the new year. So I began rotating the systems depending on who we were playing and tried to really go for it when we have an opposition that I feel like weren't going to cause us too many troubles when they attack, with the third tactic only having 2 defenders and pushing as many men in the midfield. And occasionally we pulled off some fantastic wins, like this 2-1 home victory over Sunderland, scoring in the 90th minute. With 11 games to go, however, we were still 6 points from safety and had to think about what would happen to our challenge if we were relegated, because having a relegation on our CV would probably damage our reputation and probably wouldn't allow us to progress up the clubs to eventually get even into the Champions League. Across the next 5 games though, we did lose 2, however, we also won 3 and picked up 9 very crucial points and closed the gap down to 2 away from safety, which we followed with a huge 4-0 win over Millwall, while Preston and Luton above us drew their fixtures. And as of right now, that makes us safe on goal difference alone. The final 5 games were tense. A draw to Sheffield United and a loss to Wrexham was then followed by a match against Bolton, who are in and around us, so we really went for it. But we lost the remaining 2 fixtures in the league to Norwich and Middlesbrough. However, that win against Bolton was probably more important
than what we realised. Because we have survived by just 3 points. And I never want to be another relegation scrap like that during this challenge, please. Thankfully, the board have been rather generous and we have a lovely £2 million transfer budget to spend this summer. And the risks seem to be worth it, as our reputation has grown rather significantly from Season 3 as well. Season 4, my main target for the summer was to find a striker to score goals, and that's when we brought in Chadira. As the Moroccan joined us on a free transfer from Napoli, his great pace, teamwork and work rate was what really stood out for me. Brandon Austin was the second of only 3 transfers that we made, with wages becoming such a huge factor in eating up our budget. Ryan Grebe was the third, and all 3 players were free transfers and will go straight into the first team. And our ballsy tactics seemed to be paying off in the early parts of the season, as we were really shocking a few opponents. Chadira was a great addition to the side and really shone for us in the first half of the season, scoring 12 goals. It wasn't the volume that was noticeable, but the importance of when they came, as a lot of goals were either winners or equalisers and picked us up a lot of points. And we were really enjoying ourselves in the championship. We are currently sat in the top 4 and only 3 points away from automatic promotion spots by Christmas. There of course was jobs that we applied for that we were unsuccessful with, but ultimately we were happy with the progression that we were seeing as manager of Oxford and the potential that this job could do for us in terms of reputation to eventually lead us to a job closer to our ultimate goal, knowing that there would be some tough decisions to come later down the line. And outside of a rough patch in December, we were pretty solid and consistent throughout the season, leading up towards crunch time. Because with just 6 games to go, we were still in 3rd place, but only 2 points away from the top 2 positions. However, a bad April came and it sealed our fate in the playoffs. The semi-final was against Wrexham, who had just beat us in the league, and Brannigan's free kick was the difference. With the second leg being played at home though, we had the advantage over the side that beat us just a couple of weeks previously, and we doubled our lead with a cracking Chadira header from a corner. Wrexham did come back and score an equaliser on the night, but failed to find a second, and we progressed through to Wembley to face Blackburn. The final went off with a bang, as within the first minute of the match we broke through with a lovely run by Mills down the right hand side to take the lead, only to be pegged back by a wonderful free kick by Blackburn's Bueno. This then went all the way to a penalty shootout, where we scored the opening penalty and Cantwell for Blackburn missed his, and that meant if we could just stay consistent and make sure we score our penalties, we see ourselves being promoted to the Premier League, where Champions League qualification is of course possible. And that's exactly what happened. A fantastic season, topped off with a bit of drama at the end, but we have done it. The board were buzzing and they gave me £35 million to spend this summer to survive in the Premier League. That's of course if I decide to stay with Oxford, as there are many different jobs available already that would instantly be a step up from a newly promoted club in the Premier League. And that promotion has also given us another boost in reputation, so you just never know. An interesting offer kicked off the summer of Season 5 as Premier League side Crystal Palace invited me in for an interview, and they currently have just 15 players, but 15 very good players with the likes of Jeremy Pino, Lacroix and Mark Gehi. So of course I took the interview, but again it was unsuccessful, and for now I was staying at Oxford United. Transfer wise, although we spent the money we were given, we also backed this up with 3 players who go straight into the first team that were completely free transfers, which is always important to keep the cost down and still level up. To play alongside Alderate, who was a free transfer, we brought in Cittadini from Venezia for £8 million. We got an absolute bargain in Valentin Barco, who was the perfect left back to bring in, and he only cost us £3 million from Strasbourg. Yal Kuye also joined us for cheap from Brighton for just £4 million as a real physical midfielder. In front of him though might be our best signing of the summer in Alex Scott, who only moved to Dortmund last season for £35 million, but was transfer listed and won
wanted first-team football, so we got him for 13. And striker Christian Spendi joins from Como for just £15 million after scoring 20 goals last season in Italy. We switched things up and went for a very boring 4-2-3-1 in and out of possession, but we naturally just wanted to survive this season. And after losing the first game of the season to Arsenal, we played Aston Villa at Villa Park, and we picked up 3 points when we beat them 6-2, which really gave us the boost early on. That unfortunately turned out to be our only win for the first third of the season, as we struggled just picking up 3 draws and leaving us in a similar situation as a couple of seasons ago, constantly feeling the danger of relegation, the sack, and wondering where the next 3 points would come from. And that's when December hit, and we went on a bit of a Christmas miracle run, and this is just what we needed. As with the busiest time of the season, 7 games in total in 1 month, we won 4 in a row, only stopped by Manchester City, which then unfortunately started a losing run again. But those 12 points shot us up the league table into 15th and 5 points away from the relegation zone. It wasn't smooth sailing from that point, but those 4 wins in a row really give us the boost across the whole season that we needed to show basically that we could survive Season 5 in the Premier League. Because through January to March, we stayed relatively safe from the drop zone, grinding out some results against the teams in the bottom half and keeping ourselves afloat and of course available in case a bigger job came up. As we were always still looking for the next step, we were just never the ideal candidate for the role. But that's okay, we were approaching the halfway point for the challenge, the end of Season 5, and we were 8 points clear with 8 games to go and a game in hand in surviving our first season in the Premier League with Oxford. I knew I'd have a big decision to make at the end of this season as something kept playing on my mind on what to do, but for now we kept pushing towards the end of the season. Surviving by 12 points ahead of teams like Aston Villa and Crystal Palace, who of course rejected us earlier on this year. The board had backed me for another £35 million transfer budget, but I had a nagging feeling that I took Oxford as far as I could. There were some interesting jobs to begin with, for instance Bayern Munich, which of course I applied for, but nothing that made logical sense as the next step to go into. And reputation wise, we were still at the same point roughly we were at the start of the season. So I felt like we needed another year at least because, well, nobody wanted us. But I seen somebody available that would make Season 6 rather exciting. Season 6 started off with disappointment, as the player I had my eyes on and who agreed a contract in principle with me was Yeremy Pino. However, he unfortunately decided to turn us down and go back to Spain with Real Betis on a free transfer. I did manage to get Dean Henderson though, also from relegated Palace, and also on a free transfer. Speaking of free transfers, we also picked up Tomiyasu at the back, as well as Yuri Alberto too, who could be a great striker option for this season. Ange Ahusu joined us from Rapid Vienna, a cracking defender who we brought in for just £10 million. And instead of Yeremy Pino, we brought in Fer Lopez, who had just moved to Bolton last year, and we purchased him a season later for just £3.7 million. With the arrival of Yuri Alberto, we have switched it up to go 2 up front with a 4-2-2 formation, where the 2 centre midfielders drop into DM. And we also showed exactly how well this worked from kickoff in one of the opening games of the season, as Fer Lopez found Alex Scott to score. And what a start to the season we had too, winning the first 4 fixtures, with 3 of them being in the Premier League. Things certainly didn't stay that positive, however, and the good run of form soon ended as we got into September, and that's when the consistency dropped. We were failing against big teams and struggling to really get a foothold into the league. The form from where we started to November and then through to December was night and day different, and we dropped down the league table into the bottom half around 13th and only about 5 points away from the danger zone. But this time, going into January, I found a player available to us that we actually did manage to sign. Because believe it or not, for just £1.2 million, we have signed 37-year-old Harry Kane, bringing the legendary striker back to the Premier League. But after just playing 1 game, he gets himself injured and is out for multiple weeks, while also announcing his retirement at the end of the season. Still, having Harry Kane around the locker room was having a positive impact on the pitch, and we got rid of any threat of being dragged into a relegation scrap towards the end of the season. I just really hope we got to see Harry Kane score in an Oxford shirt, And thankfully, we got that on multiple occasions as he scored in some big games too, in wins against Nottingham Forest, the opener against Arsenal, as well as an equaliser against Hull City, all games that we picked up points in. And by the end of the season, he retires a happy man and looking into becoming a coach or an assistant manager. Whereas we finished comfortably in 11th spot with no dramas, but the feeling of doubt was returning. Once again, I feel like I've taken this Oxford United side as far as I possibly could. Once again, there were big jobs out there that I of course applied for, but there was not a logical step for me as a manager. And I'm still at the same reputation here, and I don't think Oxford United is going to help me increase that. So I made the really difficult decision to resign from my role, and of course, they wanted me to stay and stick around. But my mind was set. I almost did it last year, and this year I went through with it. My thinking is we're going into season number 7 now, and I'm still at a mid-table Premier League club. I wanted to get into the Champions League by season number 8, which means I need to find a club to go into the Champions League this upcoming season, which is going to be really difficult to do. And it's a lot harder to find a job that you want while you're employed because, one, they don't tend to like taking managers away from other clubs anyway, but also you don't really keep an eye on the vacancies as much. And I have missed a few jobs that potentially I might have got if I had my eye just solely on finding a new job. I was too busy signing Harry Kane while potentially a job at a better club became available. So my plan is to spend the next, hopefully, 6 months waiting for the perfect role to arrive, apply for it, and get them into the Champions League. We are back to what it was like on day one, where rejections just became normal, just the scale of the club was much bigger. However, even clubs like Monza wouldn't even interview me. Big clubs like Manchester City and Liverpool both looked for new managers this summer and neither considered me a candidate. The season soon began and jobs dried up, and I began wondering whether leaving Oxford was a mistake. I even began feeling a little bit worried and desperate and even considered jobs like Athletic Bilbao, where they wouldn't allow me to sign any players to improve the team. But then came the Newcastle job. Currently sat in 16th place by mid-November, certainly was going to be a hard job getting them into the Champions League, but their squad was still really good. Some fantastic players that I could build upon and build a good system around. To me, this seemed like the perfect next step job that I was thinking about when I left Oxford. And clearly, they felt the same from my interview because they offered me the job and the challenge was back on. I based my system with Newcastle on a very similar tactic we used before, but dropping one of the attacking midfielders back into a more playmaking role to link the midfield to the attack more. And we won the first game in charge, a home fixture against Birmingham 1-0 with a 90th minute winner from right back Livramento playing left back and going on a worldy run. However, with a month in charge, we could definitely see the improvement despite going on a 3-game run without a single win, but we've jumped up into 13th place. Our man to get the goals was of course Voltemade, who even scored in a win against our old Oxford side in a 2-1 victory. And he scored in just over every other game for us, picking up some really important points along the way. With us being knocked out of both cups and there's no European football, we could just solely focus on a strong finish to the end of the season. And that's exactly what we did. We ended the season with only 1 loss in the last 8 games against Liverpool, and we really stepped up the performances, beating all the teams we should be beating, including our rival Sunderland away from home 1-0, and that man Voltemade popping up with more goals, ending the entire season with 31 in just 41 games. And a win against Norwich on the final day actually gave us an 8th place finish, which could be Europa League, meaning we might have 2 ways of qualifying for the UEFA Champions League next year, while poor Oxford finished in last place and faced relegation. Now, of course, we're behind schedule to the plan that I wanted to achieve with 3 attempts at the Champions League. This is going into season number 8 now, and we don't have qualification for the Champions League. We still haven't done that yet. And there isn't any jobs available for us to do that. I mean, there's some big jobs available. AC Milan, for instance, is one of those jobs available, but they're down in 12th place this season. They are worse than where Newcastle are. We need to remember, we are really far into the future right now. 2032, and there's not a lot of clubs who are qualifying for the Champions League who are sacking their managers. Plus, we've been given £90 million, and there's a couple of players that I really think could transform this Newcastle team, which I actually quite like, by the way. Season 8, and unfortunately we lose Bruno Guimaraes, whose contract expired and wanted one last go in the Champions League at Napoli. João Rego has joined us from Lecce for just £7.5 million, which seems like an absolute steal after winning 16 Man of the Match awards last season alone in the Serie A with Lecce. Although we lost Bruno, we replaced him with Oscar Højlund on a free transfer who was 7 years younger. But most of my money went on another giant, Paul Walker, a 21-year-old new-gen who's 6'5" with 20 jumping reach, who naturally plays from the right-hand side and has fantastic physical and mental attributes. And we got him from Birmingham after a really good season in the Prem for £74 million. And with our playmaker Bruno gone, I decided to push that centre midfield back up into the attacking midfield and try Walker in that role, considering his work rates and teamwork are really good. The season began with a home game against Liverpool, and we shown the potential we could produce this season with a 1-0 win thanks to João Rego's debut goal. After a 0-0 draw with Arsenal, Paul Walker scored in the third game against Chelsea, in a game that we unfortunately lost against the champions because of a 93rd minute own goal. We might be a season behind schedule, but our reputation has slightly increased as we begin into season 8 at a continental level. Unfortunately, we only qualify for the Europa Conference League, which meant that we have to rely heavily on our Premier League form to qualify for the Champions League in season 9. And although I don't think this Newcastle side is necessarily a Champions League contender right now, we certainly have the potential to be, with a couple of smart signings to the already decent side. And the addition of Paul Walker, who has scored 24 goals and got 7 assists in the first 27 games, gave me heightened expectations for the second half of the season. And there's no surprise that this had a good effect on our league position in the Premier League, as we were sat in third place and in a title race, only just dropping out of the top spot because we lost to Wolves, who were in the bottom half. January through to the middle of March was unbeaten, with 90% of those matches being wins as well. Not only that, Paul Walker was up to 39 goals, and Voltemeda was also on 30, and we had 2 months left of the season to go. The league had changed quite a bit in those months though, as again we dropped off slightly because of silly points being dropped, when an interesting offer came through. Because sat in 5th place, Manchester City just sacked their manager, and after I cheekily applied, they offered me an interview, and although my team is doing amazing, Manchester City's side consists of Erling Haaland, Vinicius Jr. and Mbappe, which I'd say is slightly better. And although we got rejected, I have a feeling with a good end of the season, it might not be the last opportunity we have. We needed a top 5 finish to get into the Champions League through the Premier League qualification, and it's a good job that that's the case, because we were rather inconsistent towards the end of the season, and we needed to rely on a 95th minute winner from João Rego to score in the final game. We had already qualified in 5th place, but it was great momentum, as we went into an FA Cup final against Manchester United. Unfortunately, after taking the lead on 2 different occasions in that final, we failed to lift the trophy as Manchester United came back to win 4-2 at Wembley Stadium. Either way, the main goal for this season, qualifying for the Champions League, was accomplished. But that's not the end of this season's drama, however, because some big teams were once again available to be managed in the Champions League, including Bayern Munich, who sacked their manager after finishing in 3rd place, which is an enticing opportunity. However, again, that ended in rejection. But then another job came up. This one might require a little bit of thinking, because the Chelsea job became available and they invited me in for an interview. And they have a fantastic team. They were champions of the Premier League just last season, and I've seen how good some of their players are, young and old. They are the perfect Champions League contender. The problem is, this Chelsea team finished in 7th place in the Premier League and haven't qualified for the Champions League next season.
it's worth talking to them either way. And we actually nailed the interview, and they want to sign us as their new manager. Now, in most scenarios, this decision is a lot easier because one season out of the Champions League is not the end of the world when you don't have a time limit to win the Champions League. But we are going into season number 9 now, which means we've only got 2 seasons left to have a crack at winning the Champions League. And Newcastle's in the Champions League, but Chelsea isn't. However, I really do feel like this team is stronger and potentially could be even stronger in season 10 compared to what this Newcastle side is right now, as we only have £90 million to play around with, and there's a couple of players that I don't think is good enough to win the Champions League. Now, Paul Walker is definitely one of them that I think is good enough, but he isn't anywhere near as good as some of the players in the Chelsea team. Like Mark Bernal is our best player. He probably would go into Chelsea's team if we played 2 centre midfielders. But if we played this formation, which has been really good for us at Newcastle, but we did that at Chelsea, they've got Moises Caicedo, who is arguably the best player in that position in the world, and he's only 31. And you can see where my predicament is now, because if we do move to Chelsea, we've got to make sure we get into the Champions League in 1 season, and then we only got that 1 season to win the Champions League. But it's a challenge that I think in the long run would be better, because in season 10 we'd have a better opportunity of winning the Champions League. Because, I mean, look at these players. Renzo Soto's just 23 years of age, world-class winger. Raul Silva, world-class striker. They've got 2 unbelievable centre-backs. Devoy Dixon is absolutely fantastic. He's alongside Dean Huijsen. They've also got Castello Lucaba. They've got 3 amazing centre-backs. Enzo Fernandez is in the team too still. They've got great wingers. They've got a good striker. They've even got Alvaro Carreras. There's a reason why this team won the Premier League last season, and they have really underachieved this season. And they are willing to give me a lot of money to make that team even better. £147 million, which is £50 million more than what Newcastle's willing to give me. I think the risk is worth taking. Season 9 is the first season we've actually been able to sell players properly to raise funds for the transfer budget. And we spent really well too. Firstly, bringing in a Japanese goalkeeper who is only 23 years old and has an amazing concentration attribute and mental attributes in general. We got him from Arsenal for 80 million, and 2 seasons ago he got 20 clean sheets in the Premier League. Another young player we picked up was Williams Barnett, who covers all 4 attacking roles and overall is a quality player, and he cost us 74 million from Norwich. Finally, Kenan Ernan, who I was actually scouting for Newcastle, but then I realised he would be all of my budget, so he signed him from Utrecht for 74 million pound as well. But he will be a bit of a rotational option with Bino Gittins, as it shows how much strength and depth we have at this new club, which is rather exciting. The start of the season we had 2 difficult tests in Liverpool, but we came away with a 1-0 win, followed by a trip to Old Trafford against Manchester United, and again we kept a clean sheet and won 1-0. Ironically, the only team that started anywhere near close to as good as what we did was Newcastle on 10 points. But the pressure was on though. Of course, we need to make sure we qualify for the Champions League, because, well, if we don't, the challenge is over. The 4 behind the striker was very much shining for us throughout the first half of the season, mainly because striker Raul Silva picked up a bad injury, leaving substitute Middleton with more starts. He had 10 goals by January, which wasn't bad, but it was Cole Palmer who was flying with 16, while Williams Barnett had 9, but with 12 assists. Those 2 were excellent, combining well, and if one of them was scoring, chances are it was the other who provided the assist. We were still sat top
up by New Year, which was giving me a sigh of relief that we have probably made the right call with our risky move, seeing Newcastle down, struggling in 6th. Although they were doing well in the Champions League under new manager Vincent Kompany. We also sailed through our group stage in the Europa League, but it was the knockouts that caused us problems. We were drawn against Besiktas, and with the first leg in Turkey, I was a little more forgiving on the team for going behind 1-0 from a set piece. However, we were battering teams domestically and only managed to pull 1 goal back, which does give us the advantage in the second leg at home, but not exactly promising. The second leg, however, was totally inexcusable, giving away a penalty which was chipped in, and Besiktas can take their silly little Panenkas back to Turkey as they eliminated us when Kılıçsoy skinned everyone down the right hand side to set up a second, knocking us out 3-1 on aggregate. The good thing is we can just focus on the league and making sure we don't do anything silly. And as we got through the second half of the season, we picked up wins against our former sides Newcastle and Oxford, which means we also done the double on both of them this season too. However, Liverpool were causing us a bit of trouble at the top, as we dropped down into second place and would still be behind them on goal difference after our game in hand. In April, we only dropped 2 points in a draw against Brighton, but looked dominant in other fixtures. Liverpool matched the exact same results, and it was neck and neck going into the final 3 games. We then had to go away to the Etihad and found ourselves 2-0 down, only to really push on, find ourselves at 2-2, and with 95 minutes on the clock, Cole Palmer stepped up again, and that 95th minute winner could potentially keep our league dreams alive this season. Liverpool also won their next 2 games as we continued and defeated Everton, which meant it went down to the final day against Aston Villa, where Cole Palmer scored 2 and we win 2-0. And thankfully for us, Liverpool had to play Spurs at home, which they were still the favourites in, but Spurs were there to cause an upset, and that crowned us champions on the final day.
And it seems like we got a lot of things to thank Spurs for, because they also knocked Newcastle out of the Champions League in the round of 16, actually went on to win it as well. So was this a good move going to Chelsea? I mean, we were Premier League champions. We actually finished runners-up. We lost to Everton in the FA Cup. I'm a little disappointed in the Europa League. But of course, the challenge is all about winning that Champions League. And now we have a good shot at the Champions League. It's just 1 season to do it, however.
And we might have to heavily rely on the talent that we already have too, because although we have £95 million in the budget, we are really overpaying on the wages. Season 10, the final season then, and we actually sell £149 million worth of players, helping us bring in some fresh faces. Gerardo Cuesta comes in, another Spanish striker, and he is fantastic. We picked him up from Las Palmas for $91 million after 2 good goal-scoring seasons in La Liga. We signed left-back Karabashvili as well. Not only is he a fantastic left-back, but he's also great cover in other positions, including defensive midfield too. Another player from Norwich for $70 million. The final signing was Taylor Tinian, a defender who can cover right-back and right-sided centre-back if needs be, with fantastic physical attributes, and we picked him up from Sunderland for $73 million. All 3 guys naturally find themselves in our best 11, and it's go time in the final season. But for all you guys who love development, Iwamoto, our goalkeeper, has grown amazingly well in just 1 season here already. And he was on hand to keep 3 clean sheets at the start of the season, only to concede 4 against Manchester United. However, that fixture, we still won 5-4.
Of course, though, as much as it's great to do well in the league, this season is all about the Champions League. As of course, it's the first time we've actually been playing in it. And it's season 10.
Again, we started really well in the competition with a home victory over Real Madrid, a fitting opponent for our first ever Champions League match that we beat 2-0. There were some bad results, however. We lost to Benfica 2-1, but then an away fixture against Spurs, who of course were the current holders of the competition, and that match gave us a massive shock, because they absolutely destroyed us 5-0. We were back with wins over Roma and Atletico Madrid 1-0 and 2-1, but to finish in the top 8 and avoid the playoffs, we'd need to beat AC Milan, or at least match the results of the teams below us anyway. But this was arguably our best performance in the competition yet, as we secure our spot in the round of 16 with a 6-2 win over AC Milan. We eventually drew Manchester United in the round of 16, and after a 0-0 draw in the first leg, we brought them to Stamford Bridge and put on another stellar performance, winning the game and the whole tie 4-0. This then, of course, put us in the quarter-final, where I began to worry because we were drawn against Spurs. The first leg was the home fixture, which made me more nervous, and it was another cagey first leg between the two teams. However, we pulled away with just one floated cross for Middleton to header in to make it 1-0. With the second leg being played at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, Spurs started as the better team and scored within 20 minutes to level the tie. However, almost from kick-off of that goal, we played the ball down the left-hand side, a cross comes in for Palmer, who gets a flick, and it's turned in to make it 2-1 on aggregate. Second half, and within 2 minutes, we make it 3-1 with a well-worked set piece. A corner then followed 5 minutes later, and again we scramble in another, and it's game over. So that, of course, is a great result, but we now have got to play Roma in the semi-final, with a potential final against either PSG or Lazio. Now, the Italian side, Roma, we have already defeated in the league phase. However, they did actually finish top of the league phase. We gave them their only loss. First leg in Rome, and again, it's a really tight match. Roma play in a narrow diamond formation, which really caused us some problems to begin with, and they strike first. But we stayed in the game, and in the second half, we finally got our opportunity, and Williams-Barner equalised, levelling it at 1-1. The second leg at home was a completely different type of match. We well and truly overwhelmed Roma and scored within the first 10 minutes of the game from Cuesta, who had one of his best games in a Chelsea shirt, scoring his second on the night at the start of the second half, giving us such a good advantage. And while Roma pressed and attacked trying to get back into the tie, that's where we then punished them and scored a third, sending us in to the Champions League final. The good news kept on rolling as we also won the Premier League on the final day of the season again for the second year in a row. As well as this time actually lifting the FA Cup after last season's defeat to Everton with a 2-1 win over Leeds United at Wembley. So we've got the double, but we need the treble. From unemployed, we now find ourselves in the Champions League final with the final game of the season. Now, we've basically got a fully strength side. We do have a couple of fitness worries, Soto being one of them. They reckon he can only last 75 minutes, which is fine. We've got quite a lot of options on the bench. Speaking of on the bench, Reece James is retiring, which means his career has solely been at Chelsea this whole time, and it would be nice if we can get him on the pitch with a victory in his final game. But of course, this is also our final game, because out of the 10 seasons, this is season 10, and this is the final opportunity from going unemployed to winning the Champions League. So if you've enjoyed this video, make sure you are subscribed, because there's loads more challenges that we can do just like this. And to be honest, if we fail in this match, we're going to have another go at it. We're going to have a second crack. So if you want to see us have a second crack, if we lose this match, then you got to make sure you're subscribed. But come on, boys. Champions League final. Will the risk be paid off? The risk of leaving Newcastle when they were fairly secure. Don't forget, they've got Delap, they've got Jorgensen, they've got a couple of old players here for Chelsea. Will the risk of leaving Newcastle at the end of Season 8 to go to Chelsea in Season 9, who weren't playing Champions League football, will that be a risk that pays off? Or will that just be, or will we look back at that and go, we had two opportunities at the Champions League here and we screwed it? Because, all right, Newcastle weren't great. They didn't have the best team. But at least they were in the competition. We could have done something with them. You don't know. But I don't want that self-doubt right now. Right now, we need to focus on this game. It's the Champions League final against PSG. Oh, I'm a little bit worried. They've got some amazing attacking players, of course, the likes of Saka and Nwaneri out on the wings, but we've also got attacking threats like that. And if we can get Cole Palmer playing even half as good as what we have seen him play, here he is on the ball now. That's a lovely ball. Ernan, come on. Get in! Save that, Jorgensen. That's a bit harsh. Cole Palmer to Ernan. Oh, right on cue as well. Literally talking about how good Cole Palmer's been. That little ball in, the inverted wing-back of Tinian to Cole Palmer, just finding that little bit of space. The ball over the top was perfect. Ernan at the near post. 1-0 after just 15 minutes gone. Come on, that's amazing. What a start to this Champions League final. Oh, they're not going to hit us on the kickoff, surely. Nwaneri tries to go around Karabashvili. He's done it.
He's put it back. João Neves, Delap. It's saved, or it's blocked at least. All right, boys, calm down. Calm down, regroup. This is what I like about this tactic. Obviously, they're so far up in attack, but then when we lose the ball, they do try and track back into centre midfield spots, which leaves it quite like a flat four in that midfield to break down with Caicedo in behind them. That's the idea anyway. That's the corner ball. Let's not get done by a set piece. That'll be really annoying. It's brought in. Delap's header. It had to be in. It had to be Liam Delap, didn't it? It's a cracking header as well, but who's marking him? Near post. Oh, so annoying. What a leap. He's jumped above 3 men. Who's that? Huyson? Who he's jumped above? Yep. Unbelievable. 1-1. Now, obviously, there's instructions for you to play for set pieces. I want there to be instructions to say, don't let them have set pieces. How about putting that in the game? Jorgensen plays it out poorly to Ernan. Cole Palmer's headed it back to him. Look. Williams, Barnett, Tinian plays in that play. Like, look at him. DM. Love it. Out to Ernan. Oh, what a turn. Oh, what a goal. Oh, my God. Keenan Ernan. Yes. Love that. The skill on the lad. What a signing he was. And I'm not even joking. I tried to get him the season before at Newcastle. Couldn't. That lovely little turn. And then jinx on the inside. Oh, it's beautiful. In that near post again. Tried to get him in Newcastle. He was a little bit expensive. We couldn't afford to get him. And I thought, keep him on your shortlist, Luke. Maybe next year. And that next year came. And we had already signed for Chelsea. Yes, they had Bino. Don't do us on the kickoff again. Nwaneri. Uh-oh. Oh, good block. Good block. Right, regroup. Oh, just blast it. Just blast it anywhere. Oh, okay, we'll take the throw-in. We'll take the throw-in down in your end. We'll happily do that. And it's actually Karavashvili. He's found Cuesta, who's had a tough time, to be honest. What a ball that is. Soto! Soto scores! Soto scores! Cuesta, you little beauty! Soto with the goal. He's got the captain armband on today, and he bloody deserves it. What a goal that is. That's a Travella assist right there. Look at that. Left foot, ping. I don't even think he's left-footed. What a header at the back post. Get in. Right on half-time as well. 3-1. Oh, could we actually do this? Could we do this? From Unemployed with barely any reputation, just our Continental Pro license, which we just did right before we started off our managerial journey. Can we actually do this? Come on. From Woking to Chelsea in 10 seasons. Soto, no, okay. Palmer's having an absolute beautiful game. We love to see that. The front five are playing very well. Caicedo and Tinian as well. Tinian dropping into that defensive midfield. Oh, don't be a free kick. Not another set piece. Bloody hell, that was a good shot, wasn't it? Iwamoto, what a save. Great save. Great pickup. That was one thing when I looked when I joined this team. I thought Jorgensen's not good enough, or Jurgensen's not good enough. I want a better goalkeeper. Iwamoto. He was the guy I thought within a season he would be great. Plus he had like ridiculous amounts of clean sheets at Arsenal, and I was like, wow, he looks quite good. Couldn't get him at Newcastle. Karavashvili, here we go. Ernan. Oh, this is the Champions League final, lad, and you're literally showing off. Play it back to him. Oh, Karavashvili, don't need to. Karavashvili. Oh, you got yourself a spot of bother. What a cross. Barnett. Williams Barnett has made it 4. What a header as well at the back post. He's only like 5'8". That's a header my dad would be proud of. What a header. A fantastic ball across. And all the PSG players are just watching it. Oh, 4-1. Get it. We could maybe even get Reece James on the pitch here to celebrate. I think that's something that we need to do. We'll give it a little bit of time, but I think Reece James could be coming onto the pitch. Especially if we get a fifth. If we get a fifth, I'll put Reece James on right now. Cuesta. That's a ball. Ernan, we've got him on the counter now. Oh, plays it back. Williams Barnett. It's a first time touch. Oh, it's played back. Oh my God, he was close. Caicedo. Williams Barnett. It's 5. It's 5. Reece James. Get your boots on, pal. You all warmed up? Doesn't matter. You're coming on anyway. What a final. I can't believe it. Caicedo to Williams-Barnett, that's his second of the game as well. Phased through the defender. Yeah, Jurgensen, you've made a big mistake here, pal. You made a big mistake deciding to go to PSG. This is embarrassing. Right, let's get him on the pitch with a couple of other lads, shall we? Reece James, where are you? There you are, look. They knew we wanted Reece James. He's at the top. Tinian, you've had a great game, but unfortunately for you, it's just because it's Reece James. Now, Cuesta, I like you, but Middleton's going to come on as well. Have a little bit of celebration. But I know Gittins. Who's having a better game? Soto, 7.3. Ernan. Let's keep Ernan on. Soto will bring you off for Gittins. I think right now we'll leave it at that. There's a couple other signings that we could make. Changes that we could make. But for now, let's leave it at that. Umoto, good save. Good save. Let's get Reece James on the pitch, shall we? That's a long ball. Who's there? Nobody there for the seconds. Right, we can't even make the changes yet. If they score now, then... Oh, there's Delap. Is that off? Is that off? I thought that might be off. Delap's... I think that's going to count because Delap's gone to get the ball. That's the fastest I've ever seen a player move, by the way. It was close. Oh, he's miles on. It's a great run. It's a great run. It's 5-2 now, just as we make the substitutes. We're 3 goals up. Surely that shouldn't be a problem. Surely that shouldn't be a problem. First touch luck for Middleton is the kickoff. Brilliant. Williams-Barnett. Let's get another one from kickoff. The new guys. Gittins. Here we go. Just come on the pitch. There it is. Assist. Thank you. Amazing. Gittins. He's been on the pitch seconds. Bio Gittins down the wing. Finds Cole Palmer. Ooh, it's a little bit chilly, isn't it? It's a little bit chilly, PSG. But it's 6-2 in what has to be the most entertaining Champions League final of all time. For me, anyway, it must be. It's got to be. Reece James, you're all right now. He hasn't touched the ball yet. That's the effect that Reece James has. He's come on the pitch. It's 6-2. Unbelievable stuff. 80th minute. Right, let's make a couple more changes. Let's bring on a few more lads to say that they've played in the final. Enzo Fernandez can be one of them. Bring him on. He's towards the end of his career now as well, if we're looking at it. He's 34 years of age. Good natural fitness, so he has stuck around for a little bit. And I'll tell you who I do feel a little bit sorry for is Silva. So I'm going to bring Silva on. I'm going to play him here. He can't necessarily play here. Can Middleton drop back? I always forget. He can play centre mid, but not centre attacker. We'll change it like that. Although we're going to have to do that there. There we go. Right, so we'll give Silva, because I do feel a bit sad for Silva. We sort of brought him in. He had an injury in that first season at Chelsea, and I brought Cuesta in and haven't really given him a chance. And he's an amazing striker. So it's nice to give him a Champions League final appearance as well. But Ernan's here, Karabashvili. Here we go. There's Silva. No. I was going to say, make it 7-2. That would be lovely. There's 3 minutes to play still. Hoyson's got it. Karabashvili. Enzo Fernandez. Good ball out to Ernan. Cole Palmer. He's in again. Oh, he's flumped it. What did he do there? I think it's a save. Oh. Could really have done with a chip there, couldn't he? Oh, it don't matter. From unemployment to the Champions League within 10 seasons, we took such a huge risk. And it paid off. It paid off. Give the challenge a go yourself. I really hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure you smash a like on it. And of course, make sure you are subscribed, because there's more challenges just like this that we're going to be doing. But for now, on screen, check out this video where Dad took on the Sunderland job for 10 seasons. And boy, was there some unbelievable tactics going on in that video. It's also a really good job we did it in 10 seasons because it looks like Chelsea are about to go in administration. Time for me to leave. I have just 10 seasons to stack my cabinet with as many trophies as possible. However, there are 3 very important factors. Firstly, I'm starting unemployed with minimal experience and coaching badges, meaning I'll be starting at the bottom. Next is I'm locked into the continent of South America, which I have very little experience in as I try to build my way up to some of the most iconic stadiums in the world. Lastly though is my dad is also taking on the same challenge, trying to win more trophies than me. So our career start of us scrambling trying to find our first job, applying for clubs at all different levels of South America. Because right now we have empty trophy cabinets and need to start somewhere. And while rejected emails began coming through, it wasn't long before some positive news, as my dad was invited in for an interview at a Colombian team. And while the board was asking whether he would be around for a while, between you and me, we know this isn't going to be the case because we're trying to build our reputation to find the biggest jobs in South America to win the most trophies. And we have also agreed that once one of us have won both the league and cup of one nation's top division or won one of them twice, we have to move to a different nation. So my dad lied to them, hoping to land the job but promising to stick around for a long time. However, my dad was also unsuccessful here too. Many rejections later, and finally I was offered an interview at a club in Brazil in the 3rd tier. Once again, they also asked me if I would like to commit more of a long-term stand-in, and like dad, I promised I would. It's a Baiana are the side, currently in Serie C of Brazilian football, which has just started this season 2 games in, but they are predicted to be one of the worst teams in the division after only just gaining promotion. Even still, I was delighted that they were offering me my first opportunity in management to take them over and giving me £500 a week. Eyebrows were raised either way around Brazil because of my unknown status. In terms of the squad, there's no real standout talents either, with Dione being the only real creative threat from a number 10 position. And so I set up the team around him to play a natural 4-2-3-1. However, the first game was a disaster in which we lost 3-0. While I was learning the ropes at my first role, Dad was still getting rejected elsewhere. And he had to watch on as I started to turn things around and win my next 3 games on the bounce against some tough opposition. Dione was scoring goals and we were happy, but I was still not prepared for what happened to Dad next. Because while applying for literally everything, Independiente offered Dad an interview. They are one of the biggest clubs in Argentina behind Boca and River Plate, who have won 14 league titles and 7 Copa Libertadores, so surely they wouldn't hire an unknown manager like my dad. Well, even when I seen the offer come through, I still couldn't believe it, especially when I seen his wage being 10 times more than what I'm on.
Well, I don't know how you've managed to spawn your way into Independiente, Dad.
I don't really know whether I filled in the application form wrong. I don't know, but they seen something that no one else is seeing.
Well, reputation 1 star, joining Independiente, who, if you look at them, they are a lot more than 1 star. Massive club in Argentina, obviously. And yeah, somehow you've landed this role, but fair enough. I'm there
I'm
in
going to take it.
Division 3 of Brazil, and you've got players like Montiel, who's, you know, a very good winger here.
Yeah.
So I mean, okay, we gotta do with what I've got in front of me. You've got a great advantage here, great chance to pull off something quite quickly, really, in this division. You've got some fantastic players. If you're looking at just the top players alone, there's some really good ones. There's also some really good youngsters as well. 19-year-old Chilean right winger as well, who looks really good. You're setting them up in a 4-3-3. Which I think, after looking through their squad, I think I would have done them very similar as well. They've got a lot of good midfielders, decent defence, good amount of wingers. The striker isn't too bad. It's not nothing really that you look at and go, whoa.
He's nothing special, but he might be right for this league, I think. Something I can look at later on.
And even when the transfer window opens, you got a little bit of money still in there, so it ain't too bad. But I mean, you've been in the job about a month, but you've only played 2 games so far. The league takes a bit of a break, as you can see here, throughout May. So you've got 2 results that you've done, and you've won 1-4-0, which is great, and the other was a 1-1 draw.
Yeah, and that was a late goal as well. So Yeah, I'm quite pleased with that, especially with the first one, 4-0 home win. I'm really pleased with that. So that kicked off things really sort of in my favour. So I'm pleased with that.
That was in Group G. So you've got playoff, whatever it is for this, a knockout playoff round, which you've got Lanús in, which is another Argentinian side. So that already, you're looking at it, a Copa Sudamericana, you're one of the most favoured teams in there, really. I think Fluminense is probably, and River Plate, the two teams that I think you probably have to come up against and try and beat. But that's a massive opportunity already to win a continental in season 1.
Yeah.
I'm in the 3rd division of Brazil, scrapping round. But yeah, here we go.
I don't know how I got it.
A massive opportunity here. So let's see what happens the rest of the season.
In Brazil, we were really showing promise with our newly promoted side, and Dione stepped up from that 10 position to score 13 goals in 17 games, helping us put up a strong fight for a potential promotion in Season 1. At this point, trophies weren't on my mind, but with every victory came the thought of us potentially claiming a league winners trophy from the Serie C, as we were racing Nautico for the honour, who were currently topping the group, but there were 2 other clubs close by. In Argentina, however, things weren't quite as good for Dad, as the opening stage of the season ended with Dad in 11th place and not qualifying for the round of 16. The closing stage, which is the second part of the season, started as well, and it was a trip to one of the most intimidating stadiums in the world, the Mas Monumental, home of River Plate, and Dad's side pulled back a 2-0 deficit to make it 2-2. Only to crumble a minute later, concede again, and eventually lose 4-2. This unfortunately was the start of a terrible run of form, as Dad's side lost 2 more games in the next 3 fixtures, including a home tie against Velez. And this was enough for Independiente to realise that they'd made a mistake hiring my unknown father, and they sacked him. In the meantime, I continued to put the pressure on in Brazil, and I tried to take the top spot in our first season at Itabaiana. It didn't take long for other jobs to appear, and for them to be rejecting Dad even before offering him an interview. But that's when Ordo Italiano job came up in Chile, and they brought Dad in for a conversation. A team currently struggling in the Chilean top flight in the relegation zone, but with only 2 sides to go down, they could absolutely pull themselves out of trouble. And they seen Dad as the perfect man to do so, offering him the job just days later. Equipped with a star winger on loan from Argentina, another great winger already at the club as well, and some decent defenders too. Dad opted to go for a more defensive setup, making his side very hard to beat with a 3-back system to hopefully save them from the drop. The trouble is, Dad didn't have many fixtures left in the season, and 2 games later, with 0 points gained, things weren't looking good. The performances were okay, but the points gained weren't enough, and with 3 games remaining, a 4-point gap opened up for Dad to overcome. Clearly, I need to learn the rules too of the competition I'm in, because after 19 games, we went into a championship group stage and did not qualify, and 7th place were crowned champions at the end of it. Well, I went from hopefulness to disappointment. Dad gained some hope of his own, as a massive 3-2 victory away from home against the better sides Colo-Colo kicked off Dad's last 3 fixtures, coming from behind on 2 occasions. Relegation rivals Cobrasal lost 3-0, and with both teams drawing in the penultimate match, it went to the final game of the season. Dad still needed to match or beat his relegation rivals, but Dad's Italiano side from the 5th minute took control of the match, a game in which striker Coelho scored a hat-trick and Rodrigo Cabral on the right wing assisted 4 goals, as Dad's side won 7-0. And with Cobrasal losing 2-0, Dad's side secured safety and will fight another day in the Chilean top flight.
Had an alright league campaign, but I couldn't get through any sort of championship or anything like that to get myself promoted. No trophies either. But after your sacking in Argentina, justice prevailed there. You've landed yourself a job in the top flight of Chile, and you just survived.
Just
3
survived,
points.
yeah. I kept the team up, so I'm happy with that, really. They were in a lot of trouble. They took me on, and I've kept them up, so...
Yeah. Which isn't
Head on to
bad.
next
I mean,
season.
their team wasn't exactly rated that far down either. If you're looking at where you were, a mid-table side, so they were really struggling.
Yeah.
And you come in and steadied the ship, and this next season's going to be a really important one, because already reputation's tarnished.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, already,
You're
yeah.
going to rebuild from the bottom again. I mean, you've landed another top flight job. I don't know how that's happened. So we're still like in terms of the tiers compared to each other. Yeah, you're still, I would say, a much bigger club than I am. A national reputation compared to my club, Itabayana, who, what are they in terms of the reputation? Oh, mine's also national, but well, I'm in the Series 3, the third tier here. So I am struggling down here, but I think I'm a little bit disappointed with our end of the season to not get ourselves promoted when we had a lovely little run here, and it's cost us towards the end.
Yeah, definitely.
But, all right. We're nobody's won a trophy just yet. That's the main thing. Nobody's took advantage of a trophy just yet as we go into season number 2.
3 players joined my club this summer, all for free transfers, and with the highlight being Alexandro, who gives us a lot of quality from left wing. I did try my luck with some of the big jobs that were available, however neither club even entertained the idea. Dad didn't even look to apply for these jobs this off-season and solely focused on new recruits, although none of them were really breaking the first team. Albanors did get the nod up front in Dad's 5 at the back system though. One of the great things about South American football is the amount of competitions that are played, meaning we stand a good chance of winning more trophies. And after a quiet first season, my Itabayana side went into the state championship in hot form. It's a competition I didn't get to play in last year as I only joined halfway through, but the first stage was only one loss and we won the quarterfinals with ease 11-0 on aggregate. This took us into a semi-final where we played another side from a lower division and beat them 5-1 across both legs, meaning we're in the final. The first leg was a back and forth contest with a team in the Series C with us, which ended 2-2 when Cayenne scored a late equaliser. This kept us level going into the home leg in the final, but we fell behind in the first minute. Thankfully, we managed to pull things back level rather quickly and went on to win the game and our first trophy of the competition, winning the Sergipe State Championship. Meanwhile in Chile, Dad was doing well in the league, but a gap to the team in first had really opened up. Unfortunately for Dad in the cup, he also got eliminated in the group stage after finding himself in there with Universidad and Colo Colo. The league system once again got a little complicated in Brazil after the 19 games, and then it goes into a second stage. And we had done rather well, finishing in 3rd place up until this point. The second stage for us all is the top 8 teams then go into 2 groups, which the 2 teams of each group all get promoted, but the first place in each group then go into a final. Back in Chile, and Dad's league table is a much more simpler setup that we're all aware of, with just 30 games for each team. However, I do think, although Dad might qualify for a Copa Sudamericana or Copa Libertadores next season, I can't see him winning the league this year. Our group stage continued to be strong, and with some massive wins, we gained promotion with a game remaining thanks to a 4th win and 1 draw in our group, guarantee us a spot in the top 2. We eventually topped the group with the final day win, and that put us in the final as we tried to win our 2nd trophy this season against San Jose, who topped the other group. And we couldn't have asked to get off to a better start with 3 goals in just 10 minutes, ending the first leg 5-1 winners. We did then go away to the second leg and lose 3-1, but it's another massive win and, more importantly, another trophy for us this season. That season went on a bit longer through to December, and at the end of his season it was still rather good as he finished things off in 3rd place. But with some big teams looking for a new manager, including in Dad's league, would either of us take advantage of this in this off-season?
Well, considering how badly your managerial career started,
Yeah, definitely, yeah. I'm really pleased with that.
3rd place, 2nd
Yeah.
season.
I mean, just surviving from last season, just keeping them up and then taking them to 3rd position in the league. I think they got to be happy with that. So
Yeah, again, because they were once again predicted to finish in 8th place.
Yeah.
So you've really overachieved this season, and not too far off, really.
No,
16 points to the best team.
Yeah, top of the league. I'm a long way behind, but not far from behind the 2nd team. So
Yeah.
I'm pleased with that. Really.
And there's no like weird playoffs or anything with the Chilean league. You win it, you win the trophy.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit different to other leagues that we're going to probably discover. I mean, the Argentinian league, there's a closing stage, an opening stage, and the full whack you get trophies for, so it's a little bit strange. Now, my season ended ages ago. You can see in October I was last played. Yours just finished in December, so I had like a 2-month break, but I am celebrating 2 trophies, Dad.
Yes, that's a good start for
I
you.
won the state trophy, which is a little bit of a cop-out because it's against teams that aren't exactly very good, but it's still a trophy.
Oh, 100%. It's still a trophy, yeah. Well done.
And it
2
also
trophies in the 2nd season.
doesn't contradict our new rule, Now, our new rule, just in case you didn't quite understand it, is once we win the same top flight league 2 years in a row, or we win the league and cup in the same season, or you win 2 cups season after season, the main cup, then you have to leave. State trophy, it's got nothing really to do with the main league or the main cup, which is the Copa do Brazil, I think. So I can win this every season if I could.
Yeah.
And continue on up, but whether I do that or not, I'm still a little bit unsure whether I stay here as I go into Serie B, because it's a big step up that I don't know whether I'll want to take. But either way, we got 2 trophies in our name now after a very decent season. We got some cracking players too. I mean, Bruno Marquez, 35 goals this season, unbelievable. Alexandro and Dion was also really good, and Igor Lemos contributed quite a lot as well. So yeah, I'm buzzing. They haven't exactly backed me though.
No.
So 0 money and finances aren't great, but I'm looking around and there's obviously jobs I would take. It's whether they would give me the actual job.
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at, Colo. Do I come over to your league?
Yeah, that's right.
and
They're in
cause
my
you
league.
a bit of trouble?
Yeah.
Junior FC's another one who is in the Colombian league and could be a good option to go to. And of course, then you've got 2 of the Serie A sides in Brazil who I think would be, to be fair, only one of them, Bragantino, the Red Bull side, who would be a good option to go to as well. But whether there's actually another Chilean club there as well, whether I actually apply and get those jobs, it's 2 different stories, I think. I think you're in the other side of things. I don't think if it was me in your situation, I'd be looking at this and going, there's no way I'm leaving.
No.
I don't want to risk anything.
No, not at the moment. I mean, I've been sacked once already, and my sort of reputation just took a little bit of a turn for the best this time.
Yeah.
So
You wanna keep riding high.
Yeah, finishing 3rd is good for me. Let's build on that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the team that you got as well, I think there's definitely places where you can improve.
Yeah.
I mean, you haven't really even got a goal scorer who's got a lot of goals, to be honest.
No.
Albanors has started so many games up front and barely scored. I mean, 1 in 3 games.
Yeah,
it's not great
not very
at all.
good. And it's surprising how I finished so high up the league when your best goal scorer's only got 11 in it.
I think defensively you have a better side than what you do attacking wise. I mean, your fullbacks are unbelievable. Martin Jimenez, by the way, is one of your best players. He's 18.
Yeah.
He's class. So yeah, I think, and they give you £1 million, which in Chilean football,
A lot of money.
is good. Yeah. So I think you can build on this season. I don't think you can really look at any of these jobs and go, it's worth the risk at the point of the career that you're at, especially because you haven't exactly claimed anything in Chile yet. I mean, even in the Copa Chile, Universidad de Chile is the one who won the league. They also won that. You haven't got anything yet, so it's worth exploring to see if you can win something.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Next season. All
Yeah,
right.
I'll be staying put.
Well, let's see whether I stay put or not, whether I ride the wave and go into the 2nd tier of Brazil.
With us both looking to stay put this season, we focused on transfers as I loaned a lot of players out and continued to bring in free transfers, with potentially the best signing being a midfielder who's a jack of all trades named João Vitor. Dad's transfers, on the other hand, may have been a little bit more exciting, and in the early stages, some players hit the ground running. Striker Javier Martinez joined on a free transfer and already scored 6 goals in 7 league appearances. 6'9" defender Alomir from Colombia has become one of the big threats in both boxes, costing Dad just 115k. And it's a good job really, because Dad's other centre-back that he just signed is only 5'10" too. Dad's side stayed in a 3 at the back system and enjoyed the first part of the season, up until the Copa Libertadores qualifiers. Because after knocking out Olimpia of Paraguay in the first round, Dad then matched up against a Brazilian side, Corinthians, and after losing the home leg 3-1, he couldn't pull it back when travelling to Brazil, drawing the second leg 2-2, which does mean he drops into the Copa Sudamericana however. Back in Brazil, and I lost the stake final this time round to Sergipe 8-4 on aggregate after smashing through the group stage. But I was more interested in the Serie B after being newly promoted, as we were predicted to get relegated. I did have trust in the boys however to get us to safety this season either way. I was also entered in 2 cup competitions this year, however in the Copa do Brazil I crashed out in the first round against a side 2 leagues below me called Rica. We got much further in the other group competition, getting to a semi-final before crashing out of that, so our focus stayed on the league. And this is where we were shining as a team, and our wingers especially were making a massive impact. By the end of August, Alexandro from the left had bagged 29 goals and 20 assists, while the right, Igor Lemos, had scored 28 goals and had 25 assists. Despite us being on an awful run of games as well, where we finally picked up a win in our last 7 games, we were still sat in 3rd place and just a point off top spot, held by Sporting Recife. For Dad, progress in the cup ended at the hands of the best team in Chile again, and this time thanks to a penalty shootout. The Copa Sudamericana seen Dad's side finish 2nd in his group, which put him in the knockout playoffs, in which he came up against a Colombian side. But this is as far as he would go, before being eliminated across 2 legs. Striker Javier Martinez was proven to be a great signing though, as he scored 25 goals in just 35 games so far, and Dad's league form wasn't too bad. However, they were unlikely to be claiming the league title this season because of the gap from O'Higgins. I managed to pick up a bit of form again into a loss against top of the league Sporting Recife from 1-0 up, conceding in the 89th minute and the 93rd minute, which made the title race a little bit more interesting for us going towards the final 3 games. With a point between the 2 of us still, so promotion was definitely on the cards, but I'm here to chase trophies. In Dad's league, O'Higgins chucked away their lead, but Catalica took advantage while Dad's Italiano side finished in 4th place. And his eyes was then looking towards my fixtures following that, when we then defeated San Jose first of all 3-0. But we then dropped 2 points by drawing 3-3 with Villanova in the penultimate match. However, Sport Recife lost at home 3-2. This meant we actually took the lead going into the final game by games won. A strange difference maker, but as long as we win our final game, we lift the trophy. And we got the job done in a 4-1 victory to lift back-to-back trophies in Brazil while gaining promotion. With huge performances by Igor Lemos and Alexandro, there was still temptation to try our luck in the top flight. However, there was also some jobs available too that might be too good to turn down.
Well, it's back-to-back promotions. There's another trophy. 3-0 trophies, Dad.
Yeah, well done.
Starting from the bottom has been paying off for me.
Yeah.
How we've done that, I don't know. And again, it's done on games won, which I only won by 1 more. I mean, I would have won anyway if it was down to goal difference and etc. If it did go into the other, where's the rules? Here. If it went past games won, it then goes to goal difference, which I won anyway, and goals scored. I think I had higher goals scored. So yeah, I was laughing in terms of whatever it's going to be, I'll be fine. Right, but I still had to get that high up. And Sport Recife is one of the biggest teams up there in the 2nd tier here in Brazil. We've done very well. Disappointed I didn't win the state championship again, because that was there for the taking after how well we did last season. But never mind. Now we work on, obviously, do we stay to go into the top flight, which might be a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, isn't it?
How far we can go, or is there a job available, which we'll take a look at in a sec. How are you feeling about your season, Dad? Because it's
disappointed.
It's a drop off, isn't it?
Yes, I mean, dropped 1 place in the league.
It's closer to the league title. You're only 3 points behind.
Yeah.
Compared to last year.
But
you only had 1 extra point.
They had 74 points last season to win the league, so they dropped off as well badly.
Yeah.
So
they dropped down into second.
When they drop into that sort of like area, you feel that you should be capitalising on that, and I didn't. So I'm disappointed with the season out there.
Especially because in the Copa Libertadores, he dropped out of that in the qualifying stages, went into the Copa Sudamericana, an easier competition to win, and got eliminated by a Colombian side in Fortaleza, who really, when you look at them, I think you should be winning that.
Yeah, definitely. 100%.
I think you should. There's a couple of good players in there, but I think your side should be beating that. Yeah. So unfortunate in that, and then even in the Copa Chile, didn't get very far in it.
No.
So, I mean, what was it? Round of 16, knocked out by the best club who won the league last year, but it was a penalty shootout. So you're not really challenging for trophies at the moment.
No, that's the problem, isn't it? I'm really disappointed. I mean, you come up against the best teams in the league, you've got to have a little bit of luck, and my luck ran out with the penalties, didn't it?
Yeah.
So, yeah, disappointed.
Well, across the city, last year, obviously, we looked at it and you didn't have a lot of goal scorers. This season, you did.
Yes.
29 goals from Javier Martinez. It was your talisman signing, and he has been very good for you this year. So if there's anything to take in terms of positives, I think that's definitely it.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you got 29 goals from him, and the next two guys are both on 18. You know, that's a lot of goals I've scored this season. So,
Well, both of them have 7 more goals than your top scorer last season.
yeah, that's right.
But you finished in a high position.
Yeah.
So it is a little strange.
Really weird, isn't it? So,
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm looking at that sort of thinking, all right, I might be all right going forward. Then,
Yeah.
So maybe I'll look at the defence, and they've given. I mean, that's a lot of money in it, and for this league. So they're supporting me.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing.
Definitely. But, I mean, next season, if I did stay, 0 money, only wage, going into the top flight in Brazil.
Could be on island for nothing. They're really.
Yeah. There are some massive jobs. Now, again, I don't think I am at the point where they are going to consider me. Continental reputation.
I think that'd be more lucky than me getting the other job. And if you got that one,
I mean, annoyingly, Santos and Gremio, 2 massive sides that if you said, oh, would you rather be at Itabaiana or Gremio and Santos, I'd be like, oh, I'll be there.
Yeah.
They're getting relegated. So they're going into the same league as what I've just come out of.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether I even want that. Corinthians are staying in the top flight. Obviously, River Plate's there. San Lorenzo as well. Nacional of Uruguay is an interesting one. They just finished 2nd. So they've obviously lost their manager for whatever reason, but they're only 5 points behind the top team.
yeah.
I think they might have a game now. I don't know actually whether that's still finished or not. We'd have to work it out. But I mean, that's an interesting job.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
They've even got some familiar players. I mean, Maximiliano Gomez is quite popular because, of course, he played a lot. Valencia, Celta Vigo, so he's played in European leagues. They got him in there. He's a little bit old now, but they've got some decent players. It's an interesting concept to go to. But again, they don't have a lot of money. I don't know. I think I might be at a point now where I'm considering maybe leaving this job. I do have a national reputation.
That's good.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
I've, from building that to back-to-back trophies, but I'm 3-0 up. I think even if I leave the job, I can afford half a season be in the position I'm in.
You could probably afford to go whole season, really. I mean, I've got to win something, in and I?
Yeah.
And you're 3-0 up, like you say already. So, yeah, definitely you're in the into the top seat, really, where you can decide what you want to do, whether you leave or look for another job and stay where you are.
Yeah.
If it was me, I think I'd be resigning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm definitely going to apply for a few jobs. Let's see what happens, whether I get one of them. Season 4 began and I was already getting interviews for clubs in Uruguay and Argentina. 2 more jobs became available as I applied for both Corinthians and River Plate, 2 jobs that might be kind of out of my range. Dad also applied for Nacional and was rejected. I couldn't believe it when they also rejected me as well. I decided that my current job might be the reason why I was getting rejected, so I resigned from Itabaiana. I was also too late for the River Plate one and Corinthians never even got back to me. While I was waiting for more jobs to appear, Dad spent the off-season signing 5 new players to his Italiano side for a combined total of 1.4 million, with a few of them making the first team ahead of the new season in Dad's 5-2-3 system. Dad began the season while I was still looking for a job, but had a really rough start in all competitions, including in the Copa Sudamericana, as he lost in the preliminary round to another Chilean side, meaning he is already out. In fact, it took Dad 6 league games before he even picked up a win, but once he did, the run of form was much more impressive. With me being 3-0 up in terms of trophies, I knew I could afford to wait for the right job, and eventually, clubs that fit that description appeared for me to apply for. Even at that point though, luck wasn't on my side, and rejection emails kept coming my way while Dad was pushing through. He did, however, find himself also eliminated from the Chilean Cup in the round of 16 thanks to a penalty shootout. And because of his bad start, this season a trophy seemed almost impossible to achieve, and a place in continental competitions was the only thing left to go for. It wasn't until the end of July where finally I got myself an interview. Rosario Central were struggling in the Argentinian league, not a league that I ideally want to join because of the competition and the complicity of it, but I still put everything into that interview to persuade them that I was the right man. And it worked, because 4 days later they came
back, offering me the job to take over as manager. They currently find themselves down in 28th position out of 30. However, what makes this complex is that they are actually only 4 games into the closing stage of the season, which ends in a playoff style to determine a champion. They have some decent players, including 2 very good defensive midfielders, and going forward a pacey winger from Colombia in Campaz. So I set them up in a simple 4-2-3-1, but the noticeable lack of a striker threat was obvious to me. And to begin with, we did struggle, and I was wondering whether or not I had made a massive mistake coming here. Then something just clicked, and we went on a fantastic run from the end of August to the end of October, losing only 1 game, and surprising a lot of teams, and even at times, scoring some goals too. We even finished high enough in the closing stage to qualify for the knockouts. Unfortunately though, that's as far as we got, as we lost in the first round to Estudiantes 3-0, but overall I was happy with what I saw. The overall table, which I believe is a third chance of winning a trophy in Argentina, we finished 20th out of 30 teams. Dad also found a secret formula though. His Chilean side went on a phenomenal run from July onwards, putting teams away like Colo Colo 6-0 and Universidad de Chile 4-0. He was all of a sudden on the march towards the title. The only loss since July came in Dad's only match in September, as his side crashed in a 2-0 defeat to Palestino. Back after that though, it was 6 wins in a row until a final day 0-0 draw. And Dad will be kicking himself, because that draw or the loss to Palestino, if it went in Dad's favour, would have been enough to win the league title, as he would have also had a far superior goal difference.
Dad, I mean, so close. A 0-0 draw to O'Higgins, you score just 1 goal, you get the same amount of points, but your goal difference wins you the league.
Yeah.
That's cost you.
So, I mean, O'Higgins as well. I mean, they were probably fighting to stay in the European spot. No, they were already in there, so it was game over for them, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of
Nothing to play for.
nothing to play for. End of season, have a laugh at a thing. My game is serious. I'm going for the title. I should be scoring goals.
Yeah.
I should at least score 1, maybe 2 goals in that game. Got to. Disappointed. It's cost me the league. It's cost me the first trophy.
Yeah.
I'm so disappointed with that.
Still chasing that trophy.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the Copa Sudamericana you didn't even qualify for.
Bad.
Get knocked down the preliminary rounds.
Yeah, that's a bad start to the season as well, really.
And then
Getting knocked
again,
out
a
of that.
penalty shootout beating you in the Copa Chile.
Yeah.
So it was just a league. It was just a league you were going for.
And that's what makes it even worse, really, because I'm only playing 1 game a week.
Yeah.
So you're looking at it, you can concentrate on just that, make sure all your players are fit, you're playing your best side every week. That's so disappointing, really. So disappointing.
So, I mean, you pulled it back. You had a terrible start to the league campaign. Looked like it was going to be bad. And then if you look at this, in terms of, 4 or 5 months of only 1 game that you lost and 1 game that you drew. You even beat the big teams above you as well.
Beat them easy as well, though.
Yeah.
And that's the worst thing about it, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Goals
you
dried up from Javier Martin.
You can
Martinez.
say that draw cost me the season, but looking at it really and thinking about it, it was the start of the season that cost me the season.
Yeah, definitely.
You can't just blame 1 game. The start of the season, I had an awful start, 5-6 games. So that's what's cost me the league.
Yeah. They got £1.69 million. Should you decide to stay, it's whether you decide to do that.
Yeah.
I'm already applying for jobs. There's a couple of jobs that I'm going to apply for there. But in the overall table, I finished 20th eventually. But if you're looking at it in terms, because it's so stupid, it's very confusing, this. So it's the closing stage. And even on this bit, I'm a little bit like, what is going on here? So closing stage, group stage, B. Not in that one. I'm in closing stage, group stage, A. There we go. I finished in 6th. So where I took them over, did all right, got to the closing stage, the qualification part, so the top 8 of each side go through to the next bit. Didn't get any further in that because of the round of 16. That's where we lost to another side, far superior side. I'm all right with it, to be honest. I know it's a 20th place out of 30, but
Yeah.
I'm all right with it. It's something to build upon next season, considering where they were when we took them on. And they got a decent side.
Well, in that league, you had Independiente and River Plate in that league, and you finished above them.
Yeah.
So, you look at that, it's not bad. So, yeah, it's fairly
From when
good.
I took over,
Yeah.
for sure. I think we're lacking a striker. We got 13 goals here from a guy who's mainly attacking midfield, but he says he's a natural striker. I look at him, I think that's more of an attacking midfielder than anything. He doesn't necessarily scream out that he's a good striker. So I think that may be where I'll look to spend money on if I get any. But, I mean, there's bigger jobs there that's available. River Plate job's available again. I mean, come on, let's try and get something like that. But if not, I'm all right with staying here and just trying to build on what we've got. Because, again, still 3-0.
Yeah.
Still 3-0 for trophies.
Let myself down again, didn't I?
Yeah.
Bad.
Right, well, over to season number 4.
With my foot in the door in Argentina, I applied for the 2 bigger jobs available. However, both clubs came back with rejections, so I stayed put at Rosario Central, in which I was given a big pot of money thanks to a sell-on clause which helped towards buying players. So I put £2.2 million worth towards a new striker in San Pedro, just 20 years old, and also has great potential with a fairly professional personality. Only 2 other signings joined the club and both were free transfers, helping my midfield and defence in depth. A little switch up in the tactic too, bringing the wingers further back to try and make us strong defensively. Dab once again spent over just £1 million and brought in 4 players to his side, as which he looks to start the season better than what he did last year, while also deciding to change his 3 at the back system for a more conventional 4-2-3-1. The opening stage of my season in Argentina started off rather well. We were picking up one too many draws for my liking, but overall we looked on track to qualify for the knockout stages. We hit a slight bad run near the end, but we still managed to finish in 6th place. However, once again we crashed out of the first knockout stage, this time on a penalty shootout. Outside of failing to get out of the group in the Chilean Cup, Dad started the season well, even beating Argentinian closing stage champions of last year Talleres in the Copa Libertadores group 2-0. Although once again he did finish in 3rd place, but this meant he fell into the Sudamericana, in which he has more of a chance to win. League-wise, his side was also putting up a much better fight and began the season in a title race instead of having to force a miracle. He was still 5 points behind Universidad de Chile, however, at the halfway point. With the Paraguayan side in the Sudamericana up next though, he was confident, and after overcoming them with ease 7-0 on aggregate, he then had to take on another Argentinian side in Huracan with a 1-1 first leg match that then travelled to Argentina and pulled off a 4-0 win. Atletico Paranaense awaited him in the quarterfinals, and with a 3-1 win in the first leg, it was enough to progress as they only lost the away leg 3-2, meaning he was in a semi-final but would face Colombian side Junior, where unfortunately they would not keep the run going, losing 5-1 on aggregate. A young 18-year-old striker bagged a hat-trick against him too. Back in Argentina, the closing stage of the season was near enough identical to the opening stage in terms of form for us, and we once again finished in the top 8, qualifying for the knockouts. Our round of 16 in the closing stage was against Rivadavia, a team I fancied our chances against as we took the lead through Cantizano after just 8 minutes. Our opponents failed to wake up in the first half but came flying out the blocks for the second to score an equaliser. On 69 minutes still, we took the lead once again thanks to Campaz. However, we gave up our advantage as the scores were 2-2 in the 84th minute, and just when I thought penalties were in front of us again, Romero scored the winning goal and we were out, despite going in front on 2 occasions. In Chile, Dad continued his fantastic run of form domestically. Outside of another loss to Palestino, things were going really well. So well in fact that with 2 games to go, a victory over Universidad de Chile would be crowning him as a champion, and they got off to a perfect start, scoring after just 5 minutes. But then, it was the Luis Rojas show. Dad's number 10 was outstanding, scoring himself 2 goals in 2 minutes, and by the 17th minute, they were 3-0 up. And just 10 minutes later, Rojas is scoring a 3rd to take home the match ball. Dad's side nearly threw it away, being 4-0 up, but a memorable day all around, as he lifts his first trophy of the challenge with a game remaining in the league, picking up the Chilean league title.
Well, Dad, you got the job done. You finally picked up a trophy here in Chile.
Yep, pleased with that. Good end of the season. Seen it all the way through this time.
Yeah, Universidad had a bit of a drop off towards the end there. He took advantage, won the title nice and comfortably. First trophy on the board.
Scored a lot of goals as well, so pleased with that as well.
Yeah. In the other competitions, unfortunately, he didn't quite get anything else over the line, but knocked out there in the early stages. The Copa Chile was won by O'Higgins as well. So, but again,
I've got to be happy. It's first trophy in the bag, so that narrows it down to 2 now. So I'm happy.
Yeah, your transfer window was good as well. I think you made the most out of it, and they've backed you, giving you 7 million.
Yeah, that is really interesting, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
because you can stay for another season
Yeah.
because you didn't win the cup.
That's a lot of money.
So it allows you to win the league again, and take advantage of the 4 things if you win both, because that's an extra trophy. What you
Because if I
would
win
have
the
got.
league again, I've got to go. So
Yeah.
you might as well just win the league and the cup. And you're really, so
If only you thought that earlier. I unfortunately didn't get as far as the same. I got as far as what I did last season, basically round of 16 in the closing stage. So, yeah, again a bit of a bummer, but we'll take it as it comes. I think this Rosario side is okay. I don't think we have the finances to sort of really challenge in this league. Yeah, I've got a couple of good players. I can see me just biding my time and waiting for something else at this point.
Yeah.
It's just whether something else actually comes up. I don't think I can take this Rosario side to win a league. Again, there's interesting options. I mean, there's a couple of Colombian sides there. There's a Colo job,
Colo, yeah.
which I do like the look of. Bragantino, we've mentioned them already in this. That could be an option to go to. But whether I see that as a viable option right now, especially when I'm so far off the top. I mean, the overall table, Boca Juniors has won that. There we go, with 69 points, and I'm down in 51. I mean, at least I'm nowhere near the bottom, but yeah, it's a tough one because I'm unsure of how I'm going to pull this back. I mean, just qualifying in the opening stage in 6th place again, it's not like I'm topping that.
No.
So I'm way off.
It really all depends on your budget, really. If they give you a good budget like my team's just there, you can sort of think, well, it might be worth staying another season.
Yeah. It's something to think about in this off season, but we'll see as we go into season 6.
After thinking about what's next, Dad surprisingly decided to resign, choosing to apply for 2 clubs that were available in Colombia, as well as Red Bull Bragantino, who rejected him. At the minute, the only 2 clubs willing to entertain Dad is a 2nd and 3rd tier side in Brazil, but he's declining them instead. Unfortunately for me, even Dad's old job decided to reject me, so I'm staying put. However, while my season was starting, Dad was still without a job and looked to stay that way for the time being. And I was very happy with the transfer business that I got done too. Dylan Almada joins on a free transfer and instantly becomes one of my best attacking threats from that number 10 role. A £1 million new goalkeeper also joined the club to stop the goals from going in against us, and quite a bit of money was spent on Chris Greenlee, who is an 18-year-old Uruguayan right back. Things did not go the way I wanted it to though. We were poor at the beginning of the season and failed to win a game until our 7th league match, so it was no surprise to see us miss out on the opening stage, with my name even floating around as insecure while my dad was looking for a new job. But there was another team that Dad had applied for that piqued his interest, Talleres, and they even invited Dad in for an interview. Ironically, for this challenge, they wanted to know why Dad had stuck around and had a lack of variety in his job history, and questioned whether Dad could handle the step up at all as well, to which Dad asked them to take a chance on him, and it seemed to work, as days later he was accepting the role to go back to Argentina as the new manager of Talleres, who are a competitive rival of my current side, Rosario Central.
Well, Dad, you've joined me. Day 1 here in Argentina with Talleres, who, had a very bad start, but there's a reason why he took the job. They're the 3rd best predicted team in the league.
Yeah. I feel quite fortunate that they've given me the job to take over. Like you said, they're a very good side, so they've had a bad start. You can understand why they've sacked their manager, so fingers crossed I can return the favour and put them back up the league.
Well, this is the advantage of being in the Argentinian league, because the opening stage is about to finish now. I'm playing the last game, then it'll be the knockouts, which neither of us can get into. Then once that's done, the closing stage will then start. That's a fresh thing which you can then win a trophy for.
Yeah.
So you could end up finishing 15th in the opening stage and then win the closing stage.
Yeah.
And you'll be absolutely fine. And as long as overall you're all right, you're absolutely laughing, to be honest. So when that closing stage starts, it's a fresh blank sheet for you to be able to have a crack at a trophy. So.
Yeah.
Which we'll both be going for, to be fair. But they're also out of the Copa Argentina. They've only just lost that, so you can't win the cup, the Argentinian Cup. And you are still competing in the 2nd round of the Copa Libertadores. So the team that you've got against is a Uruguayan side, Montevideo, City Talk. I don't know how to say that properly, but I think you should be beating them.
Yeah.
And the team that you've got is decent.
Yes, there is. Yeah.
I mean, you've got some cracking players in here. You've got this 19-year-old winger who looks fantastic, who can also play up front.
Yeah.
He looks really good. Alastra, who you've locked in here on the right-hand side, again, looks really good. There's some cracking players.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
So you can see why they decided to get, I mean, a 20, your best player is a Colombian 20-year-old. How good is he?
He looks really good, doesn't he? I mean, hopefully he's going to score me a lot of goals, so and win me some trophies. So, yeah, fingers crossed. He looks very good. I've got a couple of good wingers around him, so hopefully the defence is going to be good as well.
Yeah, you're setting him up in a 4-2-3-1. So this closing half of the Argentinian league is going to be very interesting, with me and Dad finally competing in the same division for the first time in 6 seasons.
It was always going to be a risk when Dad left Italiano, the champions of Chile, but he certainly found himself a great side at Talleres. However, the settling in period went on a lot longer than what he had hoped for when our two sides met in early August, because I welcomed him to the league with a 4-0 hammering. In the same month, he also went crashing out of the Copa Libertadores in the quarter-final stage to the Brazilian side Sao Paulo. However, from then on, his form did improve, and from September throughout to the end of the season, he looked to be a formidable competitor in the Argentinian league as we finished second and third in the closing stage. Dad's new side had the worst possible outcome though. A match away from home against Boca Juniors, one of the most intimidating atmospheres in the world. And despite them taking the lead, a penalty and a 55th minute winner by Londoño seen Dad's season come to an end, trophyless. I didn't exactly have a much easier task. In fact, I had to go away too and face River Plate. And in my match, we were 3-0 down within the hour and could only pull 2 goals back, meaning we are also ending the season without a trophy. In the overall table though, I was happier with the progress that my side was making, while Dad will still be looking for vast improvements thanks to the last manager's horrible opening stage. My head was truly turned, and when Unión Española from Chile rejected me because the compensation agreement at my current club was too much, I knew what I had to do. And I took my future into my own hands and I resigned from Rosario Central. And because of that, they came back and offered me an interview, so my plan so far has worked. I also managed to bag another interview in Peru for Alianza Lima, while also get rejected by Vasco da Gama in Brazil. Once again though, the question of never managing in that country came up, and all I could do was ask for a chance. However, my plan was fully justified when Unión España of Chile returned to offer me the job, and I happily accepted. The reason why I liked the look of this job was the prospects, including the midfielder Asenjo, who came through the youth academy here and is just 21. They also had a nice budget, allowing me to bring Chilean players through such as Mazias for 725k. In fact, I spent £2.2 million on transfers to improve this team to hopefully challenge for trophies, with another Peruvian striker coming in a 250k move and a new goalkeeper signed from Católica of Chile for just 50k. I also promoted Carlo Tudor from the youth academy to the first team and gave him starting minutes, setting them up perfectly in a 4-2-2 system. Back in Argentina though, and Dad is spending big on 3 players, including moving for a player for over £8 million. That was the left-footed 19-year-old centre-back who looks a fantastic prospect and one of the best centre-backs in the league, as well as a fantastic left-back too, which really strengthens his defence for this upcoming season. Set up in a 4-2-3-1, Dad is looking for titles this season and he started off very well. After drawing the first 2 games, they then went on a 6-game winning streak, currently leading the opening stage Group B as well as the overall table too. Unfortunately, I was struggling a little more as I hoped that I would be back in Chile. And we also dropped into the Copa Sudamericana as well after finishing 3rd in our group in the Copa Libertadores. Eventually, our side began picking up wins, including versus my dad's old side Italiano, who were of course champions just 2 seasons ago. We climbed the table, but we were still some way off the top of the league. Dad's side continued to be strong in the opening stage and qualified comfortably for the knockouts, defeating Huracan in the round of 16 3-1. At the quarter-final stage though, Mateus Gomez's goal on the 7th minute was then enough to send them through to the semi-finals. But unfortunately, Estudiantes striker Thiago Palacios had the game of the season, scoring a hat-trick as they defeated Das Talleres 3-2. However, Dad was still chasing 4 trophies this season, and the Copa Sudamericana was very much a realistic option as he knocked out Sporting Recife of Brazil in the second round knockout stages 5-1 on aggregate. This set up a quarter-final match against Platense of Argentina, where a 3-2 first leg win was enough to overcome the 2-2 second leg draw, which is also the round that I was eliminated in. They then had to wait 6 weeks before a semi-final match against Godoy Cruz, which was the side that knocked my team out, and a first leg away trip ended in a quality 2-1 win thanks to 2 goals from Bruno. The same player then scored 2 in the second leg, which was yet another 2-1 win, and Dad was in the final, setting up the biggest match of his managerial career so far against Brazilian side Bahia. It took just 11 minutes too for the first goal when Dad's attacking midfielder Fernandes opened the scoring, and it was the same man who then took 8 minutes in the second half to double Talleres' lead. But the third goal was certainly the best, as Viola's work down the right hand side was brilliant, and he simply lays it off to Bruno to score the third, and Dad lifts the Copa Sudamericana. Just 2 days before that final though, Dad was actually eliminated from the Copa Argentina. However, the race is still on for 2 more trophies, with the closing stage well underway and the overall league table looking very good in Dad's favour too. The second half of the season for my side back in Chile was also improved compared to our start. Fortunately, we were still 10 points off of the top in another trophyless campaign. The positives were though that both Carlo Tudor and Quepse scored over 20 goals in a partnership that I was enjoying watching. The closing stage in Argentina seen Dad's side sail into the knockout stages only behind Godoy Cruz. And the knockouts themselves began with Dad's Talleres side ripping apart Racing Club 5-0 to go through. The quarterfinals was against Huracan again and was a lot more of a tight affair this time, with Dad's side progressed through on a penalty shootout. But they were back to winning ways comfortably too in the semi-final with a 3-1 win against Independiente Rivadavia. This set up a final against Godoy Cruz, the only side to finish above Dad in the closing stage. However, before the final, Dad's side was crowned overall winners in the league, lifting yet another trophy, so he has a chance to win 3. And once again, his players didn't let him down, as within 4 minutes, Baroni opens the scoring, giving Dad an early lead. He then set up a second goal for Bruno to dispatch, and although Godoy Cruz eventually found themselves back in the match and scored, it was all over as Dad wins another trophy, beating them 4-1 in what was an amazing season for him, and justified his switch from Chile to Argentina right when he was on top.
Dad, that is the season that you needed. What a turnaround.
Definitely. Couldn't believe my luck there. Everything I went for, I got.
I did think a couple of seasons ago you might have been a bit silly leaving Italiano
Yeah.
just as you made them the best team after staying for so long. I mean, you were there like 5 seasons maybe.
I guess
you
a
win
bit,
the league and it's
yeah.
like, well, you can win it again if you want. You've got the best team. Nope, I'm leaving. I thought that could be a mistake that I'm going to benefit from.
Yeah, you know what I'm like. Sometimes I stay too long and I just have sort of like, do I or don't I? And I just thought, no, I'm just going to go. And it's so many different things that you can win when you go to different places and all that. So I thought I'll go there, take a chance. They were a good side. We knew they were a good side.
Yeah,
that I
you were
went to.
third best when you took them over.
So it was I didn't think it was a big sort of gamble. So, but it's paid off.
Yeah, I mean, you've won the overall table, which is a trophy in
lost
itself.
2 games as well.
You then win the closing stage, of course, which is another trophy. The opening stage, I mean, you got to the semi-final, didn't do too bad. So the signs were there that you had the team. But, I mean, winning a continental competition of the Copa Sudamericana.
God, get in.
Dropping into that, you little cheat. You little cheat.
Hey,
So-
gotta get the trophies, haven't you?
Yeah,
Gotta go
I
for the
mean-
trophies.
Fair enough. You're in the Copa Sudamericana, you get into it, you win it. 3 trophies in 1 season really turns things around now. It's 4-3 in terms of trophies. Obviously, I moved away from Argentina, and I thought, right, I'm going to get out of Argentina because your team's better. My team, I was never going to make them any better. I was really struggling to make Rosario Central a good team. They won't give me a lot of money. So coming to Española, I'm thinking eventually I can turn this into a powerhouse. I'm 10 points off here, but my first season at the club isn't too bad. The signs are there that this could be a good side, and I think the lower leagues I have a better chance of pulling through. They've got a bit of money.
Yeah.
£3.4 million in this league is really good in Chile. So obviously this is a league that you've won already. My only downside is there are way more trophies for you to win than there is for me. I've basically got a league because there's only one stage and a cup plus a Sudamericana or a Copa Libertadores, which I very much doubt this team's ever going to be good enough to win unless I put so many years into it. We haven't got that. We're in season 7. We're coming towards the end now.
Yeah.
So I'm now contemplating, what do I do now? Do I stick around? Do I stay and carry on this project?
I've just put a lot of pressure on you by winning those trophies because I've just took the lead as well. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In terms of jobs that are available, there's 12 jobs available. Your own job is there.
Yeah.
But there's nothing that I'm looking at going, oh, that's a good one to jump to. Because, Universidad de Chile, they have been amazing in Chile.
Yeah.
But I don't think they'd entertain me coming to them anyway. And I only finished a point behind them.
Yeah.
So I don't really think there's... I see it as a sideways step, which is just more hassle than what it's worth. I know my team now. I know what I need to do. I think I might just have to stay.
Looking in that situation you got with the jobs you got there, I don't think you got much choice really.
No.
Like you say, it's sideways steps, and even going to my old team, they finished below you.
Yeah.
That could be a sideways step.
And by a mile, too.
And by a mile, yeah.
They
so
dropped off massively.
That was it paid off for me then. I was sort of dreaded to see that they'd won the league or something like that. So
yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
But I got a couple the reason why I'm also thinking that is I got a couple of good players that I think I can build upon. Carlo Tudor looks like a really good Chilean player. We've got
definitely,
a Peruvian striker who looks really decent
Two
too
youngsters
for this level.
as well, so you can go away with their age.
That's it. So we've got stuff to build on. And if we're looking at your Teleres side, Dad, this is my only... I need to almost be like, no, stop looking over there at what he's doing and focus on what you're doing, Luke. Because, the players that you've got, the goals that you're scoring, that side of Pates Fernandez was great. You've got some great players coming through, youngster-wise as well. You've got 2.7 million, which you're already the best team there.
Yeah.
Finding one or two players.
I think that's all it is, really. Just put my strongest players out there and then just see where the weakness is and just try and fill that space.
Yeah. So you're not tempted to leave then? Can I not tempt you with a job
in
Brazil? You haven't been to Brazil yet? Maybe,
no.
No, Fortaleza possibly?
I think I might just stay where I am and just see what else comes into the trophy trap.
Fair enough. Right, well, let's continue this journey then. I've got a big summer. Not even a summer, it's a winter. We got a big off season.
My Season 8 started, unfortunately, losing Asensio to a release clause to River Plate. But we spent £3 million on 3 players to hopefully progress us in this season and challenge for that title. All 3 players go in and strengthen my team, but the best is definitely Aguilar, who could be incredible from that left wing. Dad also lost one of his best players as Bruno leaves to Saudi Arabia for £3.8 million. However, he did not directly replace him and chose to strengthen in other positions, including a new goalkeeper. And that's because Dad had actually promoted a youth player in that number 10 position, 19-year-old Brian Duarte, who looks prime and ready to replace Bruno. Either way, both of our sides were on fire in the first half of the season, and form was strong in both Argentina and Chile, with Dad even topping the group and overall table in the opening stage with only 1 loss in the first 16 matches. I was also in a title race too at the halfway point of the season, but it was close with Universidad de Chile. Dad's opening stage ended when, after knocking out Huracan in the round of 16 knockouts, his Teleres side then lost to penalties to River Plate, so no trophy in the opening stage. He has also qualified for the next stage of the Copa Libertadores after finishing his group unbeaten, while I'm trying to do the same as what Dad did last season and win the Sudamericana. First though, we had to overcome the Peruvian side Deportes, and after both legs finished 2-0 and we were victorious 4-0 through the aggregate score, we go through to the second round to face River Plate. 2 goals from Tudor and Messias after the first 8 minutes in the first leg at home put us 2-1 up going into the second leg. And somehow going into that incredible stadium and the atmosphere, we came away with a 2-2 draw, knocking them out of the Sudamericana. After that, I thought we were going to go all the way, until we then drew Ecuadorian side Quito, and in the first leg at home, they surprised us, and even in the second leg, they knocked us out 4-3 on aggregate. Dad, in the more reputable competition in South America, the Copa Libertadores, first had to knock out Colo Colo of Chile, and did so successfully 6-1. But the quarterfinals seen them come up against Sao Paulo in the away trip, and that was a rough one, as Dad's Tolera's side lost 3-1. The second leg at home had to be spectacular for Dad's side to progress, and although they did score 4 goals, they were already 3-0 down. And as a game for the neutral, this one finished 4-3, and Dad was out 6-5 on aggregate. I thought I would finally get to lift a trophy in Chile with Unión España as we got to the Chilean Cup final. But our opponents, Universidad de Chile, who are also fighting for us for the top spot in the league table, took us to a penalty shootout after a 1-1 draw. But Mazias missed our first, and we ended up losing the shootout 5-4 in devastating fashion. So I was really hoping we get our revenge and lift the Chilean league title instead. However, the same opponents then defeated us 2-0 in our penultimate fixture, meaning we finished 6 points behind them, and once again, we were trophyless. Dad's closing stage wasn't as good as his opening, with Tolera's finishing in 3rd place, but that's still enough to qualify for the knockouts, in which he went through the round of 16 3-1 winners over Almagro. The next round wasn't so easy, going to a penalty shootout, but eventually Dad's Tolera's side came out victorious. The semi-final was against Velez, a tough side that Dad always seems to struggle against, and this game was no different, ending 1-1 and once again going to a penalty shootout that Dad won 6-5 without missing a single penalty so far. This sets up a final against Dad's old side Independiente, and after a 0-0 finish, it was a 3rd straight penalty shootout. Would Dad's luck finally run out, or would his lads be confident after already overcoming 2 penalty shootouts in the last 2 rounds without missing a single penalty? But once again, Dad's side slotted home all 4 penalties, while his former employers missed 2 of their own first 3, gifting Dad another trophy. To make matters worse, he also won the overall table too by a single point, meaning they picked up 2 trophies, and at least that does mean Dad has to move on after this off-season, winning back-to-back in Argentina. But here's why it's even worse for me than what we realised. Because we are counting every trophy, and Dad also won the International Super Cup against Boca Juniors, the Super Cup at Argentina against Boca Juniors, and the Continental Super Cup in which he defeated Palmeiras.
Right, well, this is a joke. You won 5 trophies in one season. The only good side, because I'm looking at it in terms of there has to be positives here, is you got to leave.
Oh.
You got to go. You're being forced to leave. You've won 2 seasons in a row, which was the rules that we set, but you made the most out of it.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
3 seasons at Tolera's in what was a risky move, 8 trophies.
Paid off.
So it's 9-3 overall in terms of trophies, but look at the tin pot ones that he's picking up. That a Super Cup in Argentina, another Super Cup where you play the same team 3-1, the International Super Cup.
They don't like me, do they?
No, and then somehow the Copa Libertadores winners, Palmeiras, one of the biggest teams in South America, arguably the best team in South America.
They were.
Beat you. Well, you beat them 5-1.
Thank you.
After winning the Copa Libertadores. So, fair play, but the reason why you got to leave is because you won the overall table by a single point. The opening stage you got to the quarter-final, but then the closing stage you went on to win it on penalties. So you scrapped your way to that as well. But you won the overall table. I'll give you your due. That move was a risky one.
Yep.
But it didn't have payoff.
Oh, didn't see that coming, did we?
No. 9-3 in terms of trophies. My only thing now is you gotta go, and you can't go to Argentina where Boca Juniors is available. So you have to go elsewhere. Brazil's obviously the one that everybody thinks you gotta go to Brazil.
Yeah.
Brazil's the top. I've done the lower leagues of Brazil. You've done Chile. If anything comes up, but right now there's nothing. A relegated side for well, actually they're not relegated. They're about to be relegated. They were close to. There's not really somebody that you would take over. If you're looking at the Brazilian league, Palmeiras has just won it. even though you stuffed them in that Super Cup. But Flamengo, obviously, these are the types of teams that you want to see. Fluminense, Mineiro, Gremio's back up there after getting relegated. Even to some extent, Corinthians. They've got some sort of like caliber in there. I don't know. This is going to be very tough for me to pull back now.
All right, I could just sit back with a cigar and just watch.
You could take the last 2 years off.
Yeah. Go on holiday.
And watch me scramble to get 6 trophies. Because I don't know. I mean, it would suggest maybe moving to Boca Juniors be a good idea, but I'm so on the cusp of something here that I feel like I could just go for it. Get one season in and see what happens. Maybe the trophy race is done, but I feel like a legacy that I need to build here after spending 2 seasons and getting so close. Well, I'll have to find out this summer. Stop saying summer. Off season.
I was relieved that Dad finally had to leave Argentina after 8 trophies in 3 seasons. And there was simply no jobs available for Dad to go for, and so he had to sit back and watch me for a bit. My transfer focus this off-season was to find the best Chilean players to make sure we had the strongest side registered, and we did rather well, I think. I decided though to move one of my strikers into the back line instead and use a 5-at-the-back system. To say that it was paying off would be an understatement too. After a little hiccup at the start of the season, we found a rich vein of form as the months went on, opening up a sizable gap in the lead to Universidad de Chile after just 17 games. It was about the time though where jobs started to appear, and Dad finally got an interview. That was with Brazilian side Corinthians, who found themselves currently in 8th place, which was actually overachieving compared to the season preview, but their manager Jardim was snapped up by Saudi side Al Nassr. Even still, in the interview, they are still looking to progress the side and asked if Dad's demand to take them to the next level, to which he confidently answered, "Oh hell yes." They liked what they heard and they offered Dad the job. Corinthians' star player is a midfielder in Bidon, who is in his prime years and gives someone for Dad to build the team around. Yuri Alberto was still up front for them to score the goals, and the number 10 spot Guy Amorim looks an unbelievable talent too. So Dad set them up rather nicely in a 4-2-3-1 as he tried to continue Corinthians' good run of form so far this season. The only thing he had left to play for though was the league. However, it might be a stretch to suggest that he would overcome the 15-point gap from Palmeiras at the top. Once again, the Copa Sudamericana was an achievable goal for my Chilean side, and we for the 2nd year in a row knocked out River Plate in the knockouts, followed by defeating Argentinos Juniors 3-1 on aggregate in the quarterfinals to set up a semi-final clash with Santos. The first leg was at home, but the Brazilian side did what every other opponent had failed to do so far this season, stopping us from scoring as they defeated us 2-0. The second leg, however, we finally broke the deadlock but ran out of time to find a second as we crash out before another final. The good thing is our league form continues, and the matchups against the top teams, including Universidad de Chile and Colo-Colo, were finally going our way. And with 4 games remaining, we lift the league title after a 2-0 win over Colo-Colo, sealing our 4th trophy so far of our managerial career. While Dad finished the season in 7th place as he looks to improve his side for the final season.
Well, it's a comfortable league win for myself. I finally got the job done.
Yep.
I was hoping to get it done a lot sooner than this, but here we are. We're champions of Chile by a country mile as well. Quite a lot of points. 15 points between myself and Colo-Colo. Annoyingly, I couldn't get anything else done. Runner-up in the Super Cup, which is rather frustrating considering I could really have done with the Super Cup wins like you did last season. And the Copa Chile, Colo-Colo pick up the win in that one. And the Sudamericana, your old side got to the final, and Santos beat them on penalties in a 5-5 game. Some unbelievable games here. Dad, you find yourself in Brazil. It's where I reckon everybody would have hoped you had gone. Corinthians, and you've pulled them out of the gutter, to be honest, because where you took them over at the start of the season,
they were having a bad time.
Oh yeah, not great.
You can understand why they sacked the manager. So I was right in there.
Good end of the season.
See what I can do.
You
helped them out.
Took them up to 7th place. So it's a good end of the season.
Good end of the season. Got to know the players, what I need. So hopefully a better season next season.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a little bit of money troubles, I think, by the looks of it. In terms of like other jobs available, there's none that I'm looking at and going, yeah, that's Internacional just been relegated from Serie A. I can't do the Serie B again, surely not. So I'm looking at that and going, I might as well just stay put where I am because that's a Chilean club as well, unless anything else comes up in this final season. So trophy-wise, it might be all done and dusted. I'm not sure, but I kind of like want to see whether you actually win something here in Corinthians within that last season. You got some good players. I mean, this guy here, Guy Amarin, looks very good.
Yeah.
For this level. Just
Definitely,
25.
Yeah. Got 19 goals this season, so yeah, really, really good. And he got a reserve striker as well right behind him, so this guy could just be just as good as well.
Yeah, he's scoring goals. Yuri Alberto's 32. He's still decent. You got Bidon here. He looks like a good midfielder. I've got a lot of money.
Age-wise, I haven't got to worry about any of the players there really.
So got a year left.
Yeah. So that's I'm just sort of like might be able to pick up someone decent in this sort of defence, sort of make the defence a little bit stronger. See where we go.
But yeah, trophy cabinet-wise, nothing being added for yourself. I'm adding 1 trophy, which means the total scores now are 9-4. I need 5 trophies to win. Now, technically, it's doable.
Well, we've proved that.
Well, actually, I don't know, actually.
I don't know about your team with the league you're in, no, but...
No, I don't know whether it is doable here. I don't know. A Super Cup, Copa Chile, the league, a Copa Sudamericana, that's 4. If I win that, I reckon we should just say I've done it. What's that?
Nope, don't work like that.
It don't work like that. But if there's a job available that I might be able to win trophies at, then possibly. But if not, I might just stay here and see if I can just make it a close call. We'll have to see in this off-season.
After finally winning the league, I didn't think there was any jobs available right now that would be a better move to jump to. So I stayed put and once again bought the best Chilean players that I could find, as well as Daniel Bruno, who was a free transfer, and a Brazilian that was an obvious purchase to make. Another defender in Brian Gonzalez also joined the club too from Colo Colo, as well as 2 more Chilean players from Católica for £1 million each. In Brazil, Dad balanced his transfers quite well, with £5 million going out and coming in to improve his Corinthians side. Carlos Itriago was a fantastic signing for just £2 million as a striker who can also fill in on the wings. An 18-year-old fullback who can cover both sides also joined the club too, as well as a couple of good bargain pickups to help with the depth of the squad. However, there was a problem. Dad went down the tiki-taka route, a system that he isn't all too familiar with. First off, he crashed out of the Copa Libertadores qualifying stage against a Colombian side, Nacional, losing in the home leg 4-2. He then went out of the state championship without even making it to the knockouts, losing to some second and third tier sides, something that Corinthians expect to happen given the opponents above them. And so, before the league campaign began, Dad switched up the slow tempo and changed things around to something more familiar. Back in Chile, and I started the season really well, but a few points dropped early on and the clubs around me were in better positions, as although I was top of the league, they had games in hand to overtake. Other than a rocky spell where Dad lost 3 in a row to Fluminense, Grêmio and Sao Paulo going into June, his Corinthians side was one of the most informed clubs in Brazil since the tactical switch, and Dad found himself in amongst the title race, proving that the tactical switch was the right move. I had also taken advantage in Chile and found myself top on goal difference even if Universidad de Chile won their game in hand. We were shipping 4, 5, 6, sometimes 7 goals a game against our opponents, as the second quarter of the season was going much better than the first. Unfortunately for us, the Copa Libertadores campaign didn't go as planned, and after qualifying from a difficult group, we come up against Grêmio, who beat us in both legs, knocking us out of the competition. In the Copa Chile, we got the furthest we have ever reached since being in Chile and faced Universidad de Chile in the semi-finals. However, across 2 legs, we hit a stalemate 2-2 aggregate score and it went to penalties, where we were eliminated 4-2. Dad also dropped out of the Brazilian Cup at the semi-final stage to the same Grêmio side that dumped me out of the Copa Libertadores. But somehow his form in the league continued to improve, and with just 4 games remaining, he took a 5-point lead at the top. In Chile though, I was the team with the game in hand now, in second place, but still with a far superior goal difference. However, a slip up against Universidad de Chile away from home with a few games remaining tilted the title back in their favour, as they defeated us 3-1. Meanwhile, Dad also slips up but can still win the league on the final day, and a 1-1 draw on the final day was enough for Dad to be crowned champions with Corinthians. A big achievement considering where they were not too long ago when he took over last season. season. The pressure was on for me then to not choke back in Chile and win the second to last game of the season, which took things to the final day. We did our job. We won 9-0 against Cobracel, with Aguilar scoring a fantastic hat-trick from the left wing. It was all down to Universidad de Chile. And what we didn't anticipate was luck was on our side when it came to the title rivals, as a red card, while already being 1-0 down, put the odds further against them, and they choked, losing 3-1 and gifting the title to us. A final day win, but in terms of trophies, it's not even close in comparison to Dad's career.
Oh, Dad, time has run out.
Come on.
10 seasons, started unemployed, trophy race in South America, and you bag yourself a trophy with your last game of the season.
Yeah.
Last game of the career at Corinthians. You done it in
Gone to Brazil and done it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Very good. My
Pleased
first
with that.
team there, like getting relegated.
I didn't think I'd do it, but yeah, it was close. Nearly chucked it away. So, but yeah, I've done it.
There's your final trophy, which takes you to 10. Now, I didn't do too bad in the end. There was no jobs available where I thought I could win 5 trophies in that country. So I thought I'd just stay where I am and give it my best shot. Won the title on the final day of the season, which is quite nice, to be fair. Universidad de Chile, they're chucking it away on that final day in terms of the games. But we also won the Super Cup, which is an extra trophy. We couldn't get the job done in the Copa Chile. Colo Colo and Universidad got to the final of that one, so I got to the semi-final and lost in there. So unfortunately we couldn't do that. And the Copa Libertadores, we were knocked out of that one in the groups, I think it was, something like that. So didn't quite make it in there either. So unfortunately, it's not even that close. Considering I started very well.
That one season done it for me, didn't it? Taking
Yeah.
that risk and going to that other team. 2 seasons in, 5 trophies, bang, job done on it.
2 seasons in Argentina, and I was there for 4 seasons, and I
Yeah.
couldn't get a single trophy. It was struggling, really. But yeah, I mean, I started off the career very well, getting the trophies in Brazil, 3 trophies here in Chile. Unfortunately, the scores are 10-6 to Dad, who wins the trophy race in South America. Hope you've enjoyed the video. It's a long one, but this one's been going on behind the scenes for a very long time.
Yeah.
So make sure you smash the like on the button, and if you want to see more where we do these across 10 seasons, maybe across different continents, and try and win different trophies, let us know down in the comments section. And thank you very much. Check out this video on screen, because we just spent 10 years doing another rebuild. This one's a little bit different to the trophy race though.
I set my dad a challenge. I gave him 10 seasons to win the Premier League. However, he must start off unemployed with no managerial experience and start with a team in non-league. This means potentially at least 5 of his seasons will be spent just getting to the Premier League if he manages to go back-to-back promotions every year. So every season without promotion could destroy his chances. Not to mention that the first season is going to be spent trying to find a job, and it's unlikely that that job is going to be in a promotion state. And with season 1 underway, Dad took until December to lock down an interview with National League North Chorley FC. And after nailing the interview itself, they offered him the job, and the challenge began. And with 9.5 seasons to lift the Premier League trophy, he better hope for a successful start. Chorley were sat in 19th place in the Enterprise National League North, the 6th tier of English football. They have 3 star players, with 2 defenders in Ellis and Wilson, and a midfielder named Calvelli. And Dad has built his side around him in the midfield, with a 5 at the back system to try and turn the fortunes of Chorley FC around this season. But with 0 transfer budget in January and no wages either, he's forced to make do with what he's got going into season number 1.
What was that, considering you had no money, no wages to even bring in a free transfer? 17th place finish, 2 positions above from when you took over.
Yeah.
And to be honest, with a bad end as well.
It was a bad end. I was getting panicking a bit, but yeah, I'm pleased with that.
Yeah.
Kept us in the league, and I think that's what they brought me in for. So I've done the job, really.
Yes.
Improved a little bit.
But that is season 1 of 9 down.
Yes, that's the problem, isn't it?
It's a long way to go. This is a very hard challenge, but I'm trusting in your ability recently after surprising a lot of people in a lot of challenges that you can do the business here. So this Chorley side, you've highlighted already. Their best player is Mike Calvelli, who is been locked in this 5 at the back, 2 in midfield system. He's a midfield playmaker, very good for this level, but he does go out of contract this summer.
Well, you're going to find this in this league. The players will only sign 1-year contracts anyway.
It's a turnover.
Yeah, that's just something that you're going to have to get used to. You pray that you can keep them in your team, especially like this guy, Mike. I'm hoping that he'll sign again next season, and I'll try and get him on a 2-year contract.
Yeah. Now, outside of that, the goal scorer of this season was Jack Sampson. Again, he is about to run out of contract, but he's on a hefty wage of £450 a week.
That's right, yeah.
An older, veteran-style player.
Yeah, I mean, that's the sort of players that you're going to get in the non-league as well. The older guys when they're sort of like getting ready to retire, so you're hoping that you're going to get 1 or 2 good seasons out of them for that particular level of football.
Yeah, now we're going to see a very different squad to what we're seeing here because of the amount of players who are out of contract, and of course there's a couple of loan players as well that's coming in, but you do have 41k with a decent wage, so I mean we're not really looking at spend. You're very much unlikely to spend the money.
That's right, yeah.
So you're probably looking at the wages, which gives you nearly £1,000 per week, and if you do lose a couple of players here and there, it's going to give you a nice little turnover to try and transform this team into maybe somebody who's going to be promotion favourites. And I know it's easy to say now, but it is very easy to do if your recruitment's right, you have a good system to go from 17th place to be challenging at the top in these divisions.
Definitely, yeah. You just got to pinpoint the right positions that you really need.
Yeah.
That can make a difference in the league, I think.
Absolutely. So, let's see. Season number 2, the recruitment in Dad's Chorley side. Right, Dad, there were quite a lot of players who did leave the club.
Yes.
Which is expected, to be fair. But coming into the club, I think you've done rather well, to be honest. There's a few really good players in here. I mean, there's even a goalkeeper. Of course there is. That has joined the club and starting as well.
Yeah.
Louis Stevenson is as a right wing back who is also starting. And if we're looking at these 4 players, as you can see, all starting players, including Kanye Bradshaw from Guiseley. 6 games so far, 7 goals.
Yeah, he started really well for me.
18 years old.
We highlighted the striker was 34.
Yeah.
So it was obvious we were going to need a striker. So I've got this young lad in. I was hoping, he was going to be as good as he is. So yeah, he's found the back of the net very early. So great signing for me, this is.
Yeah, came from the Nottingham Forest Youth Academy, as you can see. Guiseley picked him up. Didn't score a single goal. They barely played him. They should have. Because they're in the same league.
Yeah.
If they started playing him.
Gutted.
Yeah, because 7 goals in 6 games so far. He looks like an animal.
Yeah.
But the other players that you've got in, Harvey Owen is a centre-back, 18 years of age again. Ben Kindon, again, another young centre-back, 20 years of age. He looks very good, by the way. 4-star to the rest of the team. And then this guy, White Hall, who is a winger, doesn't look like he's the most talented, but in this league, good physicals, good work rate for a winger, that will get you by.
Yeah, definitely.
That will get you by.
Yeah.
Different lineup in terms of what you set out to do. You're going from a 5 at the back to a 4-2-3-1.
I want to make myself more attacking this season. I've done what I needed to do last season. That was survive.
Yeah, and also keep the best player.
And keep the best player.
Mike,
that was the main
2-year deal, like you mentioned.
Yeah, that was the main thing. So I was
got
pleased
a bit
with
of
that.
pay rise too.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but this formation, as you can see, I've replaced the 2 centre backs to the right back as well. Got a new winger in, and I got a new striker in. So
and keeper.
And a keeper, yeah. So I feel that defensive-wise, I'm a little bit stronger. So that allows you then to be a little bit more attacking, and that's what I got to do. You've got to win games in this league to get promoted. So here we go.
You started doing that. I did mention just a bit of recruitment in the right system. You could go on for a title push or a promotion push, should I say? And you started off really well. I mean, Guiseley, you signed that player from them, scored 2 goals against them. Darlington, nice little 3-1 win. Oxford City. Now, the only 2 games you did lose were Southport and Hallswood Town. One was a home game, but it was only 1-0. The other one was an away game, and it was a 92nd minute winner for them.
Yeah.
But the games around it look really positive. 4-0, we got wins everywhere else. So we are still looking rather strong here. Only 2 points off Chester at the top. And if we look at the predicted league table, you were 19th when they were predicted to finish 19th. You took them over in 19th.
Yeah.
Now they're predicted to finish 13th.
Yes, I mean that sounds good on paperwork, but I'd be disappointed with that.
Yeah.
So
especially after you started that well.
Yeah, definitely. The way we've started, so great start. So hopefully it carries on like that.
Yeah, definitely. Right, well, let's see then. Season number 2. Can you get out of the league and give yourself a good shot at getting to the Premier League with a couple of seasons to go at the trophy? Well, Dad, it's a 4th place finish.
Yes.
But there's a lovely little P next to you, and that is because
really pleased with that, Oxford.
A 2-1 win in the Vanarama National League North playoff final. Great win.
I like going up through playoffs as well. It was a bit more fun at the end of the season.
Yeah.
For the
You're
fans
not going
as
to win
well.
it.
No, that's right.
Best way to go through.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Now, you can actually, there's only 2 ways of getting promoted in this league anyway.
Yeah.
So it's one of the most difficult divisions, as well as, I think, the Vanarama National League to get promoted because of the lack of people that go, or the lack of teams that go up, but there's 4 going down.
Yeah, that's right.
So you've done it. Chester, which we've seen were really strong to begin with.
Very good.
10 points above you, but you've done really well to just even put yourself in that situation after last year. And the top scorer of the league was none other than Kanye Bradshaw.
Great signing, eh?
27 goals in 42 appearances, not quite kept the ratio of 7 and 6, but still he wins the Golden Boot this season at 19 years old.
Yeah, great signing for me,
beating
that.
Andrei Shevchenko's long-lost cousin, Christian Shevchenko, who plays for Morecambe, who's also Ukrainian, by the way, so it's, could actually be.
Could well
Someone's
be.
gonna go,
We're joking around, isn't
yeah,
it?
Luke, his cousin is actually his brother or his son. Now, Kanye Bradshaw, 19 years of age, done really well. Great start to the season. He's got another year there,
Yes.
which is positive.
I mean, that's the advantage with the youngsters, that you get them on a little bit of a cheap wage, but you got a chance of signing them for a 2-year contract as well.
Yeah.
And that's what I managed to do with this guy.
Yeah, locked him down.
He
So
didn't let me down.
interesting to see how he'll do next season. But he's not the only one who performed, because I think this signing here,
The winger.
very good.
Yeah.
He scored in the playoff final. He got the opener. 12 goals, 15 assists, which is absolutely fantastic
That's
from
what
the
you
right
want.
wing.
That's what you want from your winger, innit? The
Yeah.
assessment, and if he's going to help him with goals as well, even better.
Yeah, the veteran striker Jack Sampson, who is now leaving, has done an awesome job from the bench.
Oh, you couldn't ask for more than that. You know, he's
No.
35 years of age. He still bangs in 11 goals here, and overall he's played 38 games. So
Yeah.
been involved in 38 games. So you can't ask for no more than that, really.
Very
So,
good.
Really pleased with that.
Jack Griffiths on the other wing, 10 goals and 18 assists as well. He might have actually played centre attacking midfield, I can't remember, but yeah, really good. There's a lot to take from this, Dad, getting promoted. Again, the wages has been massively jumped up now, so you've got $5,000 a week to play around with,
Yeah.
to build a good team for this Chorley side, and I think that's quite exciting, really. And I think your end of season is really positive, because
Yeah,
we had a
definitely,
good
yeah.
start, but you tend to see it either goes one way in these divisions. You
Yeah.
either start well, end badly, or like the other way. And you've just had an average middle and then really stepped up at the end of the season.
Yeah.
It's positive.
Great finish. Got what I deserved. I mean, Oxford probably wouldn't agree with that, finishing above me by 6 or 7 points, but we got there in the end.
Yeah, so you're going up with Chester into the Vanarama National League, and looking at that Vanarama National League, obviously you got Aldershot down to Hartlepool, some big clubs in there as well that, of course, have been in the Football League multiple times. Chorley, I don't remember being in the Football League, so
No.
it's exciting stuff for them trying to go
for
for
us
it.
as well. We got our local teams there with Yeovil and Torquay as well. But I mean, Torquay's just been relegated, so
yeah.
it's a shame really. But playing against Yeovil, they're local to us as well. And
Yeah.
but there's some good named teams in there that we're used to seeing in the actual football league itself.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see the recruitment going into the Vanarama National League, one of the hardest divisions to get out of. Well, this clearly didn't work, because my Bampton team finished in 9th place and I've just been relegated, which is not great. I have, however, been saving up my FC points, and I've got a lot in there that I can now improve this stadium and get some better home advantage for my club. My scout's been busy as well. They've identified 3 free agents that I could potentially sign immediately for next season to try and help me gain promotion back. And I've also got a goalkeeper here, which could be good enough to be a new number 1. Now, this, of course, is my Footium team, Bampton, and you can get your own Footium team and join my league for season number 22, which is coming out really soon. The last season, I was a bit of a disgrace in my own league. I came 15th place and 14th in the Omega Luke Summer Cup. Thank you very much to everybody who joined that. But Footium is free to play. All you have to do is use the link at the top of the description to join my social league. I'm warning you now, though, none of you are going to want to come and play at my stadium in my league, because we are upgrading this massively. It's going to be a fortress. Here we go. Bang. We have an outstanding stadium. I'm very close to being able to upgrade this side again, which means our ground is going to look at... Oh, yes! Wyckoff Road, the new fortress for season number 22. Nobody's going to want to play us. So if you fancy your chances, join my Footium League using the link at the top of the description. Now, Dad, what I like to see is that the transfer budget and the wage is fully in use.
Yep.
You're not putting them into financial trouble by going too far over. It is 1.2k over, but if they're allowing you to do it, that's
Yeah,
fine.
that's right, yeah.
I hate it when you get promoted and stuff and then you just leave loads of money in it. Like, come on, give yourself the best opportunity and do something about it. Now, there were a lot of players who were released, but what I can see, not a lot of first-team players. Weirdly, there's a couple of players in here, by the way, who have 5-star potential, who have gone to Portsmouth and Stockport County, who you never know in the future might be amazing, but right now they're not going to get into your first team. I don't blame you for letting them go, really. But let's have a look at the players that you did bring in. Now, there is another goalkeeper, because of course there is. Harrison Woods here.
If you're losing your first-team keeper or your reserve keeper because you only had him on a year's contract, I ain't got much choice there.
Don't make excuses.
It's going to be a big turnover of players, isn't it?
We all know what you like. Now, Harrison Woods, a classic Omega Dad player.
Yes. He's
plays
a squad
almost
player.
everywhere.
Yes, I love these type of players.
24 years of age, plays everywhere. His natural position is a number 10, so there we go. That, to be honest, is very much my type of... That's me when I was playing.
Yeah.
If you think, the two teams that I played for, I'll probably have a little bit more of a green at the top, because I played either centre attack midfield or up front.
Yeah.
And right wing.
Yeah, you did.
And then I do like, can you play left? Yeah, I can. Can you play right wing back? All right. Can you play centre mid? Yeah. I'm just like, not centre back, definitely not left back or in goal. That is me, Harrison Wood. Jake Leak is also another player who is left back, 25 years of age. Not the best current ability, but he's actually playing. He's in the first team. Then we have got Harry Evans, who's the goalkeeper. An upgrade in the goalkeeper, and he starts.
Yes, he can be a really good keeper. So I'm hoping, I've got him on. I've only got my year's contract, but I'm paying him a lot of money.
Yeah, 950. He's released from Derby County, so he's a good player, to be honest. Then let's have a look at these three players here. Again, all first team by the looks of it, when they're all starting games. You've got Alfie Fiskin, who's joined, who can play again on that right side, but can play anywhere in that midfield. Very good player by the looks of it. Only 22 years of age. Luke Bell, who's he actually spent money on. So that's interesting. 9.5k.
Well, when you look at this guy, he's exactly what I'd like in a centre back. He's that ball playing centre back. So it was worth paying that little bit of money for him just to sort of get him in. I can only get him on a year's contract. That's the only problem, and I'm paying him a lot of money. But I'm hoping it's going to be worth it. He's only 22.
It's very rare that you see money being spent at this level. But I'll tell you what, for 9.5k, that's good money being spent.
Yeah, that's what I felt.
For a good player, 4-star in your team. And then Harley O'Grady-Macken. That is the most Irish name I've ever seen. And he's English.
Yeah.
Centre midfielder, though. And a very good one.
And a very good one, yeah. And he plays right through the spine of the team, really, I feel. So I can play him going forward mainly if I want to. But, I really do need that good defensive midfield player. Yeah. So hopefully this guy sort of like just help block it up, in front of my defence. And I'll have a good season.
Well, let's see. Sticking with the same system that got him promoted last year through the playoffs, the best 11 pick still has Calvelli in it. He's still there. O'Grady-Macken is next to him. You can see Bradshaw still in the lineup as well, so that's good to see. We can answer the question now, whether he is good enough in this division after scoring that many goals in the tier below, but that's nice. Bell obviously goes straight in, as well as the goalkeeper.
And Wood goes straight into the attacking midfielder
and
as
Wood
well.
goes in there too.
Yeah.
Now, the fixture schedule at the start of the season, again, started off unbelievably well.
Yeah, started really well. Just lost the one game.
Against a very good Altrincham side.
Yeah, they are a good side, but at home as well, which is a bit annoying. But I'm going to take the start that I've had. Yeah. I've scored a good amount of goals, and I've kept a couple of clean sheets as well. So
2 clean sheets away from home, one against Yeovil Town, one of the biggest teams in this division.
Yeah, they will be.
But also Chester, who smashed through the league that you were in last season.
At their ground as well, I bet they were well disappointed with that. That's a game they're going to be looking at getting 3 points, and we've been there and pinched it with a penalty. Yeah,
ending things so far with Newport County, again another team that's very recently been in the Football League. 2-1 away from home, and you have to travel to Wales. Yeah. Very good start in the National League. Second place at the minute. Yeah. Joint top. We'll see if it stays that way.
The only team that's beat me so far, so I think that's a great start.
Yeah, especially considering predicted is 22nd in the league. Let's see. Now, the relegated teams that did join you are Rochdale and Barrow, so 2 big teams to keep an eye on there, who haven't necessarily started the season as good as you are. Barrow is right underneath you, but Rochdale down in 11th place. They're going to be disappointed with that. So there are going to be some other teams in there which could cause you a lot of trouble. And I imagine Newport County, when they start getting going again, might be a bit of a threat if they ever manage to get going. But interesting one. It's a lot to ask to do back-to-back in these divisions when there's only 2 promotion spots.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely.
So for the sake of the challenge,
I can't afford to be hanging around.
No, definitely not. And Kanye Bradshaw has got the most goals so far in the season. Can he keep that up? He's got 5 already.
Started well again.
5 already. Let's see. Season number 3. Well, Dad, it looks like we're looking at last season's.
It does, doesn't it?
Chester win the National League. They've gone straight up. But look who's joining them.
Yes.
Wow. Another playoff final win against Scunthorpe. 2-1 in extra time.
I love going to Wembley.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, he didn't score, but man of the match was Kanye Bradshaw with an 8.2. Oh, he did score, actually. He did score. My eyes are deceiving me. It's because it was all over the place. He got the opener. Then it was in the 95th minute that they equalised, and you think, that's really annoying, and momentum was probably on Scunthorpe's side.
Oh, 100% it would have been, yeah.
110th minute.
Yeah.
Rowlinson Lafferty gets the winner.
Yeah, that's a great... I mean...
which is a new gen, by the way.
Yes.
A 1-star new gen. Unbelievable.
In a squad that my size, you take anybody scoring a goal, but especially if it's going to take... I mean, he's going to be a legend for this team for the rest
He's
of
going to be a
life.
Chorley legend
who
has scored the winner at Wembley. Yeah, so if he never amounts to anything in his career, he's always got that to laugh on.
100%,
Yeah. So well done to Odin. Now, more importantly, you're going up. Do you think it's going to be too soon?
Yes.
Going back to back?
I mean...
You need it for the challenge.
I need it for the challenge, definitely, and I've managed to do it. I've striked through again. It's going to be hard. I mean, I think priority is surviving in that league.
Yeah.
That's going to be my priority, really. Survive and build, and hopefully second season, start pushing, and then bit of luck, I might go up that season. But then really push for if I'm in there for the third season. But survival next season, that's what I'm aiming for.
Newport County, by the way, never got it going.
Oh, that's
so
they only won 4 games.
Yeah.
Whole season.
There's me bigging them up.
Yeah.
What do I know? Now, Kanye Bradshaw was again the Golden Boot winner. He got 35 goals in 42 games.
Brilliant. And what a signing that's turned out to be. I'm just hoping that he's going to stick with us.
Back to back Golden Boots. Ethan Laidlaw's behind him, who's also a very good striker, a Scottish striker. And you look at the difference in that compared to Kanye Bradshaw. He's 20 years of age. He's still got a bit to go as well. So if you wanted to keep him and could... Oh, he's locked down for another 2 years.
I've done my job then, I know.
Yeah. So it's either somebody that you can cash in on or try and use and utilise in the following season.
And to be honest with you, that's not a bad wage, 600.
No, what you're on right now.
Yeah.
Definitely. There's a couple of players there on a lot more.
Yeah, it's a good wage, really.
Yeah, if you're looking at it in terms of wages, 1.2 obviously with Luke Bell, who signed him.
Yeah, 1.2k.
And he's on for another season.
Yeah.
He's sticking around. So, yeah, it's
I mean, that's a good thing. When you do
here.
get promotion, you've got a chance of keeping the players, especially your good players. You've got a chance of keeping them because they're going to want to play in the next season.
Yeah.
Like Harry Evans, the goalkeeper. I mean, that's another great sort of signing for me. I've locked him down for another 2 years. So, yeah, I'm pleased with that.
Absolutely. Now, you've also been given a big wage again. Surely they're looking at the project that you're in the work that you're doing and thinking, we could get behind this guy. Yeah. We've nearly got £1 million in the bank. They give you enough wages, but also they've seen the money that you spent on the centre back and gone, we can give him some transfer budget too.
Yeah, so I can just afford to just buy a couple of players, really, if I have to. But you still got to be looking at that free market. So you can just pick out that little gem like I did with the striker.
Yeah. Well, the challenge to win the Premier League with Chorley is still very much on as we go into season number 4 and into the Football League. Chorley's hero dad has gone out on loan to Alfrington Town.
Yeah, I mean, he's only 18 and I just had, quite word with him and said that you could struggle to get into this team and I don't really want to lose you, so just let him go out on loan. Yeah. He was quite happy with that.
Bless him.
Yeah.
Now, there's a lot of players who have joined the club. We got Phil Jenkins here who come on a free transfer. Looks rather good. 17-year-old striker. Not too bad.
No.
But then we've got a few more as well. Now, a lot of these do say fees, but a lot of them are you sign them on a free transfer and still have to pay a little bit anyway.
Yeah, a little bit of compensation
True Grant
fee, really. Yeah.
is a goalkeeper. Isn't getting into the first team just yet. Also picked up an injury, but a very good backup. From Telford, we got Sean Hogan who comes in, who's a right back. Looks like better than the right back that you previously had. Ruben Curley, again, another midfielder, so we'll keep on improving that midfield with very good mental attributes.
Yeah, I think that's a very important place in the team that you have to keep improving as well.
Especially as you're going up leagues.
Yeah,
definitely. It's the heartbeat, the engine of the squad.
Yeah.
Jack Rogers from Southport, a centre-back option that you've brought in here. I don't know whether he'll start all the games, but he's a good option, squad.
That's right, yeah.
And then we got Bryant Belongo, who again was a free agent, plays left-back.
Yeah, I mean, we did point it last season, didn't we, that the left back I signed didn't look a great left back, but he's the only one I could get last season.
Yeah.
But, so I've got this guy in as well who looks like he's going to be starting the games more than anything. He's not great either, but
no.
For this league, I think he's all right.
All right, well, the best 11 pick does put him in there, same as Hogan on the other side. Bell keeps his position, of course. So Grady and Amadin is in there, who is a Chorley graduate from the Youth Academy.
Yeah.
Already we're getting him in.
Yes.
We've had a goal scorer in the playoff final. Now we've got Willem Amadin, who is in the first team. and starting games at age 18.
Hopefully,
You love to see that.
Bringing through, yes, definitely, yeah.
So whether he plays and just becomes a first team regular, or eventually you cash in and bring some money into the club, I love that. I think that's great. Now, Wood, Bradshaw, Fisking, Griffiths, all up there, recognisable names.
Yeah, virtually the same front three as it was last season.
Yeah, and it started the season, again, rather positively.
Oh, he lost the one game again at the start of the season.
Yeah.
I drew one against Grimsby, and we know Grimsby's one of the good sides in the league as well. But you're looking at the teams I've played against: Crewe, Preston, Chesterfield, Swindon, Blackpool. All well-known names. To beat Blackpool in the cup
And
as
Preston
well.
in the cup.
Yeah, that's two great results. I just felt really.
You've got Arsenal in the third round.
Wouldn't it be nice if I could beat them as
well? Oh, that is hilarious. Also, Liverpool under 21s.
I'm going to say it's probably going to be the Arsenal under 21s, even though it doesn't say it there, but it probably will be.
The Carabao Cup third round, maybe. But yeah, Chesterfield and Cheltenham, big wins there. Even the draw to Grimsby, as you say, was away from home. That was a good one. A Crewe 3-1 win at the start of the season. Kanye Bradshaw already hit the ground running, but he's going to miss the Arsenal game.
Yeah, that's such a pity, really. And I bet he's got it. I know I am.
Yeah.
You need your best striker, because they're not going to play their strongest side, Arsenal, but they'll play a good side against you.
Yeah.
And I could have done with him, really.
He's got 3 and 5 so far with an assist to kick things off this season. So already making a bit of an impact here in the EFL League 2. 7th place. And we know, obviously, your target was to just be safe. And
yeah, definitely, yeah.
Because 24th predicting, that's really far down.
I mean,
you're doing all right.
I'm looking at 13th, 14th, and I'll be really, really happy with that.
Yeah, definitely. But who knows? You did it back-to-back last year.
Yes, I mean, it's a big one to try and do it three seasons in a row. But
and this is now the easiest league to get out of.
Yeah.
You're from the 2 of the hardest to the easiest. There's only 2 that goes down, but there's 4 that goes up.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so a better chance this season. But it's all about survival, really, and I'll be pleased. Anything above 14th, and I'll be really pleased with it this season.
All right, big opportunity though. Let's see. Season number 4. Well, it's not quite 14th, Dad, but you did survive.
Yes, and quite away from the 2 that got relegated as well. So I'm quite pleased with that, really. It's a good season. Or I could have done with being a little bit higher up, but the 3 teams above me are already just above me. So one game puts you right up above them, doesn't it? So I've survived. I'm pleased with that.
Chester.
What another season
Unbelievable from Chester.
Because they were below me in the first part of the season.
Leroy Lita is their manager, by the way. Look at that. That is absolutely crazy. Leroy Lita's manager. Yeah. I used to have a Leroy Lita shirt when he used to play for Reading. But he's done exceptionally well at Chester.
Three seasons in a row. Yeah, well done.
But 18th place, Dad, and we don't have the top goal scorer of the league. Kanye Bradshaw is not up there. Josh Madger's in the league, though. George Monday was top scorer with 31 goals. We don't have... Kanye Bradshaw is down there with just 12, but Harrison Wood has also got 13. So that's 2 lads who've done quite well there. Have we found the standard for his level for Kanye Bradshaw? Potentially.
It could well be, yeah. So I might be, I'm not just yet, but I could be looking for another striker. So he's done well for me. And I can't moan about we've survived, so...
he's a big reason why you got to this point.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. So
and the fans, rightly so, have a great affinity towards him.
Yeah, they will
he's very much loved at the club.
Yeah.
So that ain't too bad, Dad. There's other competitions, obviously, that you were in. The EFL Cup, you are against Arsenal. It'd be nice to see if you managed to do anything again. It was 8-0. Okay, never mind. We'll have a look at the FA Cup. Maybe you did all right in the FA Cup.
I didn't have a striker, did I?
It's Stevenage, 1-0. You were the league above. Now, the Virtue Trophy is something that you might have stood a bit of a chance in and got fairly far in. You weren't in the semi-final. Not in the quarter-final either. Now, the Northern section, 3rd round, no. We'll leave that one,
I think we'll leave that one, yeah.
Let's have a look at the squad. Yeah. Now, the squad itself, goals, top scorer was Harrison Wood. He hasn't exactly improved since you've picked him up now, and now Kanye Bradshaw has only got 13 goals. It might be time to, if you're looking at promotion next season, to bring in a new striker. There's a couple of knocking around here. I mean, Phil Jenkins, another player, bloody hell, who you've brought in quite young. Obviously, he joined on a free transfer. Looks quite good already.
Yes, he could be the one just to sort of replace him, really, isn't it?
Interesting, that is. Obviously, there's a few youngsters who were in the first team last season, the midfield option, but I can't see him either. Did he leave the club halfway through the season? I hope not. That would have been sad. But Odin is still out on loan at Alfrington Town. I didn't play as many games in the top the first team as they did in the under-16s. But
Still a legend.
big money that they're giving
Yes.
you. I mean,
Yeah.
surely.
They recognise that I'm not wasting their money.
Yeah.
So, because when you're getting free signings in, or I had to pay a little bit of compensation, I'm not selling players for anything neither. So I'm not getting any money back off the players. So it's just end of contract and that's it. So, and for them to be supporting me like this is great.
Well, they can see the vision. Let's see if you can rectify that season with a promotion push in the following. All right, Dad, no money spent.
No.
Got 5 players all coming in on free transfers, and bar one is getting first team football all the time.
But they're all getting on the pitch.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm pleased with that, really.
Joe Ashton starts things off. Now, he is a very good left-sided centre-back or left-back option that you've brought to the club.
Yeah.
Previously of Huddersfield, so he looks like he could be quite a nice little talent. Xavier Messiah Edwards, though, starting all the games from the right-hand side.
Yeah,
a lot of pace
Good
about
little
him
winger.
too.
Yeah, he's quick. And in this league, that's what you need, really. You haven't got to be the best person on the ball, but if you've got that pace to get past your defender,
Yeah.
it gives you that little bit of time, because his composure isn't that great, but it gives you that little bit of time to get that ball over, and you just need to get it over once or twice in a game. And have I got a struggle to put it away?
Frankie Coulson is a striker,
Yes.
but he isn't necessarily starting games. But he's coming off the bench, so he could be one who does score a few goals, Frankie Coulson. Then we've got Harry Gathercole. Now, he's the one who's only made 3 appearances off the bench in that centre midfielder role, 22 years of age. Doesn't look too bad, though, to be fair.
No, he don't.
A lot of money, though.
Yeah. He is a lot of money. I mean, I bought him for his age and what he can do, even though I've changed the tactic a little bit to not to play in his favourite position. But I just felt I needed to be a bit more sort of stronger in the midfield.
Okay.
That's where I felt I lost it last season.
A sign of things to come then.
Yeah.
Brooklyn and Fonku, who plays right back, can also play left back, can fill in on both sides.
Ideal player for this sort of league, really.
Yeah.
We can do that.
Now, the tactic, as you mentioned, you went from a 4-2-3-1, dropped back into a 4-3-3.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at the best 11. Now, O'Grady and Curley is in there. Amadin is still in there. So the centre defensive midfielder that you picked up, came through the youth academy.
Yeah.
Looks probably now one of your best players.
Yeah, he does, yeah.
And he's got another 2 years on his deal, so that's great.
And it's on a cheap wage as well. So
Cheap wage, that's the
Yeah.
best type of player.
yeah, definitely, yeah.
So shocked there's no new striker.
Yes, I'm just hoping this bike. I'm going to give him another season.
Yeah.
I'm giving him the ammunition.
Yeah, the players around
I've
him.
got 2 good wingers,
Messiah Edwards is there.
Yeah,
Fiskin's there too.
yeah.
Still very good.
and I've made my midfield a little bit stronger, and they're good sort of going forward as well. So could be a good season, hopefully.
Right, well, the start of the season, again, you haven't had a bad start to the season yet. The only game you lost was an expected loss
Yeah,
to
definitely,
Wolves.
yeah.
And it wasn't 8-0. Is that even a positive?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Against them.
The result to get me there against Chesterfield, 4-0,
Yeah.
away from home. Great result that is.
And look who's banging in a hat-trick. It's
Yeah.
Kanye again.
Yeah, so that's all you need is that little bit of, give him a bit of confidence, and that gets him going for the season, doesn't
Yeah,
it? So,
but the
yeah.
league games, only 2 points dropped away to Warsaw,
Yeah.
who, by the way, every time I drive past that stadium, I think, God, that looks like an awful stadium.
Yeah.
I am sorry, Warsaw fans. But Northampton away from home, great start to the season. Burton, massive win against Burton Albion.
Great result that is,
Yeah. Halifax Town again, nice little comfortable 2-0. And Southend away with Messiah Edwards getting on the score sheet. So
Yeah.
really good. Now, League 2 table, you are in second. Again, 3 automatics, 1 going up through the playoffs. The predicted league table still has you as the worst team in the league.
Oh, I don't know how they can do that.
Time to prove them wrong.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I don't know how they can do that. So, like last season at 14th upwards, I'm going to prove that a little bit more. I feel I've got a better squad this time. 10th upwards, I'll be pleased with. But yeah, I've got to be pushing.
I think with this start and the players that you've brought in, I'm expecting playoff position here.
Well, that's what I'm hoping for. I feel
Yeah.
that I've got a better squad, but it's not an easy league to get out of, really. I think when you look at the teams that's there, I mean, Swindon are down there, they're a good side as well. Fleetwood, you can just keep picking sides out. The Gills are there, aren't they? So anybody can win this league, really. I just got to hope I'm there or thereabouts at the end of the season and give me a chance.
All right, well, let's see what happens season number 5. Well, there we have it. What a season.
Come on.
4
Yes.
points ahead of second place, champions, Sky Bet League 2.
Great result. Yeah, only lost 8 games, which is the best in the league. So,
Yeah, very good.
That's why I'm a champion. So, 4 points, quite close. Like I said, it was going to be close. Drew a lot of games. That was my only problem, I felt. Drawing
Yeah.
12 games. It's a hell of a lot of games to draw, really. I mean, you look at Notts County, only drew 7. But they just, unfortunately, they just lost too many,
So
really.
you won the most.
Yeah, that's
in the
right,
league.
yeah.
And that's
So-
why you've gone up.
Yeah.
As well as having faith in your old striker, Kanye
Yes,
Bradshaw.
he's done it again, and he's 3 seasons out of 4.
He was just an
He's
off
got
season.
He got that golden boot, and
It was to get any other clubs sniffing around him away.
And I've kept him away, and he's rewarded me for it.
34 goals from Kanye Bradshaw, which was so much more than second place Cali Sene of Burton Albion, wins on yet another golden boot. That's 3 golden boots in 4 seasons for Kanye. He's making himself a legend at Chorley now.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is absolutely fantastic. So it's promotion already in season number 5, going up into Sky Bet League 1. 40 goals across the whole season.
Great
15
season,
for Harley O'Grady Macken as well. Willem, who's now become, I think, your best player in terms of a technical aspect, having a great season as well. The winger who you signed there, 16 assists.
That's what I wanted him for.
With a bit of pace, 16 assists. On the other side, 12 assists.
He's going to be dangerous. In this league, with a bit of pace, you're going to be dangerous. So, and that proved that right.
And it's good to see as well, your striker off the bench also scoring a lot of goals. 9 goals. Look how good his mental attribute. Jesus. If he had a bit of pace about him, he'd be unbelievable,
That's
wouldn't
the
he?
only problem with it, really, isn't it? But,
It's like, put him through and go, they've caught him up already. What a season, Dad.
Great season.
Promotion
Really
again.
pleased with that.
Back to you with a big, hefty wage budget.
Yeah.
Nice transfer budget as well. The only thing I'm a little bit disappointed so far, utilising the loan market.
Yeah.
Hasn't happened yet. Will it happen?
To be honest with you, I think I've done better than I thought I would do in the
free
transfers. I managed to get the players in I wanted to get. Then when I went looking at the end of the season, because better when you get closer to the September sort of time, a lot of the top teams start getting rid of their sort of youngsters.
And they don't try and rip you off.
Yeah, that's right. And I just couldn't get anybody I fancied.
Yeah.
Just couldn't get anybody in there that I fancied, really.
I don't care how good looking they are. I want them to be a better player. All right, let's have a look then at season number 6 recruitment. All right, Dad, yet again, using that free transfer market that's been really good for you so far. Freddie Friedman joined, another good centre-back option there with good potential. More of a squad player, I think.
Yep.
Real Palmer, though, interesting talent this is.
Yes. I mean, this is by far the best signing I think I've made this season for this team, really. And it's made me change my tactic again.
Yeah.
Because as you can see, his favourite position is that attacking midfield role.
Number 10.
And I wanted to make sure that he plays in that role as well. So I've changed the tactic back to how it was before last season, really.
Right, okay. Now, he's just awaiting treatment for a calf strain. That shouldn't be him out for too long, so that's all right. Vinny Hayward is a striker.
Yes.
Maybe not a first-team striker. He has played 3 games so far, but I wonder whether Kanye is going to keep his position. Now, there's 2 more players. One of them costs a lot of money. We've got 11,000 maybe on compensation for Eridas Golombekis.
Yeah, it was compensation I'm paying from, really. So, but to get him in, if you've got to pay that, it's not in this sort of market. It's not a lot of money to spend, really, for him. So he's a good player.
Joe Upton, though, that is a lot of money.
Yes.
Doesn't necessarily start either.
And I don't think he will, because the defensive midfield player that I've got in my team was really good.
From the youth academy.
But I think, didn't I change that sort of... Well, no, I've got 2 players in that position that are already in there.
O'Grady is already in there.
Ahmad.
Of course, he's been in there for a few seasons next to Ahmadin.
But I got to make sure, I've got a squad, really, so I got cover for injuries and things like that. So, but as you can see, Palmer's in there. He's probably going to be the best player in my team as well.
So he joins the front 3 that has been the front 3 for the last, certainly the last 2 years, Messiah Edwards, but Fiskin and Bradshaw have been the strike force and winger combination that you've had for 3 or 4 seasons.
Could do it again this season. Golden boot. I mean, that just be something brilliant, wouldn't it?
Evans has been there for a while too.
Yeah.
There's a few players now where the turnover stopped as much as what it was in previous years. But the fixture schedule, Dad, you're currently top of the league.
Oh, no. No.
You are a master at starting the season well.
Yes.
Bristol Rovers away from home. Kanye Bradshaw scores the winner. Plus Harry Evans gets a man of the match performance in goal.
And this is what I was hoping. I'm trying to make myself sort of more solid at the back, really, and very hard to beat.
Low-scoring games.
And as you can see, there's a lot of 1-0s there. So.
Win or loss.
Win or loss, yeah. So, which I'm pleased about, because when I do lose, I'm only losing 1-0. So I'm in the game to the final second, really.
Yeah.
So...
Kanye Bradshaw wins the game twice, or 2 games in a row to kick things off. Mansfield out of the cup. We're not worried about that whatsoever.
And it was a penalty in the 95th minute.
Yeah. Portsmouth away, Kanye Bradshaw again.
Yep.
I mean, at this point, we're getting Chorley shirts with Kanye Bradshaw's name on the back. This is unbelievable. This is class. Now, Preston 1-0 loss. We know that could be a difficult game anyway. They're in the same league as you now.
This is a great result.
Chester 2-1.
Yeah, because we know how good Chester have been the last few years.
Yeah.
So that's, I mean, to go 2-0 up as well, and Palmer scoring the second goal as well. So that's a great result, I feel, for me.
Beating them again 1-0 through Kanye Bradshaw in the Virtue Trophy. So, great start to the season. Wrexham's in the league, though.
Yes.
Oh, there's some big teams in here. Wigan, Reading, of course. Massive teams. Lincoln, who've gone up recently. Portsmouth, who you've already played.
Just keep going down. There it is. There it is.
We're actually recording this on the same day that Argyle play Exeter tonight. So, if Argyle win, you'll see it in the video. If Argyle lose, Editor Sid will edit this out. But if they win, get in, you scummy Exeter. They are the Wrens of the English Football League.
Definitely.
Yeah.
What league you in there, Exeter?
Disgusting. Yeah. And you took an absolute tanking from Argyle, or you beat us and you'll never see this in the video. Either way, it's win-win for us.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Right, let's see how Dad does.
Me shirt.
Yeah, let's see how Dad does with Chorley in season number 6. Well, Dad, I didn't expect you to fall that far down, considering
never
the
did
start
I.
of the season. 19th place.
Yeah, that's
Safe by 5 points.
That's just really, it's 2 games, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a bad season, but the way I'm looking at it, I survived.
Yeah.
I feel that I've come up very, very quickly. The only real disappointment I've got in is that I should have finished above us.
Yeah. No comment.
Yeah.
But goals-wise, Kanye Bradshaw, 15.
He let me down again. It's an order league to score in, and he's banged in 15 for me.
Yeah.
So both done me well.
MK Dons are bringing in a Brazilian striker who's 19, who is that good.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I mean,
Is he their actual? He's their actual player.
Yeah.
That's not even a loan signing.
No.
That's their Paulo Menezes Sala is their actual. They spent money on him, 270k.
What a bargain that
From
is, isn't it?
It's a club I've never heard of.
No.
What a badge, by the way.
Oh, yes.
That is crazy.
Yeah, I like
A
that.
Brazilian team that I've never heard of. He looks outstanding. I love signings like that in Football Manager.
Oh, if you can find little gems like that, yeah, definitely, yeah.
But going back to Chorley, now 19th place. It's, as you say, it survived. Where do you think it went wrong this season?
I don't think it's a case of going wrong. I think it's just a case of it's an order league. And I've got players that's probably...
They're good National League players.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I've got to be looking to... You can't offload. You can't offload too many players all in one go, because you can't get the players in to replace that.
Yeah.
And you just got to do it bit by bit. And like I said to you at the beginning, I hope I got a couple of good players in, which I feel I did. They're not strong enough for this league as a squad, so I've just got to sort of take 1 and 2 out, and you got to lose a couple because contracts end and you don't want to re-sign them. So I feel really we survived. That's the main thing. I can bid on it again. When you look at the teams that's in this league,
Chester's gone down, by the way.
Oh, that's unbelievable, when you look at it that way. But when you look at the teams in this league, when you got the likes of Wigan, Wrexham, Preston, Wickham, Peterborough, Huddersfield, it's top teams in this league.
Much bigger clubs than Chorley is.
And they're, especially Wrexham. I mean, you look at them and what their wage bill probably would be against my wage bill, and I bet they're signing players as well for money.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look. Your top wage that you're still paying now is £2,000. Luke Bell, which is the centre back, who's not actually one of your best players either.
No.
Whereas if you look at League One and then have a look at Wrexham, who lost in the playoff final, by the way, so they only just lost. They have Andre Santos, who's just signed for Man United. Their top wage is 35 grand.
Yeah.
And that is an actual player.
Yeah.
It's not even a loan signing.
I mean, he's not even going to look at coming to my team, is he? Really?
They have 3, 4, 5 players, 6 players who are above 20,000. It goes down to here. Before they have players that are under 20,000. That is 11 players who are over £20,000.
And that's what you're playing against. So, I feel that to survive that league this season was a good result.
I get what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, the fact that they've got Andre Santos in their first team is absolutely mental. Yeah. But, okay.
When you're out there trying to sign the players that get in your team, you approach these players like that, and as soon as they say, I want 10 grand a week, you got to go, sorry, I'm not interested.
Not on our wage budget. I think where it went wrong is maybe goals. I think you might need to start scoring more goals. You probably need better wingers.
Yeah.
You've got Rio Palmer, I think is a quality player. Kanye, is this his level? Is this as far as he can go?
This is the problem with him. He still scored 17 goals, but do I need a better striker? Do I, and that's what you're looking at to see what's available, really.
Yeah.
These players have got to be available for me to sign them in the first place.
Well, you got available wage budget of 4.7, which for Wrexham is peanuts. 123 grand in the transfer budget. So it's a big task to try and get out of Sky Bet League One. All right, joining the club this summer then, Dad, we've got Ilian Wood. Again, a free agent, striker option.
Yes. I mean, like we said at the end of the last season, I've got to be looking at another striker just to see if I can improve.
Yeah. Playing kind of. He's coming off the bench more.
He's got three appearances, 1 goal, but he's carrying an injury as well, so that doesn't help really.
Malik has also joined the club. He's a centre midfielder, so it looks rather good, to be honest. You've got decent centre midfielders already.
Yes, I have, and I feel you still got to you got to allow for the injuries, and could this player be a little bit better than what I've already got because it being in a harder league? That's what I'm sort of looking at really.
Very fast player, which helps him. Is relishes big matches too. These are all pros.
You've got to be looking at because
definitely.
I think in this league they're all big matches for a team in my sort of position.
Yeah, for sure. Ted Kurd though joins the club as a goalkeeper.
Yeah, I think this is going to be more of a sort of reserve keeper.
Yeah, he's a backup option for sure. He isn't getting past.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say you've necessarily really improved the team here, and we're looking at pretty much the same formation.
Yeah.
We've got Bradshaw still up front. We've got Palmer in behind. Hayward now joins. Amadin is still in that midfield. He's holding that midfield down.
Yeah.
Still probably your best player. He is asking to leave, though. At age 21, he's been here for a few seasons. This is the problem.
When you've got players like this coming through...
And you're not progressing
they're going to want to go, aren't they?
Yeah, for sure.
I think I've been fortunate so far that the good players in my team that I've managed to keep is mainly because I have gone up a league.
Yeah.
So... yeah, it's gonna be an hard season again, but I've started well again. Really, I feel.
Yeah, 4-2 against Salford, big team. Wrexham, 2-2 against them.
Yeah, great result that.
We've already seen
away
their
from
wage.
Home. Yeah,
it's a lot, and you've come away from home with a point, beating Derby County in the Carabao Cup.
That's a hell of a result, isn't it?
Halifax Town 5-3. The goals are there this time round.
Yes.
We're not seeing 1-0s. 1-1 against Exeter.
Well, they finished higher than me in the league, so I've got to take it as a sort of good result of their ground.
AFC Wimbledon win away from home, so it's a good start so far to the season. But obviously, we knew you would be bottom at the last predicted league table. Where are you? We're still bottom. Yeah,
I just don't really like what do they. I mean, look at the Wrexham players in that team already,
and they're top.
And their defence is made up of the Sheffield Wednesday players as well. So not going to be an easy season, but
I mean, the 3 clubs that come down: Sheffield Wednesday, Barnsley, Blackburn. Some big clubs there, isn't it?
Oh.
All 3 former Premier League sides
not going to be easy
to overcome.
Yeah.
So big ask here.
I'd like to think that I can get close to the playoffs this season. I've learned from last season, sort of improved a little bit of squad size. We haven't improved the starting 11, but I've improved the squad.
All right, well, let's see if that does come true. Well, Dad, on the final day of the season, you lost to lose the league, but it's promotion either way.
Yes, I chucked it away. I mean, it's great result. I mean, as you can see, the 2 teams below me as well, 83 points. I could have easily lost it completely and ended up in the playoffs.
Yeah, it was a 4-horse title race.
Yeah, I've got to look at it and think, great result. I mean, I'm really pleased with it. But to lose the league on the last day of the season, it's you just think, oh, it's such a shame, really.
Yeah.
Because I haven't physically won a league yet, really, have I? I don't know. So, won the
You did win a league.
Oh, yeah.
Coming up.
It's nice to sort of win the leagues as well, though, isn't it? But, great result. Really pleased with that.
The goals are there, 83.
Yeah.
And look who's won. Yet another golden boot. It's Kanye Bradshaw. He's back in the goals. Who doubted him? I didn't.
Great. So what's that? He's won 4
golden boots in 6 years.
6 seasons, yeah.
4 golden boots for Kanye Bradshaw in 6 seasons. What a lower league maestro this man has turned out to be.
Yeah, great signing for me.
So if you're ever in the lower leagues, pick up this bloody man. He was at Nottingham Forest, went to Guernsey. I don't know what team he starts off at, but look at the goals that he bangs in. He is an animal.
Yeah.
And he has helped you get up there. But not only has he done that, he's also helped you win the EFL trophy.
Look who we beat in the final.
Arsenal in the final. Bradshaw gets the equaliser. Hayward gets the winner in the 93rd minute.
I love a late goal.
To pick up a trophy.
Yes, at Wembley.
Get in. Look at that. Lovely stuff. What a season that is.
Great season. Yeah, really pleased with that. It's going to be hard next season.
In the Championship.
Oh, it's such an hard league.
3 seasons to win the Premier League.
Yeah.
Oh, easy. Kanye Bradshaw, 36 goals.
I could be stuck in the Championship for 3 seasons. I think that's a problem.
Real Palmer's got 19 assists. Very good from him. Lovely stuff. And recruitment, we've got £1 million in there, Dad. 1.5 million and £27,000. That is 3/4 of a big wage at Wrexham. Who can believe that? Well, big season on our hands for season number 8, but what a season 7 was. Definitely, and what a player Kanye Bradshaw is.
Yeah.
I'm so impressed by how good he keeps on.
And the good thing is he doesn't want to leave now.
No.
So,
Locked down for another 2 years.
Yeah.
Give it 2 seasons, he'll be playing in the Prem. Let's see.
And I'll be selling him for 40 million.
Yeah. Well, no, maybe not.
No.
We'll see. Now, Dad, a big step up into arguably the hardest division, the Championship.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
And a big transfer window.
It had to be. I mean, we were talking about the depth of the squad, really, and how good the squad was, and I didn't think it was good enough for that league. It was definitely going to be good enough for this league, is it?
Callum Scanlon joins, 210k, starting things off, left wing back.
We knew that was
decent.
a weak. Yeah, we knew that was a weak position for my team.
Yeah. Reece Johnson joins, also a left back, can play left side centre back as well.
That's what I've got him there for. He plays 2 positions, and he's a natural left-footed, so that's perfect for me.
Joel Medina, free agent, free transfer.
Yes.
They're the important ones that you pick up.
Another midfielder. I know I've got a strong midfield, but the depth of the team, you got to be making sure you got it.
Yeah. Has been playing from Independiente, so he's a free transfer from Argentina.
I think it's a good free transfer as well.
Yeah. Raquelme Felipe, another free transfer who played Brazilian. Here we go.
Brazilian winger. What more do I want?
Brazilian winger Raquelme Felipe is a 4-star player and only on 2.8k, which is rather low because one of the last players was 7,000. I noticed. As a star player, fantastic physical attributes. Looks really good from Fluminense. Unbelievable. Look at this. We're buying in a Fluminense player. Then we've got Slobodan Stojanovic from Borac, who comes in as a left winger. This is what I'm talking about. A lot of good options
this
here.
This guy is good on the wing as well. So,
yeah, but that doesn't stop there. Probably my most excited transfer that you've made is Brian Maggio. Everybody's been talking about he could potentially be England's #1 striker, the number 9 in the future. He looks really good in Aston Villa's youth academy.
He does, doesn't he? Yeah. So I think this is a really good signing for me, and unfortunately it's that good of a signing. I could be locking this guy in.
Kanye.
I think he is just a step up from what Kanye is really. So I've got to be looking at that and then getting this guy on the pitch. So
I mean, he looks really good. He got 15 goals last season at Tranmere. You spent nearly, £750,000 on him.
Yeah, so that's a lot of money for this team,
Yeah. Cartha NGI for 1.4k. Looks a very good right wing back.
Yeah,
looks
so
very good.
I think I've improved both sides now of my defence, really.
Cheap wages too.
Yeah.
But obviously coming from where he did in Generation Foot. Owen Forster from Halifax Town, goalkeeper.
Yeah, I needed to get a second keeper in, so good keeper, and he probably will be straight into the #1.
Yeah. Actually, he hasn't started yet.
No.
Maybe he won't. James Hayes from Aston Villa. We got 2 loan signings.
Yes.
Not necessarily the loan signings, I think. Starts, though.
No, it won't be. It's solely to help the squad out, really.
Yeah.
And Villa allowed me to sort of like have him as a squad player rather than insisting that I played him as well, which helped as well.
And then the final one, Alex Maxwell from Blackburn, on loan as well, centre-back option.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those positions where if you get too many injuries, it can kill you. So he looks a good youngster coming through. I'm going to give him a chance of some game time now and again.
Yeah.
So, it's a good little loan signing, really.
Well, the 4-3-3 stays, and Brian Maggio gets the starting position, the centre-forward position.
Locked him in to make sure he gets the game time.
Yeah, because Wood goes in there.
Yeah,
weirdly. It's a bit strange, isn't it? So if we're looking at it, it would be that. That would be the first team, the first 11. Does look very good. Amadin is still in there, which is great to see.
Yeah.
The only thing I think lets him down is his natural fitness, his physical attributes, really. The natural fitness is rather low, isn't it? But yeah, he's still in the team for now, and the loan signings do make the cut as well. They are still in the team. But let's have a look at the start of the season. The fixture schedule in the Championship, probably your worst start so far.
Yeah, it is.
And it still isn't bad.
No.
It was an away win against Plymouth.
Yeah, first
Amadin
game of the season. I went home
and
and got 3 points, so I was pleased with that.
Beat Wrexham. on penalties in the Cup, but then lost to
that.
Norwich.
Yeah.
But Watford, home win against them. Felipe with the winner there, not too bad at all. A loss to Cardiff, unfortunately, and a draw to
side.
Middlesbrough.
And then
Brian
another-
Maggio got his first goal.
Another good side as well. So yeah, I've come up against two sort of like teams that probably been pushing for the Premier League, and I've come away with nothing really. But I'm still happy with the start. It's a really good start for the season. Put me in that sort of position, but I'll guarantee they'll put me last. Yeah, they have as well.
Predicted to finish 24th. So
I mean, we know it's not going to be an easy game, an easy season, but yeah, I'll be pushing all the way. 18th. I'd be pleased with a finish around the 18th mark.
Yeah.
From there upwards, I'll be pleased.
right, well, let's see what happens season number 8. Well, it's better than 18th, Dad. It's 13th.
I'm really pleased with that.
65 points.
Bad end of the season as well, so it could have been even better if I'd won a couple of games near the end. So, you know, I'm only like, what?
13 points off the playoffs.
Yeah, so really good season. Really pleased with that. Sort of really good sort of like building on for the next season then.
Yeah, so not too bad at all. Now, goals, unfortunately, we're not going to see Kanye up there. He does have 19, though. How?
Well, of course,
Crazy.
I must have just had injuries and this guy's come in and helped me out.
Yeah, he's still
So,
playing loads.
yeah.
There we go. I mean, the top scorer is Modi Sai from Lincoln, who, again, you look at him, he looks really good,
Yeah,
doesn't
you're
he?
looking at players that should be in that league, really. Isn't it?
Yeah, but great to see Felipe's also there with 16. So
Yeah.
from that right wing, he's chipping in with a good amount of goals. But the striker we're not seeing, Brian Maggio, down there with 8.
Yeah.
Really
And
poor on
he's-
his
and
goals
he's-
to 90-minute ratios.
He's let me down
Terrible.
because he has actually appeared in 46 games.
Yeah.
So he's played nearly every game.
That's every league game.
Yeah.
That's 46 every league game
So he
he's
didn't
played.
get no injuries, but he's let me down. So and the other
Bad.
strikers come through and not let me down again.
Yeah.
So,
No cup wins as we expected.
we don't expect to be in anything
No,
like that. Really.
definitely
So,
not
no.
at this point. Striker-wise, Ilian Wood actually scored the most goals, but he was out on loan at Blackpool.
Yeah.
Kanye Bradshaw, he still played 38 games. Now, it looks like Brian Maggio, maybe you didn't lock him in.
I thought I did. But,
He only started 19, 30 off the bench, whereas
started
Kanye
38.
started 38.
yeah.
19 goals in total still. Raquelme's had a great season. Stojanovic has had a good season as well. I think overall, you've got to be happy with that.
Yeah. I mean, Broadshaw hasn't let me down again, so you know you got to be looking at that and thinking it's a great season by him. A couple of the other players I'm looking at thinking, yeah, I've had an half decent season out of you, but for where I've finished in the league, really, I've got to be happy with every player there. It's put a shift in and got me into 13th position, was it?
Yeah.
In that league, that's great season. I feel
Right, well, transfer budget, not quite as much as what it was
they're not
last year.
supporting me now, are they? I think I've
Wages lower too.
Yeah, I think I've gone into the paying out the wages a little bit higher too quickly, and my board's just sort of panicking now, aren't they?
I think the loan market's crucial. I think the loan
Yeah,
market
it
is
could well
definitely a
be
way
now.
to attack.
Yeah.
You've got 2 years left to win the Premier League.
I mean, the thing is, we've been in the Championship as well. If you leave it to the last second, a lot of the Premier Leagues are looking to offload the ones that are not going to make it, don't they? And that's when you can pick up a couple of really good players, really. So hopefully I can do something like that and help me along.
Yeah, definitely. Well, let's see what happens. Season number 9. The recruitment is crucial to give yourself a shot at that Premier League title in Season 10. All right, Dad, players on the in. Simon Rojas kicked things off. A Colombian midfielder. Looks quite good, to be honest. Free transfer, and he's worth a little bit too, so not a bad signing that. He's played 3 games already, so he is impacting the first team. But then we've got 5 more players. Only one of them isn't starting games, which is Karim Nelson, and that's a backup goalkeeper.
Yeah, I lost one of my reserve keepers, so I had to get this guy in, so I think he's all right for his age,
Yeah.
23. So, yeah.
But from Club NXT, which is the Club Brugge youth team, Andre Garcia, who's actually English as well, left wing back, looks rather good for this division.
Yeah, I think he is. Yeah, he's quick as well, and he can play any position, run up through that side on the left-hand side. So,
Yeah, it looks good.
sign, I feel.
Gerald, 5 appearances so far as a centre-back.
Yeah.
Again, I think Brazilian. He's a bit of a step up from the centre-back options that you had
6'5"
there.
as well. He's a big lad.
Yeah. 3 goals in 5 games, though, for Washington Garcia, who is
could be a
number 10.
Yes, this could be a really good signing for me, I feel.
He's made
scored a
2
couple of goals.
appearances for Uruguay.
Yeah, scored a couple of goals already on
Yeah.
a free transfer. I've got to be pleased with that, really.
Yeah, it looks really good. Washington Garcia. Let's see what he can do. And then finally, Giuliano. Made 2 appearances, 2 starts, 3 off the bench.
Another striker. Hopefully, you know, this
Brazilian
guy.
striker. There's
Yeah.
a South American core going on here,
Yeah, they've
isn't
got
it?
some good scouts down that area, so yeah, they're doing a good job for me.
All right, well, start off of the season then. Let's have a look at the match day. Oh, you're going back to the 4-2-3-1 for the match day squad.
I had
Garcia's
to
in
with Garcia
there.
then I had to bring that out, and I'm taking a chance. I'm going really attacking. I think to be in this league, to be any good So you got to really go for goals, and hopefully that's what I want to do this season.
Amada and Medina in that midfield as well, behind Garcia. Maggio is technically the number one striker right now. We'll see if it stays that way. But Riquelme, Felipe's on there as well. I think you've got a good set of forwards to potentially score a lot of goals. And you started very well and are scoring goals too.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Sheffield United 3-2 win, 97th minute winner. But they actually scored the 98th minute. So it was a very entertaining game. Beat Bolton in the Cup and Sheffield United again in the Cup.
Yeah, Sheffield United don't like playing against me, do they?
No.
So that's 2 good results against them.
Leicester away, got a 2-2 draw. Always a tricky place to go. And Bolton at home. Washington Garcia got the winner.
That's a hell of a result, Bolton beating them sort of, and only 1-0. Defensive played really well that game.
Yeah, so Plymouth is next. They got Man United in the Carabao Cup. That's a big one. But if we're looking at the Championship, currently second, having played less than top, still predicted to finish 24th.
Yeah.
I think you might be a little bit better than that.
Well, hopefully I will be. I'm pushing for playoffs, really. I can't see me doing any better than getting close to the playoffs. So if I can get into the playoffs, you never know on the day then.
Yeah, definitely. Is that Mateus? Oh no, Duarte.
I've done well in playoffs, so I like going to Wembley. I love the winning feeling at Wembley. So anything can happen when you get there. So that's what I'm pushing for, really.
Right. Okay. Season number 9. Then let's see what happens in this season in the Championship. Well, Dad, you went one better than the playoffs. You're finishing second place.
Yes. I mean, I've drew so many games. I was starting to
draws.
but I only lost 5.
Least in the league.
Yeah, so us and Leicester were just walking away with the league. I'll just go so disappointed. I just drew so many games. Yeah, I'm going to take that. 2 points.
Second highest scorers in the league.
We're there. We've got there.
You've got a crack.
I've got a crack at this
the
challenge.
Premier League
Yeah,
title.
I've only got one crack
In the final season. It's there. There is a chance. There is a chance. So you're saying there's a chance. Now, great start. Now, let's have a look at this. We've got goals. Brian Maggio, 9. Kanye Bradshaw got 26. Who doubted Kanye Bradshaw for a third time? Because he's back with 26 goals.
Only 3 goals behind.
Unbelievable.
He nearly won that golden boot again.
So good.
What a signing this guy was.
Remember, he is the player that Dad signed in the Vanarama National League. In the Vanarama National League North, he has played every level so far.
Yeah.
Will he play in the Premier League? This is crazy. This is Jamie Vardy levels.
It is, yeah.
Of striker.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And
now in his
he's
prime
only
years.
26 now, yeah, so he can get better again.
This is a
I just can't believe his value. You'd think
story
he'd be
in
in
a
the millions
story.
now, wouldn't you?
I know.
You'd think that, wouldn't you?
a story within a story. Kanye Bradshaw. He's got better and better every year as well.
Yeah, he
He's
has, yeah.
done so well. That is absolutely crazy. But there is more goal scorers up there. I mean, he's done quite well there. But you got Felipe with 13, Washington Garcia with 12, Stojanovic with 12. Those are the 3 wingers and the centre attacking midfielder behind him. And Brian Maggio with 9.
Yeah, great forward front 3, really.
Yeah.
They've done the business. That's what I put them there for. I took a chance being more attacking, and they didn't let me down.
No.
They all got on the goal score sheet, and the striker didn't let me down at all again, did he?
How did you do in the Carabao Cup against Man United? So you lost 3-1, but you did have a player sent off in the 37th minute.
Yeah.
When they were already 1-0 up. In the FA Cup, you beat Swansea in the 3rd round, then lost to Chelsea away. Only 3-2 as well, which isn't too bad at all.
Result there at the Stamford Bridge, isn't it?
Yeah, so not bad at all. Great start. Well, say start. Great season.
Yes.
26 goals from Kanye Bradshaw, who seems to start games again. It's like, once he gets into the team, he is the first choice.
Yeah.
It is mental. Brian Maggio still played 35, to be fair, and still done very well. Washington Garcia, Stojanovic, and Riquelme Felipe has done well.
Washington Garcia and the 2 wingers done me really well this season. I mean, they come in and not only have they come in and helped score the goal, they've scored a lot of goals themselves as well.
Yeah.
So that really helps in that league, doesn't it? And it proved that I was the leading goal scorer of the league, or the second leading goal scorer of the league, and I come away with 2nd place. So great season. It gives me a chance. I got one shot at winning this challenge.
One shot at the Premier League title with 25 million and a big wage.
Oh, come on.
To back you in the Premier League with Chorley FC. But anything can happen with Kanye Bradshaw. Let's see. Right, Dad, one crack at the Premier League title.
Yeah, one crack. It's going to be hard because, you've all looked at my team. It isn't a very good team. So my thinking is, I haven't got a lot of money, but I've just got to try and improve each position. So I'm trying to sort of buy one player for each position. I can't sell many players for a lot of money because I'm not even getting the money back. I'm only getting 15%. So it's not even worth me selling the player, really. So, with what money I have got, I've got to use very, very wisely. So here goes.
Right, well, £5 million first off was spent on Tanabe. So, Japanese left wing-back option.
Yeah,
Looks quite good.
He's a lot better than what I've got. So, yeah, so I'm looking at that sort of thing, really.
Although can't kick a ball with his left.
Yeah,
that is hilarious.
That's sort of weird, really, isn't it? So he's not going to be bombing up the wing, is he?
He has the worst left foot in your team.
I think there's going to be a bit like watching Spurs last season. Their left back always seemed to cut into trouble all the time. So this player could be doing that for me, unfortunately.
That is funny. Jay Suleiman from Swansea, £7 million
this
striker.
Is where I spent all my money. Well, the best part of my money, really, in the Premier League. You've got to be scoring goals. If you don't, you're going to go down. So hopefully this guy can do it for me.
That's a good signing for the money you spent on him.
Yeah, I think it is.
He's fast, strong, composed, can finish, can dribble.
Yeah.
Model citizen personality with a good potential at only 23. Left-footed. That's an interesting signing, that.
Definitely, yeah. And he's only on 26k as well. So in the Premier League, that's really, really good. So yeah, fingers crossed on that one.
That is a nice little sign. I'm excited to see how he does. Finley Bernard, £2 million option. Another left-back who can also play left side. Centre-back.
I was a bit weak in the squad side on that side of it, so I've got another one in as well.
Better Hay, who is a right-back option.
Yes, I feel this would be my sort of starting right back, and this guy can play left. He's left-footed as well, so he could probably go on the left side.
Yeah, he's probably better option than the Japanese one. Henrico Locke from NEC, £4.5 million centre-back option again, left-footed, 6'5". He's a giant in there.
He is, yeah.
And the Netherlands' highest average height in the world.
Yeah, we did mention that before, haven't we? So and his aggression's there as well. So yeah, he likes to put it about as well. So yeah, good centre-back.
Graham Ankamafio.
Yep.
Most English first name. And then we have a Danish second name, I presume, who's also centre-back.
Yes.
6'6".
6'6".
Right footed.
Two giants in there now.
I'd love to see that picture of you two. You signing them. Here's my lads. Here's my two defenders. And they're like, why have you got your hand on my bum? So there is Dad and his two centre-back options.
Be a funny picture, wouldn't it?
They'd have to go down on their knees
definitely,
to put your arms around their shoulders. Raphael Motta from Academia Coimbra, £1 million, another centre-back option.
Yeah.
6'3", so a little bit closer down to you.
Yeah.
He's probably in the same climate.
I mean, that's just three of them I've got back there now, so and they're all giants, so you can see what sort of tactic I'm sort of looking at and making sure you've got to be really strong in this league, so hopefully these boys can do it for me.
Maybe my favourite name, Cliff Monks.
Yeah.
From St Patrick's, 350k, Irish right midfielder. Good pickup, that.
Yes.
I like this one.
Yeah, he does look good, doesn't he?
20 years of age, iron-willed personality.
Yeah, I've come across that. Yeah, I've come across that before.
For a while.
He's good at dribbling and good at crossing, so
very fast.
Hopefully he can get the ball over for me.
Now, there's 3 more players still to come in. As you can see, there's a lot of players who have left the club, but as you say, you didn't really get that much money back from them, so there's not really much point going over them. But in terms of the names, you can see some of the names that have left that maybe made an impact in earlier seasons. Obviously, the main one up front, we haven't seen his name yet. So
no. I've still got him.
He might be still sticking around for this season. But we got Chiozza, who £4.5 million is a goalkeeper.
Here we go.
Of course,
Dad
needed a new goalkeeper.
Needed a new keeper. And 24, he's very young, so
he's good as well.
He does look good, doesn't he?
Good player for £4.5 million.
It was a bargain, that really was.
Yeah. So then we got Lamine from Dakar Sacré Cœur for 100k, who's another goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Two goalkeepers.
I got rid of the two keepers that I actually were playing. I got rid of both of them and then brought in 2 better keepers and a lot younger as well, so they're going to be around for quite a few seasons now.
Then finally, you got a free transfer who has been starting games in Idrissa Sabali, who's a centre midfielder.
Yeah, good centre midfielder with a bit of experience in there. Yeah, really good sort of squad player for me as well.
So arguably, the centre midfield is really the only position that he didn't double strength from. That was in there, to be honest. Now, Maggio keeps his position up front, which is interesting. Obviously, you got him for £1 million a few seasons ago, but he didn't really play that many games last season because, of course,
Broadshaw. Up a bit. There he is.
There he is. Oh, thank God. I thought Kanye had gone.
I couldn't get rid of him.
I thought Kanye had gone.
No, I didn't want to get rid of him, did I? He didn't deserve to be sold, did he?
No.
So.
I mean, he's a legend of the club. He's unhappy at the sale of the locker room leader, Harry Evans.
Yeah, I mean, come on, mate. You're still in the team.
Somehow,
you're
still
in the Premier League. Come on.
Has he made any appearances yet? He has. He's come off the bench 4 times and he's scored in the Premier League.
And he's got his goal.
Of course he has. En route to winning the Golden Boot in season 2.
Come on.
Imagine, after winning the league this year. But if we're looking at it, the starting 11. Now, we've got, obviously, a 4-2-3-1 formation, so you are going for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's no good being in this league and not going for it, really. I'm just going to hope, really, that I win a lot of games with teams around me and just sacrifice the big 8-9 games that you're going to come up against the big guys, and just sacrifice those results.
Yeah.
And get the results, the teams around me, and I ain't going to do that playing defensive all the time. So I'm going for it. I'm going for goals. I know I've got the strikers to score goals. It's whether they can do it in this league.
Right, well, fixtures at the start of the season. A great start, to be honest. I thought this would be a lot worse, but we've got a win against Nottingham Forest, 1-0. There's Kanye's goal.
There it is.
He scored in the very first Chorley goal. Of course it had to go to Kanye.
Yeah, and I'm pleased for him for that as well.
The legend.
He's a legend now.
Chorley, we are going to have to request Chorley send you a shirt with Bradshaw on the back.
Oh, that'd be great if you
That
could
would
do
be
that.
class. I'm going to try and get in contact with Chorley about that.
I mean, I'd take just the shirt if you wanted, but after watching the video, you would have to put...
Stick Bradshaw on the back.
You would have to put Bradshaw on the back, wouldn't you?
Why not? Wolves, 2-0 against them. Brian Maggio, both goals in that one. That's probably why he's got the starting position right now. And then the only loss so far, and it's not a bad one, Andrew took the lead.
Yeah.
It just kills me, that Cobby Main who's wearing an Arsenal shirt. That made me feel sick.
Yeah.
That's disgusting. You are through the next round of the cup, beating Blackburn. So you beat them 3-2. Brian Maggio again with 2 goals. Then Bolton, 4-0 against them.
I mean, when you look at it, the tactic that I've just spoke about, being more attacking against the teams that's going to be around me, that's worked for me. The 3 games that I've played with teams that's going to be around me, Forest, Wolves, Bolton, I've beat them 1-0, 2-0, 4-0.
Yeah.
So that tactic's working for me. And like I said, I'm going to sacrifice the games against the big guys. It nearly worked. I went to Arsenal, scored the first goal, but they're a better team than me. They've got better players.
At the Emirates as well.
Yeah, and I'm just going to take that result. So I'm pleased so far. 9 points in 3 games.
3rd place.
Yeah.
1 crack at the Premier League in 10 seasons.
I would take that. We finished the league now.
Yeah.
And I'll be happy.
No, we want to win it. Season preview. Oh, down there.
Down there, yeah.
20th place, Dad.
Yeah.
Not surprised, to be honest.
I'm disappointed that...
You're not above Bolton and...
Bradshaw's not on that
picture. Surely he's better than this Oscar Ramsdale. Who the hell's this?
Got to be better, isn't he?
Yeah. I'm disappointed you're not above Leicester and Bolton.
Yeah, definitely.
Thought you should be way above them. But there we go. Final season. Time to prove them wrong. I gave Dad 10 seasons to start Unemployed and win the Premier League with a National League or National League South or North. He's got 1 crack at it. Let's see what happens. Well, Dad, you didn't quite win the Premier League.
No.
But you got to the 40 points and you were safe.
I'm safe, yeah. What's that 40 points is there? I mean, you look at the teams just down there, Nottingham Forest and Bolton, which is the teams I beat at the beginning of the season, and Wolves. So, that's exactly what I said. I had to beat the teams around me. That's what's done it for me. Like 40 points, 7 points clear of relegation. I'm pleased with that. I've survived.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at the team I've got and you say I survived with that. You just don't know how I've done it, but there you go.
Some big wins in there. Tottenham, 3-0. Away from home as well.
Newcastle 2-1. That's a good result as well. Everton 2-0. Sunderland, they're a good side in that league at the moment, 2-1. So I'm pleased with that.
Yeah.
I've never felt I was going to win that league with 1 season. So with the team that I've got and the money that I'm getting off a board, you're looking at 5 or 6 seasons to build anywhere near as good as what the likes of Liverpool, Man United, and City and all that are going to be, wouldn't it? So
good crack at it.
Yeah,
very good crack at it.
We've had some fun on the way. It's been really, really hard with the money that I was getting, but I've brought in some good players who have helped me out, and I think. We keep bringing them up. Bradshaw's got to be the Bradshaw, sorry, it's got to be the signing that has just helped me through so many seasons. How many golden boots did he win? Probably about 4 or 5, wasn't it? Something like that.
He got 7 goals in total in this final
really
season.
pleased with him.
Very good.
He only started 1 game, which is a shame, really. But he's in Premier League level. He's got a lot of golden boots in his cabinet, though.
You look at his career. You signed him in the Vanarama National League North.
Yeah.
And how many goals he scored every single season.
He didn't let me down, did he?
He's still got 5 in the Premier League.
He didn't let me down. Got to the big league.
What a story for Kanye Bradshaw. So we'll end it there. Very well done, Dad. It is a hard challenge to do. Maybe it's a challenge I need to take on myself as well. 10 years, start off unemployed and try and win with a non-league side. Can it be done? Can you do it? Let us know down in the comment section. But on screen right now is another video across 10 years that me and Dad took on with the unluckiest teams in Spain. Go check that out.